But trust me when I say, trying to get a little bit of feel for these semiconductors, a few positive notes coming off ASML as well.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a tough report for them. I mean, it was a decent report, but it's showing that there is a bit of a slowdown there in demand for their chips. Q1 was not as good as Q4, and even though seasonality came into play here, it was definitely a bigger drop than the street was looking for, Brendo.
Possibly some much needed, let's be honest, positivity in the airline space. Here goes UAL just popping up on a scanner in front of me here, trying to get back to highs. That was the high aftermarket yesterday. They beat, but let's be honest, it was a pretty relaxed forecast anyways that they beat for United. Happy Wednesday morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was just sort of saying to Sean, let me double check because yesterday I didn't have my mic turned on. No, but like you guys just covered all the news like pretty succinctly, and that's great. Like leave the
all right, back to the desk.
To us.
Back to the desk.
The only thing that
I'm still looking for that eclipse.
Is it what?
I think it's today at 2 o'clock.
That today?
Yeah.
I thought it was the halvening that's coming up, but you could be right. It could be the eclipse.
Oh, it's the halvening. Okay.
Although what day is today? The 19th?
That's where you got to look at your Bitcoins. You look at your account get cut in half. Is that what happens? No.
I hope not.
I hope not too.
Fabian just said no. They've got pushed back. The thing about the halvening is it's never like, it's never like the exact. Like it's always a moving target. Like they'll be like it's every 4 years, but like the exact day kind of moves closer to. Today is the 17th. It might be the end of this week. Anyways, the one thing that didn't get mentioned there was SMCI touched $1,000 in the pre-market today.
Yes.
And I was 100% joking when I was like, the stock's going to 1,000 yesterday. I didn't actually think it would be true, and I didn't especially think it would be true if ASML missed. And ASML, one of the numbers is crazy because one of the metrics they look at is it's like a user metric for one of their machines, and it was like kind of like a sign-up metric or whatever. Either way, it was down 60% quarter over quarter.
Ouch.
Which, now some of that has to, like Sharif said, is seasonality, but they did miss, and all the chips are up except for them. So it's being shrugged off. I'm skeptical of that because I'm still thinking some fades, especially on Intel. And it's hard to imagine they can all go up on the ASML miss on revenue, but you're here to trade momentum and you're here to trade the direction of the trade. Like I remember thinking Apple would do okay, and then Apple turned around. Next thing you know, it was a short in the afternoon. Apple was a ridiculous turnaround. We'll get to some of that. We'll get to some of the squeeze names that were making some rallies. And apparently we're going to have to wait for one more chance. Our boy has to get 70. I'd swear he had it on the one.
He should have. There was
Matthews had it. Well, there was one for sure, and there was the other one he had a good chance. But he has one more shot to get 70 goals. Austin Matthews, best in the biz right now.
Yeah, poor millionaire. No, I really hope he gets it. I mean, I think
it's a big deal.
No, I think 7 players only all time have gotten it. Yeah, I mean, I have some good ideas here. We're getting ready to rock and roll. We will be looking at Tesla here today. The market, as Brendan said, is thinking about making some moves. There's no doubt about that. It's trying to figure itself out. It's only up 0.19 right now. I still like the short. Here's a 90-minute NASDAQ chart. We've broken underneath this 18,000 and we're kind of holding. We tried to get back up there, still underneath it. Shout out to Dan Emmons and everybody there that's in the chat. I know there's a few of you that have been looking short for sure. Kyle, I just shout out the loudest people because you always mention shorts. And I know there's a lot of people that have been thinking this way as well. As long as we're under 18,000 here, I think the NASDAQ has lower to go. Forget about all these lines. This is a 90-minute chart. I don't really use them. I'm just looking for support. And we've talked about the 17.4, 17.5 area ahead of big cap tech. So most of the S&P 500 is either at or near, their 50-period moving average. There's stats about this. Obviously Tesla's way underneath. If you're just going to look at the SPY as well for the SPY, this is the S&P 500. I think it's only about how much were we down yesterday? About 1%. It's only about a 4 or 5% drawback here from 525 all-time high. Like we were just at all-time highs on March 28th. So it's 3 weeks. So 2 weeks of trading, or so, maybe 10 or 15 trading days, not even, from all-time highs to where we are now. So sure, it's a little bit of a pullback here, but it's not really much of one. You know, you're gonna wanna stay, I mean, we talked about a 5% pullback, so that's there now. I don't know, I'm starting to feel one more kind of move down, and then we probably start to buy things back. That's what I'm thinking. So let's see. Yeah, what is up with BTC right now? 62,000 here.
It's not that bad. Like it's
starting to go down. I don't have it up. Sorry, guys.
well, it's kind of, I want to say sideways.
Yeah, it's 62.4 right now.
But it's still holding 62s, generally speaking.
62.1. Yeah, it's still holding.
Yeah.
But there's that level again on Bitcoin that we've talked about. So you're going back here to the beginning of, well, I get the beginning of March, basically. Yeah, this is March 1st, so right here. You know, 60,000, 61,000. This is also at a very, very, ooh, man. See, so this is what I mean. You're going to get this broken. You're going to get NASDAQ down to 17.5. Then you're going to find bids, and then it's off to the races again on big cap tech. So I don't know. You think big cap is going to be fine?
Well, it depends on your time frame.
Well, my time frame is like, I think buying it for like the next couple months. Like I'm saying this quarter. What do you think?
Nah, I mean, we haven't really we haven't got any earnings on them. So, look, I think you're going to get a mixed bag of earnings. I don't think it's going to be an earnings season where you can just say, okay, we have our big six. I'm not going to put Tesla in there anymore. Let's just, whatever. Even if you do, if you have those, usually it's like 6 out of 6, 7 out of 7. If one's up, they're all up. I actually think you're going to get a situation where you're probably going to have bad earnings for 2 or 3 of them that could be surprises to the downside, and then you're going to have a couple that do absolutely fine. I think it's going to be a pickers when it comes to big cap tap gains. It'll be tough to lump them in this earnings season. And one of the things that, like even today, look at the reaction to every chip stock to ASML being down 5%. It's like, who cares? Which usually that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I feel like if that's what the chips are already saying when the first one dropped, we'll see about TSM. And if there's the same reaction, like if TSM has an ASML moment and I look over and see Intel, Micron, AMD, NVIDIA, SMC, and they're all upside after if TSM were to miss, then that would just further make me believe that I don't think you can go with an all-in on big cap tech. I think specific names are going to do better than others. I'd be worried about the ones that are at the tops and are starting some pullbacks. It's like, well, Softy's probably just too high and it might sell off no matter what they do. Whereas the ones that have had healthy pullbacks have a better starting point. Like a Google already had a healthy pullback. So I'd feel pretty good about them.
Yeah, Sharif and I were just saying the same thing. Like the market's up so much. Yeah. This could be a very important earnings season. Couple of things to note. I want to start with this. This is the 2-year. Big green bar on the daily chart here from yesterday. If you were with us in the afternoon yesterday, Frank was even talking about this. 5% comes and goes on the 2-year yield. I mean, the 10-year, the 30-year, like go out as far as you want. They're all higher again this morning. Like I'm looking at the 30-year right now, 4.76. It touched 4.81 on the 30-year yesterday. So the conversation has definitely changed as far as what is to come for interest rates in a big way for the remainder of the year. I mean, we're basically pricing out anything at this point. That's the dollar, not really doing much right now, just kind of chopping around top end of the range. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row here, straight to the upside.
Yeah, and I was telling you anecdotally off camera, I'm seeing a lot more advertisements come in for these high interest savings account. There had been like a bit of time where those dropped off. We got a lot of those last year, so I'm starting to see them again. Separately, we always keep our eye on the 10-year with respect to mortgage demand as well, especially in the United States. And the 10-year has been really moving up here, and we've seen mortgage demand decline yet again as a result of these higher rates. And we saw housing starts also not meet expectations as a result of the higher rates. Nobody wants to build when rates are high because 1, demand is lower, 2, cost to actually build everything out is a little bit more expensive. So a bit of a tougher look here, Brendo, with these elevated rates.
I was just looking at Boeing downside here again this morning. I saw there was a couple of analyst moves on Boeing once again on the negative side. It was gapping up initially. Not a lot of volume behind this, but overall market not really helping here so far. But weak once again here for BA so far.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Oh, I just closed.
Boeing.
weak for BA is not a news. That's not a news story. Did we only hear that? Did everybody hear
No,
that?
everybody heard
Okay.
that for sure.
Shout out to Shreve.
They heard Boeing, slurp.
Yeah. Okay. Hey man, we got hot mics sometimes. It's a live show. What are we supposed to say? Boeing. I was gonna say something about JB Hunt and the fact that is it ever really a good thing when a transport company is down 8%? It doesn't bode well for the economy. Positive note would be LVMH did okay, and Adidas did okay. So a couple of European names suggest the consumer can be okay, but not good for JB Hunt, specifically and there's Sharif right there. And speaking of Boeing, look, I wish I could tell you that it's showing signs of life. That was yesterday. Yesterday, Boeing showed signs of life, finally bouncing and having its first green day in, you can count them, I'm not going to bother counting them, in quite some time. But if you make one hold of the low, the next step is to sort of, well, get through the first spot of resistance. Well, that mission failed spectacularly in the pre-market when it looked like it was going to gap up and maybe retake this 172. And as you can see, we're now $3 underneath it again. And like this move hadn't happened. I actually thought this is a stock that could have gone through 72, but back under, I don't know why I'm not just shorting this to 172. You don't know it's going to drop $3 in like 10, 15 minutes or so, but it's just look short until it's not, like some of the EV names. And Boeing, once again, proving that the trend is your friend, only this is the trend that we don't want. This is a trend to the downside here for Boeing. And it's a very thin bid right now. I know it's a pre-market, but not a lot of volume, and certainly not much of anybody on this bid. I don't know where they're going to start coming in, but if a stock makes a double bottom like that, I'm usually looking for a breakout through previous resistance. Clearly, that's not going to happen today.
No, I think that name's been a short. We actually got credit for calling that for a while ago, which was good for us because we had sort of talked about the safety issues, the quality control issues that Boeing had, and they lost their management. So I feel like you got to give it a quarter or two, and then we'll try to settle down. There's absolutely no volume in this JETS ETF here today, but I just bring it up because we talked about this on the show yesterday. Oh, SMCI, by the way, Brian Shannon talked about that. I think going to 1040 or so was a level that he called yesterday on the recap show when I asked him directly about SMCI. So if you were part of that recap show yesterday and you liked what you heard, you're probably long the stock or thinking about it. Go back and look at that yesterday at around 4:15-ish. We talked about SMCI with Brian. But with UAL finally starting to go here again, I just say, hey, what about the rest? You came right in here. If you were trying to get rid of single stock, that's why I talk about the rest. This JETS ETF holds all of them, UAL, Delta, American, all equally in the ETF, and then they sprinkle in some other ones. This is getting into a level here that we talked about yesterday again, in and around this 19 that's been supported. And then you also have the 200 period right here just slightly below that. So if UAL is going to come up with this number, and travel seems to be not slowing down anytime soon, if we do get an ease in geopolitical tensions, if we do, then yeah, I mean, I could see airlines getting some love again. Oil has become more expensive recently. We've seen USO and all that kind of stuff start to move upside. So yeah, I mean, some things can turn in the favor now of big air, and I think that would be lowering potentially soon of energy prices and coinciding with hopefully some global, I don't want to say peace, but a little bit of.
That's the right word.
That is the right word, but I don't think we're ever going to be getting it. But if that ever happened, that would be great. But anyways, I just think less conflict will lead to hopefully better feels for airlines, and we did see UAL up today, up 5%. So we'll get to this as an individual story in a couple minutes, but you could see here you go again. So instead of taking single stock here, up 6% today, you can fly into the JETS ETF, which is up nothing, and then take advantage of a potential move up here as they get some love, Tesla moving around.
All right, lots going on in EV land today, including VinFast reporting. First quarter revenue to the upside in a big way here, 269.7% year over year, reaching 302.6 million. Record deliveries, 444% increase on vehicle deliveries, 9,700 total vehicles delivered. Global expansion continues. They're working on Southeast Asia, Middle East, Africa as well. 2024 delivery target, they also reaffirmed. The goal is to deliver 100,000 vehicles in 2024. 100,000 vehicles, that's not nothing for VFS.
That's not a joke, absolutely. And this is a company we've been familiar with here because I have a local store nearby. So I've had an opportunity to actually see the models firsthand. And I gotta tell you, that VF9 really stands out to me. It's their more expensive model, but it is really well done. Design is beautiful. But they're also looking at tapping into the cheaper segment, that VF7 also coming out. Their flagship model, the VF8, that one's been around for a while, but that one is kind of sort of mid-tier, 60,000 Canadian and up. This one is going to be a little bit better, Brendo, so should be able to catch some of the lower priced entries.
Yeah, they also introduced, I thought was kind of interesting, a different sales approach to the battery side. They introduced a unique battery subscription policy. This is just in Indonesia to promote further adoption. So you're going to pay, instead of paying all up front, it's going to be on a subscription basis. Yeah, I mean, strategic market entries as well, official brand launches in Thailand. We talked about that going back to last month. But shout out to our friends over at VFS with earnings out today.
Yeah, shout out to that. You guys basically just hit on everything. But I'm a simple person, so when I look at that picture, I'm just happy when there's an EV that doesn't look like a character from the movie Cars. And it's not to crap on Rivian or anything. It's just it's a weird thing to me.
Because you make that comment directly about Rivian, and then you go not to say anything about Rivian. Plus, Rivian only delivered 58,000 cars, by the way.
Okay, but you know what happened when
VinFast delivered 100,000.
I know, but you know what happened when we showed that. It was, I forget which Rivian model it was, but it looked like
the newer one.
It looked like the two eyes.
Yeah.
Because anybody that's watched, if you've seen,
They have the oblong eyes.
Yeah, and it looked like it should be
form.
like Mater or one of the characters. I look, man, I don't want to look like, if I'm driving on the road, I don't want to look in the rearview mirror and feel like why is this car watching me? That's just weird, man. But anyways, good look there. I think sort of only to segue to it. Holy crap. Sorry, I was just watching. Anyways, that DJT and DXYZ have made some moves there. I was about to pivot and talk about Rivian, but let me just go over.
What is DJT doing today? People are talking about it in the chat.
I know, but first off, that DXYZ.
Is that $5 yet, or what is that?
Well, no, but it's down like 24. I thought it was 25%.
There you go. I called this freaking
24%. And it's remember that $30 level where this is where it's going back to. So back here, we're like, yeah, it probably pulls back into 30. It could flat bottom break down because when this came out to market, there it is. I'm waiting for the chart to fill out. So it was at $8. It immediately ran to 29, held 29, pulled back, consolidated 29, ran, and has bounced one time off 29. So I feel like it's at that level now. 29 gives up. This could be a single-digit stock. 29 holds. You could get yourself a mini bounce. So that's a big one. And again, we talk enough EVs, and we'll get to some of the EV names in a second as well. And then another potential big mover, as I go over to DJT, this has yesterday's bottom was right at 22. Obviously, it's only been coming to the downside. Every single time it's found a consolidation. So you look basically it finds a bottom here, consolidates, then look at when it gives it up. This is a consolidation, it's like a 2-day bottom, and then it gives it up. It didn't even make a 2-day bottom yesterday. It kind of gave this 26.5 and gave it up. But 22 is looking like that right now. It's like the next shelf to drop. And we kind of look at some of these names, and when you get those good flat bottom breaks, it's worth looking at. That DXYZ, I haven't traded. DJT I've traded. We traded it once. We won on the one short we took. But DXYZ I have not executed on. I've had it up before, and it looks pretty thin. But I do feel like if it doesn't hold that 29 level, there's still a long way for it to be able to drop. DJT sort of the same thing. Got to pay for locates here at Real Trading on both, though.
Yeah. Look, I had really no basis for saying the comments that I've been saying about that DXYZ, but I've been saying it for a while. It just seems too fishy the way it moved all the way up there. I like the idea I just thought it was a crazy stock the way it moved when it first came out. So no surprise to me. And I didn't even know it was down 24%. Neil just brought it up. I could have been up 24%. I wouldn't be just as impressed or whatever with the call. Not surprising to me. XPEV today is on the sticky note. The sticky note's going to be in a couple minutes. You know, news today now with Volkswagen. We already know that they've partnered up. There's a collab there. We all like the collabs. And it's about time that some of these stocks start to go. So shout out to you guys in the chat. There's actually Palantir news as well today. And I chose to look at this instead. This $7 bottom on XPeng is its 52-week and could possibly be its all-time low. I'll have to zoom back out. I only have the year up now, 2 years up. But anyways, yeah, I like XPeng today. So if we're going to trade some wilder names, not that this is going to be overly wild. It's only done 158,000 shares. But again, something that I feel like we can put a lot of risk on if we drop into 10 or 15 here. And then I also have a top break that you're going to find out when we get back from Madeira at the screen with our upgrades and downgrades.
TD Bank kicking off the list here with an upgrade from Scotiabank. Amazon getting upgraded by Maxim Group. Google also had some positive notes from Canaccord Genuity. So lots of analyst notes today on those Mag 7 names. First Solar getting upgraded here by DZ Bank. And RCL here, Royal Caribbean, up about 1.5% after this upgrade from Mizuho. Urban Outfitters kicking off the downgrades list here, downgraded by Jefferies Financial. EQT getting a downgrade from Wells Fargo. Bernstein downgrading Volkswagen. They actually had a series of notes here on a lot of different European car names. So take a look at that if you're interested. Bernstein coming up with quite a few analyst updates on some of these car companies, including this Volkswagen downgrade. And last but not least here, Fortive getting downgraded by JP Morgan, guys.
Amazon's kind of interesting here because it's done like a, if you count today, which you can't really count the pre-market, it's kind of like a consolidation for a couple of sessions under 185. Some of that happened after we had that big pullback on the geopolitical news a couple of days ago, right? Like you managed to consolidate right under 185. You had a 184.70 top, and then you're doing the exact same thing again today. And the last couple of times that it set up for like a consolidation break, you go back to this is the 11th. There was an early break that worked, but then the dip buy was actually even better. And then let me just pull back even further here. There we go. And then you go back to like the third where you have a sort of a similar, like there's your consolidation. This was a more clean break where it broke out like a 181. So yeah, there's been other breakouts, but that's kind of a breakout and like there's no reason or levels that I would have been looking at. So the consolidation break has worked on Amazon, and it's setting up right here to take out that 185. If we show enough strength to get there, it's obviously a 184.5. So breakout trades are meaningless. I mean, they're not meaningless, but the point is, it's like you don't have a trade unless it goes through. Like when you're dip buying, like there's all kinds of ways that they can work for you or that you could get into the stock. When you're taking a breakout trade, there is one way that you're getting into that trade. It's pretty simple. So you could sit there and stare at it all day, and it might actually end up being a nothing because it just never gets there. Like this could fall all day long, and I could like a breakout, and I could avoid going long in it pretty much all day long.
I feel like I'm just like a trained animal sitting here. Like I just sit here, I'm like, look down, I'm like my coffee's almost, I'm like, where's Randy? It's like, I'm looking for like that treat.
He's
like,
here.
Where's it at? There he is. Hey, Randy. What's up? Oh, man. Just disappeared.
I still have half left, so I'm kind of good.
Yeah, I still got some left too, but my hands just continue to be freezing. I see. Today I wore the long sleeve shirt. You wore the short sleeve because yesterday I was like, That was funny. Yeah.
I was in shorts yesterday. It was so nice.
Oh, no, that's because he went golf. No, he
a lot of guys
he
went
turned
golf
into shorts afterwards. Yeah, what's up to Monty G? Look, if you guys aren't watching the recap show, then forget about it. We had an awesome moment yesterday with Brian Shannon. Shout out to you, Brian. He loves the barcoding comments that we always have here. So shout out to you, Brian. Thank you for all that talk. And he retweeted one of the tweets about the show, and it got 19,000 views. So I want to say thank you so much for that as well. But he was on the show. We always have a great time. And we were talking about Cathie Wood. And then I hit this on him. And it was, he had never He had never seen that before, and that was an absolutely awesome moment there. So shout out to Brian Shannon and Monty G. Thank you for bringing that up. That was hilarious. All right, so just coming back in right here quickly. I agree. I like Amazon down here. I think it would be absolutely insane not to buy something in and around 183 if we get that opportunity today. I also like the 185 break. It's going to be the same talk. At the end of the day, I like this 183 dip buy area there for Amazon. So let's go over to Brendan.
First 30 minutes brought to you by our friends over at VinFast. Join them at the Montreal Electric Vehicle Show 2024, where VinFast Auto proudly presents its latest electric luxury vehicles. Discover the sleek VF8 and spacious VF9 at booth 580, Montreal Olympic Stadium. From April 19th to the 21st, experience cutting-edge technology and superior performance with an exclusive test drive of the VF8. Don't miss VinFast showcase of innovative commitment to green transportation. See you at MEVS 2024 for a glimpse into the future of driving. Let's get a check of the overall market here to kick things off at 9 o'clock with Sharif.
50.92, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday. We've been fighting that 5,100 support level for a while. We're above it now. The overnight high, 51.17. Let's go ahead and say, just like we did yesterday, 5,100 as support, despite the fact that we broke it yesterday. 5,100 as support, and then that resistance level, that's going to take us up into 51 and a quarter, and that takes us back into the support level of March 5th.
If you have not done so, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free resource for you from us every single day. Has everything you need to know on it in your inbox every single morning before we come on at 8:30. All right, Tesla, top of the list this morning. More details coming into play this morning in regards to this India project. Elon Musk expected to announce a $2 to $3 billion investment into India during his visit coming up here that we were talking about earlier in the week.
Yeah, we talked about the areas that he was looking at. He was looking at areas in Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and others. The other headline today is he got the nod from his board. They want him to get paid for his time and what he's been able to do for the shareholders at Tesla. Here's what they said. Because the Delaware court second-guessed your decision, Elon has not been paid for any of his work for Tesla over the past 6 years, despite the fact that he's helped generate significant growth for stockholder value. So we'll have to wait and see. Number one, there's a vote today for his compensation package and to also relist the company from Delaware into Texas. So this doesn't happen again. We'll see what happens.
Any thoughts here, guys, for Tesla today?
Yeah.
I was considering doing the John Malkovich pay that man his money, but
Yeah.
I think it's either you can do Malkovich or you can't, and I can't. So if we're talking about consolidations, that was a decent one on Tesla. This looks like a reversal kind of day. I mean, if you pull it up on the daily chart here, which, yeah, some of these daily charts are not filling in, so I can show my trade. Well, whatever, 15 minutes probably fine enough. You have a big liquidity volume. When we failed underneath 160, that was support level. You get the big liquidity volume, and you put in higher lows, essentially, on the day, and now you're gapping and holding above the previous high. So if 160 was that big level, then I think if you hold on to 158, in theory, this is kind of what I thought Boeing's setup would be today, but obviously Boeing is a piece of you-know-what, so it's not looking like that. But Tesla's still holding and up. So if it can break 160, I think you have some relief rally in it. But it's just kind of it's going sideways in the middle of the void right now, which suggests to me I'm not doing anything unless I see the buyers above the 160 level on Tesla. So I'm kind of sitting this one out unless we get above 160. I feel like I do about Amazon with this. There was a relief rally in a million things, and some things that made sense and some that didn't, like some of the old squeeze names were going. But one that did, and every time we talk about Tesla, I'm going to mention Rivian. One that held up really well is Rivian put in a temporary bottom, meaning it didn't go down for like the millionth day in a row, right? So that's, I shouldn't say the millionth in a row. The last time it did this, there were 2 up days and then it flushed again. So following that pattern, if this can break out, I'm going to look at 925, 965. should just show me the previous resistance levels on Rivian, and those are the spots that I want to look to fade it. Do I think that they're out of the water yet? Answer no. If they're making a temporary bottom, I'd rather be late to that move. But you look at the increased volume the last couple of days to make this low, and that's why I think you got to give it some space if it tries to squeeze into that upside. Certainly a good look. And the EVs, the trend has been your friend, so I do want to look there first. But you can't ignore how much volume has happened since this thing broke $10. A lot of volume down here. So you figure it's gotten a lot of people out, which allows for some better relief rallies.
Yeah, so for Tesla, it is going to be the trade idea number one again on the sticky note. It was there yesterday or a couple days ago. I don't know. I just throw the sticky notes around. But I like the long. I really think that if you can get anything back into like even yesterday's closing area, I mean, we did have a nice little bump up at the end of the day, but into 156.50-ish, somewhere around here where we were like the whole last hour. And then, we did have Powell come and start to talk a little bit, setting the market like this. And we actually were taking advantage of this in various ways. We talked about that yesterday. We were actually wound up going 8 for 8 yesterday. And I'm thinking that today we'll try to be cautious on this. But as we've seen many times, Tesla off the open, can have these dramatic moves. Yesterday was $5 straight to the downside before making its way all the way back to the high an hour later, and then trading quite well considering the kind of day that we had. So for me, I'm going to wait for a dip down in for Tesla. It is a buy for me down there, and that's what we'll be doing. It is my trade idea number one today, is buying Tesla on dips when available. So if that's the case, great. And then I really liked what Neil mentioned as well, trying to buy 160 on that break. So let's just see, as we've noted here, this started with great news, and then now 20-minute chart is giving you about an hour straight down. But if we can come up here and look at 160 with momentum, I think it's a punch long. Yesterday we punched the short, if you remember, on Tesla immediately off the open. So it was right into here, and we were able to capture some profit before getting taken out, and then we got back in for that move down. Yesterday we were thinking short. Today we're thinking long.
Some semiconductors here. ASML out with earnings. For anyone who is not familiar with ASML, they make the machines that make semiconductors, so it is a bit of a tie-in as far as the industry is concerned. I mean, overall, pretty good report. The guidance was a little bit questionable, so we are downside here, 4.6%. It's worth noting, I think, there's absolutely nothing else as far as a news catalyst for any of these other ones. Sitting here at support for NVIDIA, for AMD, we're actually back above some of these levels from going back on the daily chart, but it's all about ASML today.
Yeah, it was a good day for the chips yesterday, at least from a trading perspective, because they were moving. Now, let's talk specifically about ASML. They are almost basically a monopoly. If you want to make chips, at least advanced chips, you got to get their machine. So how did they do? Well, net sales dropped 21.25%. Year to year on the quarter. Net income also dropped aggressively, 37.5%. But that wasn't unexpected because we had weak consumer demand for cell phones as well as laptops. So it was anticipated. The problem was that it was a bigger shrink than we had expected, and that's why we're precipitating to the downside, Brendo.
Yeah, nice pullback for some of these ETFs, as you guys were mentioning here as well.
Yeah, and the other thing about ASML, look, ASML with this move is now breaking down the 50-period moving average, which it has hugged since late last year. So it's been quite some time that it's been in this good trend. I mean, we had Danielle Shea on in the afternoon on Monday, and I know what she said about this when we talked about it for Microsoft. It's like, don't like it when stocks lose the 50 simple. So if that's happening with ASML and the revenue wasn't good, it's difficult. It's difficult to be in love with all the semis for long, and I'll start with the weakest of the bunch. Talk about losing the 50 period on the daily. Well, Intel lost it a long time ago. Intel lost it in the middle, right at the beginning of the year. Like it wasn't middle, end of January. It lost it, and then it's been desperately trying to get back above, a couple of fails. Suddenly, you are consolidating off the bottom. So in a trend where I kind of think we continue, like this top has been 36.70. I want to try that one on a short pop today on Intel. And then I look over at what's very clearly this 165 on AMD is just like it's a thing at this point. Whoops, let's do that and then zoom it back out again. It's just been a wall, and it was support before it turned into this resistance on AMD. Like there was a little bit of support on the way down, and then the second it broke down 165, it's been resistance. Higher lows sets it up for a bit of a breakout through 65. So as much as I like Intel to short that pop, AMD is one where it looks like it has a chance to break out. That said, the best setup for me that's not, I'm going to have it right with the open, is this NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA was not a name that was on my list, but it's a name that I watch for a very, very specific setup. And that is fail the pre-market low at the open, immediately regain it. So it had like an 860 pre-market low. It wicked underneath, rammed back up, and then broke out a double top, which was at 870 and a half. It did that right into 875. And every time I've seen that setup, it's been absolute gold. Like not every break sets up that way. This one didn't, but this one did. Break the pre-market low, come back up, it broke a double top in here, and then just absolutely went off to the races. So you got to watch out for NVIDIA when it does that shakeout downside at 930. That's when I look out for a breakout long. But 165 AMD, 3670 is kind of a weird price on Intel, but that's where the resistance has been for a couple of days, so that's where I want to fade. Kind of hard, you know, if ASML is going to have a bad report, I want a weak semi that I want to fade today, and it'll have to be Intel if it gets up there.
Okay, so yesterday, Neil had the long, we had the short. Thinking today, I wrote down a long on a dip buy for this, but yesterday we had this short in NVIDIA here in and around 875. We took $8 or $9 on it. It was my P&L #1 stock yesterday, but the thing about it is we had to be patient and we didn't get involved until just about 10 o'clock. So I wrote down, and the sticky note is now out, and you guys can go find it now. Thank you, everybody. Oh, I forgot to do a little fun GIF on here, but I put good luck as well. Sticky note is out right now. I just wrote down NVIDIA 860 long. You can go find it out. There's Intel on there. There's Tesla. There's a few other names. XPEV. I want to talk about that. But if ASML somehow hits this name, which it doesn't look like it's going to, I just want to dip buy. Remember, I think that there's a potential for a flush here. I just wrote down yesterday's bottom of 860. We're not going to get to that. Like 866, 870. I mean, anything into here. I just, like, why are we messing around with anything other than the king, really? And speak of the king, oh, we got green cups there. Yeah, let's turn those guys around. Hey, more news with XPeng and Volkswagen, by the way. So I'm going to be talking about XPeng very soon because it is going to be on my radar for one of the trades of the day. But look at this. You're right down here at $7 again, 52-week, and I think it might be all-time lows. But trying to get back going to the upside there, as you know as well, Volkswagen has a 5% stake in XPEV. So they're not going to like that, and trying to go back up there on a collaboration. It's on our watch list. I don't know the exact details, but I'm trying to go long on this name here. I don't know. You like any of the Chinese EVs besides BYD? Is it just BYD?
No, I mean, there's smaller players that are state held that aren't publicly traded that are on the radar, but you don't hear about them much.
Right.
But they're selling lots and lots and lots of cars.
You know what? There's that Xiaomi as well.
Xiaomi's amazing.
Yeah, they're coming. They're taking over the phone business as well.
There's a lot of love for that new model, and it's sexy. It's got a lot of range. It looks like it's well built. The reviews, you know, the initial reviews, it's not in production yet, but it's on its way, is like, holy smokes. Like, they've really come around with their build quality. Lots of good stuff coming. So I don't know, we'll see. It's going to be interesting times. Lots of competition on the way. So what does that do for the market? What does that do for the overall consumer experience? You know, if you've got a lot more selection at a lot cheaper prices, and Tesla's not the only game in town, it's interesting times. Interesting times.
All right, yeah, we're excited, and then there was new news about Tesla in India and stuff like that. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk. We have Apple and Microsoft on our mind.
Yeah, a couple of big cap tech names being courted, I guess, by Indonesia now. So Apple and Microsoft getting the invite to possibly move some manufacturing to that area of the world. That said, 2 days in a row here, downside for Apple. We're still sitting at this 170 area where it's been for the better part of a week and a half, really. Microsoft with a pretty ugly day yesterday on the daily chart, too.
Oh, yeah. And Apple trying to definitely fight that 170 level, key area of resistance, as we know, ever since it's broke. Look, the fact of the matter is there is a push now amongst American companies to friendshore. That means bringing manufacturing process to countries that they don't look at as adversaries. And Indonesia is the biggest market in Southeast Asia. So here's what Tim Cook said. We talked about the president's desire, meaning the Indonesian president's desire to see manufacturing in the country, and it's something that we will look at, Cook said in a press conference. I think the investment ability in Indonesia is endless. Kind of a nice tip of the hat there.
Yeah, big time. 6 days, meanwhile. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Go grab your copy. It's on the screen right now. Scan that QR code. 6 days until earnings, guys, for Softy.
Wow. 6 days.
I mean, earnings season comes at you fast.
Wow, okay.
Very, very quickly. Apple, look, man, Apple was like the reversal. I mean, there were a lot of stocks that reversed yesterday, no question about it. Like, you had some strength, and then you turned into some shorts, which made for like a fun day of trading, momentum names specifically, because it gave you kind of both ends of the candle. But that one fell much faster and kind of harder than what you were looking at in the morning. And when I see that, I just feel like, okay, people are still pretty tepid with this thing. And when it put in that VWAP retracement move, AMC broke 90s. AMC broke that double top.
Oh, no.
In the last couple of days. Last couple of days.
Oh,
AMC, I'll get to that in a quick second. But yeah, anyways, 170.5. This turned at VWAP. We were short here and then kind of got out and didn't reload it at 170.5. If at the open, this attempts to break once it's right at 170 and hugging it. If it breaks this and then immediately fails the top, I got the eyes out for the reversal trade on Apple. When something like this happens, my first thought is, well, that's a pretty big opportunity if something similar happens again. And we talk about the trend. It has been a downward trend. I know there's support down here at the 167, 168 level. I get that. But if you're at 170 and you fail 170.5, that's still plenty of room before you get to that support. So yes, I like the 168 to look for buys on Apple, but I'd much rather buy that dip, and I like it both ways here. Like, I'd much rather buy that dip. I'm not buying any breakouts on Apple today, and if it fails that top, I want to be looking for the short. So AMC, and the reason I was sort of mentioning this, it's not really a double top. It's yesterday's high, and then you have to go all the way back to here, what's that, the 11th and the 10th, last time it consolidated. So it's just kind of creeping above that. There were a lot of squeeze names that were going yesterday. AMC just happened to be one of them. I was actually short this move, and I thought it was pretty bullish that it ended up. Sorry, this move here. I thought it was pretty bullish that it held at 270. So I'd like to be able to give this back into like that 80 and see if it can make a run at 3 without having to punch threes.
I mean, the market's starting to rally pretty good right now. We're not going to get to this, but there's been a lot of talk here on the chat about WISA. So here we go. We are up now 78%, 70% right now, as we're still dancing in just now, breaking through 10 one more time. This is going to look really interesting up here at 1050. Remember, this stock just has a float of just 1.5 million shares and went 1 for 150 on April 15th. So we're just talking 2 days ago. This stock used to be nothing, couple pennies, and now you're up to $10 on a super, super low float runner here. Oh man, like, what a move. I know you guys want me to talk about this. It could possibly be a fantastic trade. I don't normally look at these names, but I feel like it's going to be hard to ignore this 1150 top break right there. We wicked up there. This is probably going to go here, and when it does, yeah, I don't know where it's going to stop. Such a low float. This is what happens with these names. We do know when this story ends. It's not going to be pretty. You know, we mentioned that with that DXYZ. I mentioned that with DJT. We've mentioned that with a lot of these stocks. This is not like a Carvana or anything like that that can withhold and put out earnings and then, you know, get analyst coverage and so on and so forth. These names, they really only have one place to go eventually. And I don't mean to be sitting here just like, just look. Like, this is not on news. This is on share structure. So if you, like, this chart is not appropriate because we don't show it. Let me show this to you. What time is it quickly? Okay, we still have a couple minutes, just hold on. I just want to show everybody this because often us traders get caught up in what we see in the moment. Like, this is basically where we're coming from. So in current price of $10, it was up here at $10,000 back in 2022. Its high, 52-week high, was $402, split adjusted. So $402. So we're at $11 right now. Here we go. It's going to break 1150. Anyways, I just want to bring everyone's attention to it. It's a wicked, wicked name, and it's starting to go right here. I think we might take the long on a breakthrough 1150. Why not? So here we go. It's starting to go. It's we saw. Let's see what happens right here as it's taking out these highs as we speak.
Going to be a crazy one today. Potentially, let's talk Alphabet here. Back to the upside ever so slightly this morning, about 0.6 right now. I mean, not much. Canaccord Genuity with a nice note for Google this morning, going to 190 on a price target on a positive note here.
Yeah, Truist also chiming in, Brendo, bumping up their price target from 158 to 170. They're basically citing a healthy user engagement that continues to drive more ad spending on search and social. They expect Q1 2024 results to come slightly ahead of consensus. They believe cost containment there being done by Google is going to help bring things in line. So let's see what they do. Good luck for Google.
I was just double checking. 1.5 million I see on the free float for that WISA too.
We had that marked. I just got that from our watch list, so make sure you grab that from watchlist.tradertv.live. But yeah, what are we talking about? Google. Okay, so I was just getting my order set up for Intel short. We didn't talk about that. I still like Intel short up near 37 again with this market trying to rally up right now. No surprise if Intel does get going a little bit here early. So let's wait to see if we're able to fade that. Look, I have Google on the sticky note today. I like the catalyst. I like the upgrade. I like the positive AI talk. We had to beat up Google for a while because apparently they had no idea what they were doing with AI, as if we were always talking that didn't make any sense to me at all. Google right here, I wrote it down breaking 155.50. I mean, now that I zoom into that high yesterday was 155.60 or so. So I really like top breaks here today. We did have that, I got to clean this chart up actually because I don't know where the data was there. But anyways, there we go. We'll have to see. Here's the break. The gap fill, I feel like we can fill that right now and get back to 157. And then maybe at 157, 158, we'll think about a short if the market's not super hot. But I like the long break here on Google. I think it's an opportunity not to be missed. I don't know if I'll have it early. It probably breaks early. So this name's going to be tough for me to get into. Let's see about Google. A dip back into VWAP is just 155 right now. Yeah, I'm going to be patient, but it's on the sticky note because I love the name, just like Amazon. I think it's going to be a long today, but I'm not convinced that the long is right until the NASDAQ flushes at, like down to almost like 300 points lower or so, like 17.6-ish for me, 17.5. That's what I've written down on here. Don't know if it happens today, but I'm a little cautious on early longs. But Google looks like a good one.
You know, we're right at that 18,000. Well, 30 points from that 18,000 level. I feel like if that goes, then I probably want, like, I think I'll take the Amazon break. Obviously, we already talked about Tesla 160. But Google does set up for the same break. And when I looked at it, I just happened to like Amazon's setup. It was a little bit tighter to it. I know for sure if things get crazy, 152 is the support level I like. So I might just be too patient and have to sit this one out. I do want to show you guys something on Tesla, however, if you'll indulge me a second here. This just popped up, and usually you don't really see orders like this on Tesla. So someone's sitting there. It was 140,000 and then another 40,000 shares on EdgeX that you can see just sitting on the offer at $158.21. And it's right, see this lower high, so you're consolidating there, and this lower high, that's that massive order that was just sitting there on Tesla that in the pre-market is not gonna get chewed up. So gonna watch to see if we get a bit of an imbalance there on Tesla. It doesn't have to change anything if the stock gets to 160 for a break, but if it does, if that order follows it down and you're looking dip buy, if I see that size on the offer and it walks it all the way down into support, then maybe it's like a punch through that size, if it shows up. I mean, that's obviously a big if. You never really know whether that person's just going to stick at that price. Are they going to follow it if they don't get filled at the open? Will they put it into the auction and then maybe sell it into the opening print? Lots of ways that could play out on Tesla, but there is a big seller in there right now. So Google I like for a dip buy. I know I like it at 52. I just don't feel like we're getting that 52 today.
No?
Delta?
Yeah.
International.
We're just talking about airlines. As United's taking out the highs here right now. Nice report for United. I was just mentioning to Sharif, I read 2 or 3 stories on this earnings report this morning, and basically all of them had this underlying tone of, yeah, they beat, but the guidance they had provided was so incredibly conservative that it would have taken a pretty ugly report for them not to.
Yeah, but they're probably worried about Boeing, Brendo.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I mean, like, look, they got hit for about $200 million there as a result of the grounding that they had to do for some of their some of their airplanes. They also cut the amount of airplanes that they're expecting to receive from Boeing by about 25%. And that's their own estimation. That's not what Boeing is telling them. So conservative, as Brendo said, are they. With respect to the guidance, as Brendo mentioned, $3.75 to $4.25 per share. The street was looking for $3.75, so well above the estimate there and precipitating the big move.
Yeah, pushing on that aftermarket high right now from yesterday after this thing popped following the report right now.
Yeah, you know what's it's a strong mover. We've talked about the travel space in general on earnings and how sometimes you get these big follow-throughs, and what kind of gets lost for a lot of these is the fact that they all carry decent short floats, but it's only 5% for UAL. But you show me it's the stock holding the 50 period, and I'll like it a little bit better. So it's right there now. Obviously, it has to open and hold 44, and on earnings, you get a lot of whipsaw action. But you have this interesting consolidation area with a lot of room to get to the upside, like another 10% of room before you get to like major resistance. So I don't wonder if you don't let this one settle down, maybe don't completely write it off as an earnings trade today. Let it settle down. If it holds 44 at the open, then I think you start looking for a trend long. But anything other than holding above 44, I'm not touching it. I'm not trying to short it underneath that price. I'm just looking for a continuation play now that it's held the 50 period on the daily. I doubt I'm in this one at the open. I think it's more likely watch the opening range, allow it to do its thing in the first 30 minutes. If it's a still reasonable price and there's a trend long, I don't mind joining the trend late. But UAL is not going to be something I trade in the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or anything like that. I think we'll be a little bit more cautious. Like looking at, like I said, Tesla, Amazon, AMC, which broke that 90 level. It printed some 96s and 97s, it's right back to 92. Intel and AMD are both sitting out there. I mean, like there's so much to look at today. So I think if your shtick is trading some of the travel names or maybe even the airlines, I'm sure you're liking this consolidation for a potential move higher. And only because it's adjacent. They had a negative note about Boeing, and they decreased the expected number of deliveries. So I think they're, instead of getting like 100, they're expecting to get like 60.
Boeing?
No, UAL actually getting
expected planes. Got it.
But the good thing for the airlines, it's weird to say that any bad news is good for the airlines when it comes to Boeing. But if they're getting less planes, and they might have a few. They might have to, if they do have to cancel and maybe not run as many flights because they're not getting as much inventory from Boeing, then what they're able to do is then raise prices. And a lot of times it can have a subtle positive effect for the airlines. But anyways, Boeing's still looking weak. Throw out any idea of a breakout trade for Boeing. It might just be shorted into resistance, and if it fails 172, look for the shorts. Still looking for those consecutive updates, Boeing.
We just had some release of imbalances. I mean, we have Apple here with 185,000 to sell. That's something maybe for a pullback, as we talked a little bit about Apple possibly buying some dips. But again, everything's up right now. The market's up 0.5%. I really like what we're seeing right now. There's that Pac B that Neil talked about a little bit yesterday. We saw Kathy Wood value destruct this name as well, and shareholder wealth. And then here comes Intel back in for a sell. But I mean, I'm just showing you there's not much on here. Normally, we'd be excited if there was something in the couple 100,000. not EGOX here for 3 cents. There's really nothing on here. CCL, we talked about, you know, some of the travel names there with UAL, so that's on there. An interesting name for me is TSM today. Again, on ASML worries. Nice drop into the 50-period moving average. We've really sort of supported that. We had that early look last week on early release of earnings, and then you get it up there 136, 135. So I think these are some good dip buy opportunities in ASML. Google's starting to head downside as well right now, so that's down into 155, making a 155.60 break look a little bit better actually. And then as Tesla goes, it's going lower. I mean, this is its lowest point in the pre-market, like right now. So yeah, my number one trade idea today is a long for Tesla, and I am sitting here near 156. So I'm going to take that bid. I'm actually at 155.60, but it's 158 right now. I think we can put a bid at 156. So let's sit. I'm going to cancel that. Sit in and around a little closer to 156 right here. You see this bottom, this is why I was sitting there. That's 155.70, so that's where we were. But let's start it at 156, but then, yeah, you know what? I mean, here we go. Maybe I should put that order back in. Maybe we're not. Maybe we're fine being down there. All right, Tesla, just joking aside, 156 and change. Let's start the bidding there with Tesla and then buy a little bit lower if we get into that. I like Tesla on dip buys. That's going to be probably the first thing I get into, especially with this market turning like this. So, all right, we go throw to Sharif, wrap it up, and then we'll blast this market off.
All right, today, guys, on How to Trade It, Darren and I are going to be talking about Volume Spike Surprise, a guide to uncovering hidden momentum. Make sure to check that out with Darren and I at 11.
Ooh, surprises. We all like surprises. Surprise, Intel's already moving down with that little bit of a pullback that we just had in the market. So when you want to short the pop, sometimes there isn't a pop to be shorted. It's worth noting. NVIDIA also backed off the 885 level. I think we've shown most of the chip names with the exception of NVIDIA. So NVIDIA super strong yesterday, double top, 885. Looks like it's going to start to pull back. If this starts to go, we want to short a pop on Intel. Well, we might have to adjust plans depending on what happens in this final minute. Only in AMC right now. SMCI, for those that are still tracking, this also just turned off the $1,000 level. Like it wicked 1,000. It's starting to pull back. This could put some pressure on the chips at said open. That's going to make AMD. Yeah, AMD just pulled back. So that 165, it's in the rear view right now.
Yeah.
All of a sudden. So you got to be patient, right? Like this is what patience is all about. Obviously, you were very, very tight to that 165.
I don't think you were going to trade ASML. People are asking if you had a trade on that. I think we were just looking at it. Right?
And the other thing too, ASML is an Amsterdam stock. So it's like you're trading the ADR. I don't like trading those at all when they're still open, like after it closes maybe, but no. ASML is more of a bellwether for me, and it had me favoring shorting at least one chip name, specifically Intel. As we are now 3, 2, and 1, ring it.
All right, yeah, good look on that one, Miss Adera, so thank you for that. All right, we're gonna look at XPeng. We already have that sort of a trade. Looking for that. We're waiting for Intel. Intel's coming back in. Look at the future starting to push lower. So we will wait to see if Intel does anything. XPeng, it is a New York stock, and it is potentially not open yet, so we'll wait to see if this dips down into 7-ish area. We'll be bidding on that one. Here comes Tesla. So Tesla is making that move down.
At the low yet?
Look at the it's way at the low now. Look at the futures here. We are starting to push lower. I mean, I already mentioned that we were looking short today, but how short is the question, and when will the longs come in? Because I'm not short anything yet.
NVIDIA broke the.
NVIDIA, oh yeah. So let's settle down a little bit here because the market's starting to move in our favor for dip buys. It's just, do we want them?
So NVIDIA just broke 885 and rejected the other direction when it came down to 882. The only thing I'm in is that AMC from the pre-market when it broke yesterday's high. So it broke yesterday's high, got some out. It got to like 97. It actually got to 98 and I got some. If it can hold VWAP, I like it. But if this is going to fail a breakout like everything else, I don't want to hold it past the 280 level. So it'll be a relatively tight stop early. AMD is continuing to flush down here. Where the heck is Intel?
I took a shot.
No chance,
Whoops.
Intel.
What just happened there?
I'm just going to cancel 3650.
Oh, NVIDIA
We're not
in and
going
out.
to get that in
My
a
bad.
second. But we're not going to get Nvidia. We're not going to get a pop and fade on Intel the way this stock is going. So we'll have to again back off of that one a little bit there. Rivian was the other one that we're saying.
The wrong price.
Rivian already heading to the downside. So again, just going to have to be a little bit patient. None of these levels are really coming in as you're waiting for the dip buys. Tesla's not exactly at the lows, but it got really close to support.
I
should
have bought that one.
150. It got to 156.5, but 155 was the afternoon support level on them. And Amazon, just going back over Amazon. Amazon's holding the top for a potential break. So this didn't dump with everything else, which does still set it up for that breakout trade. So that could still some strength over there.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, lots of strength here. So we went 1-1. So right now we are up. We are nicely up right now. We have NVIDIA. NVIDIA is $4 in the money. Right now it was just at $8.87. Now it's $3. Good trade there. We are net positive on it. Look what we did the first time. We went long there, then broke it out, but I put the wrong price. I wanted 881. I put 882.98. So once we broke through 882, we got stopped out there. Wrong price, but it's okay. We bought it back. It's just I had to sacrifice like $2 worth of profit there to get this trade back. So right now, here we go. It's a big one already here today. So we're really, really proud of that trade so far. So let's just hold on to it and see what happens. If the market rallies, we have NVIDIA potentially at the bottom, worth holding on. There's your thing there about Tesla right now coming into 156.50 again. I'm going to try to be patient and wait on this. We already have NVIDIA. I'm happy with that. The XPeng, quickly to see what that opened up at right now. Was that our sawing that you heard in your ear?
Honestly, I couldn't figure out what the heck that
I don't know what that was. Okay, but anyways, XPEV not getting to 770. We know we like that trade. There was Palantir news. If you have a trade, let me know. I'm just going through some stuff to try to find levels. Palantir 20. Okay, so not
Tesla's
doing anything.
Trying to bounce. AMD is trying to bounce.
I'm just waiting for Tesla.
So there's a seller on
Where's Google at?
AMC. If we come in here, I did say I want to give it a tight stop. So it was a breakout trade. It could not hold the breakout, like that original breakout price. Got some out there when it got to the 1-to-1. But if it's not going to show buyers higher, then I'm just going to stay away from it. AMD, before we go to Adara, just very quickly. Advanced micro devices there. So you see NVIDIA was taking out that top, but AMD nowhere close to it. So it's looking weak off that 165 level. So another day, the resistance is in there. I guess if it gets up there, we'll have to short the pop. It's just adjusting on Intel.
Everything is coming in now.
I'm looking at that pre-market high. I'll probably fade it off the pre-market high. If we're not going to get anything higher, I'll have to look there. Adara.
Just be aware of INVO here. It did just halt up over over 220%. Catalyst for this one is Q4 earnings yesterday after close. Sales at 1.38 million, significantly up year over year from 278,000. So nice sales number here, pushing Invo Bioscience to the upside here, guys.
Yeah, well, it's Invo, not Indo. That one.
Well, what's it smoking? It's smoking on some profits. Okay, so we have right now, we've got Tesla long. It did come in, guys, to our level right there. So there goes NVIDIA up and down. We're actually fine on this. There's really nothing to complain about, but it did just drop out. So we could have taken profit up there. At least we did on one and then out again. So we will be red on NVIDIA. Unfortunately. Okay, so that's that. Now we'll look over here. I still want to get into NVIDIA. I just didn't want to. It's a little early to be dancing around with some of this for sure. Google's now 10 cents in the money. We wanted to buy this. We're long at 85. Let's see a break. That high right there is 13. Let's put some, okay, well, now we're starting to break on Google. Let's put something there. There it is. Okay. See, damn you, NVIDIA, honestly. As it goes right back up. Come on, NVIDIA. Are you kidding me? All right, Tesla's sick with it. That one's to the downside right now as we start to get low. Yeah, 155 coming in right now. So we are long at 155.70 right now and not looking the greatest. NVIDIA, honestly, come on, dog. We'll have to be patient and wait for that one. Google's starting to go again. 156.20. There it is right now. It is on here. We have Tesla number one. We have Google on here, and we have Intel. So there goes Tesla right now, Neil. We are huge on this one.
Yeah, it just broke 56s. I just took some out at 56.25.
Yes,
I think I got the quarters. Looking for, look, it's obviously, like it dipped a heck of a lot faster than you would have expected. So into yesterday's close price, 157 even. If it can break that, I think you look at the 157 half for an out there in front of pre-market low. So I want to go station to
We're
station.
$1 now.
The market is absolutely, I mean, the market reversed.
It's killer.
But here we go. We're up about $1.20 on this, but I'd like to see it hold above VWAP for any stretch of time. And let's go to Adara.
Just be aware of this move up here in UNH, United Healthcare, up on decent volume here, up almost 4%. They had earnings yesterday before market open, so we're still seeing some positive analyst notes on that. Also some interesting, decent amount of interest on Twitter there as well. Also has been selected to serve Medicaid members in Michigan through their comprehensive healthcare program. So a couple interesting catalysts that could be giving UNH a move up about 4% off the open, guys.
So DJT was going haywire at in the open, and then the selling that's I gotta unplug this. The selling that's going off on DJT, it fell $2. I wanted a flat bottom break. Obviously, it went to the upside first. That's a super big reversal. I got to be looking for the short here. I paid for locates to be able to take this. The bottom break will be 22.5. I want a short pops. I'm going to look at 20. Maybe 23.5 looks like it would be a level. So if it curls off 23.5 or just flat out breaks yesterday's low, I want that DJT short for sure. Tesla's leveling off at 156.5, and now NVIDIA's starting to go.
You want all that
again.
Smoke, all that DJT smoke?
Well, we'll see. It's not really smoke, is it?
I don't know.
Intel just
I'm
can't
not
even.
looking at it.
Intel can't even get to the price that I want to fade it. It's now at VWAP and turning around. So I'm going to take the trade where we short it off of the pre-market low. It'll be a relatively tight stop for that setup because I'm not getting it at the, like the I almost said Apex, the A plus price. Apex. That's like an Apex Predator.
Predator, yeah. We talked
Nothing
about
to
that,
do with the
about that
stock.
the other day there.
No, actually, my daughter and I were talking about Apex Predators yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
In the car home from swimming.
That's
He's like,
a
what's
good-
the Apex Predator of this? What's Apex? I'm like, Daddy doesn't know all of these things, sweetheart.
You don't? Okay. So Tesla is falling back a little bit right now. So I mean, to be expected, I guess. We've already taken some profit on this. My only losing trade right here is going to be NVIDIA, and it shouldn't be, and it is. So what are we going to do about that? Nothing. We should have. I mean, look, our stop was there at 882 break. It does get as low as 881. It broke VWAP. It broke the 50-period moving average. For me, those are rules that I need to follow. So we're going to just keep doing that. Look at Google. Google's almost, again, into the dollar club. So we've already put Tesla in the club today. We put NVIDIA in the club for the right way and then the wrong way. And now Tesla's back in there. But just to show you guys, like we're up. Like Google and NVIDIA are a wash, and then we have Tesla that's trying to print a little bit for us. So let's see if it will work out. But for now, we'll go get a story up with Adara.
The Children's Place on the move this morning, currently up about 30%. Nice volume spike on that last 3-minute candle that we had. Initially, this one gapped down on earnings February 8th. Then we've had a slew of stories since then with regards to funding from this METAC Capital. Today, we get a story that Children's Place has entered into an unsecured and subordinated $90 million term loan from METAC Capital. So basically some new financing, bringing PLCE to the upside. Worth noting as well, they do have a short float of about 20%, guys.
Okay.
Thank you, Adara, for that. We're noticing here that Tesla has just come right back in again. So
Another bounce.
yeah, we tried. I did not buy that dip. I did not even notice that it was happening until I looked over and I was like, what? Because we're looking at Google and that's still going higher. So this is what we talk about when it's like a tale of different stories every day in the market. You know, you could be really liking one position and the other one's the one that goes. We wrote down Google for the long. We really like that one. We were able to take that on a dip there. Kind of lucky to get that dip. I mean, not lucky, but you know, that dip happened, so we took it. And then here we go again. Did we just load? No, we did not. I do want to, you got some. I wanted to buy the dip down there.
No, 18s. It filled, like the low's
18s is
8,
great.
but I got 18s and it just printed back up at 60s. Like essentially it went 50 cents and I just took that. Watch out for Apple. Oh goodness, I knew I forgot something. As I got into Intel, here, I'm just gonna slap the fail on myself. Intel, and I typed Intel and I meant to type Apple. Intel's starting to go down. No, Apple, where do you think Apple just went to and turned? It went right into yesterday afternoon's high and put the curl. So when I miss that trade, I don't want to chase it. And if it comes back up there, I want to be very, very patient about looking for that same short. So we might have missed an opportunity on Apple there. As I said, Intel actually working back into the downside, but my first idea was to short the pop and the resistance on Intel. Then it set up the other trade, which is a consolidation after breaking the low. Yesterday's bottom is 35.75, so I'm going to get another bid out there and then see if we can hold for whatever the dream might be. And watch out for like Nvidia giving up that breakout. SMCI
Damn you, Nvidia.
holding above 1,000. Like, this is what I was talking about earlier, where you just can't sit there and think that these are all going in the same direction as a group anymore. It's just not the case. SMCI is doing its own thing. Obviously, NVIDIA is doing its own thing. Intel's been doing its own thing for a while. Just don't get lumped into thinking you can see one chip going and they should follow the rest. They're all very different beasts, and I think earnings season's probably going to exacerbate that issue, not make it more clear. So I did reload Tesla. I'd love for this to get and hold above VWAP and get 157.5, but I don't know that I want to take a third stab at this at 155. So we're just going to back off reloading it a third time on the bid. Amazon has been nothing for me. I have, like, it's holding 84, so I still have a breakout trade for 185 set to go if it breaks. But if it doesn't break, I sit here staring at Amazon forever.
We're right now, you can put it on the board. It is an official Dollar Club member right now. So there it is, Google. It is your trade idea. I try to be as confident as I can with all these trades. We are long. My number one stock and the number one stock today, I believe, is Tesla, and we're long that name and we're crushing it. Google long. We are long right here at 155.80. So that's another one, and that's at 156.90. So here it is right now. We should clip that, post this, because this is Sticky Note Nation, and it's hitting again. So there it goes, man. We'll tweet that out. Good job so far for Google. Let's just see if Tesla can go. It just bounced. We just got a good fill there at 70. Like for this to keep going. Will it, though, is the other question. Right now, let's hold out hope for Tesla to get back up to the upside, as here it goes. One more out up here. We might as well. Oh, I just put an offer at 87. There it goes. Yes, sir. So we will ring the register right now on Tesla as it goes all the way back up to the upside. And we just keep doing what we said we do, man. Buy some of these dips on Tesla. Let's go, man. 156.20 is where we're sitting right now. It is that Dollar Club on Google. So maybe we'll take it out here at 157. Why not? There it goes. It's a nice upside move. It's Google, and it's for me. I'll make more money on Tesla, but this for me is the trade of the day. I just didn't get as many shares as we wanted, but it's starting to go to the upside. It's a ripper. It's Google and Tesla right now.
This DJT is like a massive roller coaster. Tesla net just found a 156 top. I'll get there in a second. It cannot seem to break 156 now, but I want to hold for that break because I think it should be able to shoot $1 if it does go through. DJT went 25 to 23 and is back up to 24. Maybe it's just a double top fade. And DXYZ, this was the other one that we were looking for a flat bottom break on. That did the exact same move. Like, it went to the upside, heavy move up, like 15%, and then retesting lower. So it still has a chance to break that bottom. There, Tesla just broke through 156.
Oh, yes.
So now it's through the 156 level. I think this is where we get into 157.5. Obviously, when it was resistance and then the resistance there, I like getting out of the trade when it shows me a lot of weakness on a dip buy and just try and take that profit. So we're going to be very, very patient with Tesla. I want to hold it for that extra move, but I do not want to necessarily reload a third time. Not want to get out of pocket with this. AMD is looking so weak right now, and this was a little bit unexpected, especially with the move we saw in SMCI. So I'm trying to be really, really patient about joining this one because I hate shorting at the bottom. But if this isn't going to break VWAP, and I wanted to short some chips today, I've already got Intel. I'm thinking VWAP can be the thing. The previous close was also 163.5, so that gives you a nice area of resistance, and it would still be putting in lower highs. So let's see it get up there, patiently make a little bit of a curl. If it does, we can go short. If it doesn't, we don't have to bother fighting it. Amazon still hasn't made that breakout just yet, but it is creeping up there. If it takes 185, I'm going to look for that long on Amazon.
All right. I like all that talk as well. We are, we just tweeted this out as well. This is what we're talking about. Every day we talk about planning your trade, trading your plan. There's Google. Boom. I mean, this is exactly what we put on the sticky note. We're in it. It's now $2 in the money, and we just took that out. Sorry, $1.20 in the money. So we just took some of that out at 157 flat. We did take it out on the way up. We still have 20%. There's the cash register. All right, so we still got a decent trade on there for that one. So we'll just, we'll just relax and sit back and, again, sip some of that cognac. We'll see if Tesla, though, wants to get going. We only have 3 trades today.
Where are you going to wash your laundry?
In some kind of a, where I'm going to wash my laundry?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't wash laundry, my guy, but if I were, it would be in the laundry mat.
Well, that's the line.
That is the line, yes.
Obviously the line.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, my clothes are very much washed, but it's just not. Shout out to my lovely wife. But she's the best. And you should have seen all the, I don't know, man. We got 2 kids and a lot of activities at my house. And the laundry is like every single day I see her, I am like, thank God, because like it is absolutely a nightmare. And she handles that with grace.
I will promise you this.
That is for
no matter how crazy you think laundry is, I thought like you have kids, and I've heard stories from other people. My roommate in university is one guy would do a full load of laundry every single day.
Yeah.
It made absolutely no sense to me. I'm like, you're one person.
But that's like OCD.
100% he had.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm talking about like need. Like this is
ridiculous.
like,
It's a lot of water.
Anyway, nothing wrong with laundry.
I just got into
Tan
DJT. So I wanted to short first a breakdown, but I said I'll look for a lower high on DJT. It just wicked the $24 level. So this is similar to yesterday, but not the exact one 2 days ago. So I'm short it when it came back underneath 24 with a stop to the local high. So that's 24.15. I think I probably put my stop at 20 because it's just give it 5 cents above. And if it falls back into the low, I want to see if I can hold this in 23 and then a potential bottom break, as we are going to Adara apparently.
Keep an eye on WW International, formerly known as Weight Watchers here at WW. Not seeing any news on this one right now. They do have a short float of about 17% popping up on volume here. So WW on watch this morning, guys.
Thank you, Adara. I wanted to check out WeSaw as well. I am averaging into Tesla. The thing, I don't know. I just want to check in on it because I know we sort of missed it and we were looking at it because I was like, why have I not gone long on a 7 break on WeSaw yet? All right, so I'm going to give this to 154. We could turn red on this name. It would suck if it was true. Okay, so it did not take that 1150. Look at that 1150 level that we talked about. It came pretty much into play twice. Right there when we almost had the break, because I have the order in to break it. And then it almost came again off the open, but only got to 11. Tesla broke, yeah. So Tesla's right there right now, down through 155. It did break, right? It got to 154.90. I'm giving this name, as we said, to 154.50. So if we get a move upside there, we will be able to cash some of that out because it is nearing a trouble spot. So I'm going to put some offers there in the 40s just to see if we could take some kind of profit. I don't want to be like too frugal with it, although I do realize that is what that would be. And then I'm going to put another order at 80 because, again, we have some shares on this name and we're long right here right now. Oh, sorry, was I not on Tesla? Oh. There it is. So now we've bought this dip there. We bought 155s. Our average price is 25, well in sort of the area of handleability. For me on this trade. So we'll sit here. There it is. A nice move up. Here we go, man. We are putting Tesla in the pipe and puff and passing it. So we'll pass it over to Neil right now. He's got DJT. So you got 2 shorts on.
Dude, DJT just bounced off VWAP. Like, it ran in the
Tesla.
money. I got filled at VWAP for a 50-cent move on DJT. And in the next set of prints, it's right back at my entry price. So when I see that, it's like, do you want to reload there? My answer is no. If it's floating up that quickly, it's like, okay, fine, I got profit. Thankfully, this can't turn into a loser unless I miss my stop, but I'm not going to reload it at this price. So we got what we got. Tesla, someone just said Tesla's making lower lows. I'd agree, Tesla's making lower lows. I think this might need to hold VWAP or maybe even retest yesterday's bottom. So I'm going to back off of Tesla. I got to double check Amazon here. Okay, Amazon's nowhere near that breakout price. Apple, by the way, though, Apple's right back up into that high. So here comes Apple looking for another retest of that 170 and a half area as the market's pulling back. What, ARM broke 120? Shoot.
120.
Apple short or ARM short?
Man, this, yeah, I don't know. possibly look at NVIDIA. First of all, guys, Tesla is cooking, man. Let's face slap that one. We're long now, Tesla, 155.14, and we're just scalping it out as well. So, I mean, there it is. Look at all of these plays on Tesla. And again, it's sticky note number 1 right there for me. So it is going to be my P&L 1 right now. We've made and lost the same amount of money on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is tanking right now.
ARM was the greatest short break ever.
No, man, look at 880. NVIDIA is giving you...
Oh, never mind.
NVIDIA...
I didn't see NVIDIA.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you for that one. I didn't see this either. That's why I got a little excited there. NVIDIA is falling out of bed, baby. 161 now for AMD. Man, we're getting excited. I did not write this on the sticky note today for shorts because the market was up, and we were thinking, honestly here, that this market had a chance to hold today. It's definitely not. We said that we would short in and around 18,000. We actually did not do that. Some of the dip buys came in. We took advantage of it. But now that this market is trying to crack lower, where did we get yesterday, I think, is a question for discussion now. Because yesterday's bottom, 17.84, 17.8. Okay, so we're about 100 handles away from a potential bottom right now. So there is 80 handles away. There is a chance for a rebound here. I don't think this move is that shallow yet, but we're still in all of the names that we've been in, man. We got out of a lot of Google up there. We talked a little bit about that. I hope maybe you guys did as well. But the market is a funny thing, and it looks like it wants to head a little southbound here heading into the day. So we'll watch out for that. Good out there for Google. We're being very, very careful here with Tesla, but we need to find a short. I'm sure your Intel's doing well. I don't know if DJT cares about the market.
DJT doesn't care about the market, and I'm not reloading at that at a lower high. If it breaks the top, then I might look at that actual high of the day. Intel just gave a fill under VWAP, so it's holding the stair step down, but obviously, like that NVIDIA, who could see that reversal necessarily coming? But ARM, the flat bottom break at 120 on ARM was a pretty good breakdown. This is the one day, like we're not looking at that flat bottom break. The days that I'm looking at it, it doesn't break. The day that you don't look at it is the day that it goes. So the best way to think about this is if you're looking for a key breakdown on a support level, you should just every single day put the order out and be ready for it to happen. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, you don't trade it. That was the case with Rivian at $10. Now ARM has broken this 120, and you had a pretty clean move. Now, if it comes back up and gives you the opportunity to short 120 a second time, which it's probably not going to do at this point, then great. But all I can do now is I'm not hitting the bottom here and to avoid. I'd rather see if I can't short the pop. AMD. This gives you a chance to at least look for a fade off of the afternoon support levels at 162.5. Wow, that market came in. And the live distraction.
What was happening there?
Well, remember when I was like, I'm going to go look at ARM, and I was like, oh, Apple's at the short level, and I'm like, oh my goodness, ARM broke 120, and I went over and I looked at ARM, and I was like, do I see a trade there? Well, that was at the cost of Apple at 170.5, and it just busted 170.
Yeah, I get it.
So, it happens, but I actually thought ARM might have been breaking 120, and I could have actually gotten that short. It just so happens it was already through. So bye-bye Apple, bye-bye just about everything here. I'm assuming SMCI has given up 1,000. If it hasn't, then nothing makes sense. Yup, and spectacularly.
Okay.
This could be the day to short SMCI back to VWAP. I'm going to look for that short setup. I've only ever taken one setup on SMCI. I've taken it 3 times in 1 year, and each time it was a failed breakout. So here's SMCI chart. Here's SMCI, failed breakout.
Oh, yeah.
Bounced, consolidation, VWAP, short the consolidation. So that's what I'm going to look for on SMCI. Not there yet, but it's a setup that's worked a few times on this stock.
All right. Sound the alarms right now. We have Amazon long at 70 right now. We just took some out at 90. Let's see where we go. So that's kind of what I'm dealing with now here on Amazon. Would like a retracement back up, but we are definitely, as we can all clearly see, underneath right now. We're underneath VWAP on the market. If we do bounce back, we want to get strong names. I think we've talked about that enough here. The strategies, looking for stronger names, looking for better plays as we move forward. So here we go. We wanted to get Amazon on the short. I feel like we did that here. Let's just see, on the long. If it came in, we wanted Amazon. So that's what it's doing right now. Let's see if we can hit something now with Amazon and a long. So we're going to hold on to this and see what's going on. DJT, I guess, starting to rip now?
See, and this is why I said don't reload the stock.
Right.
Like I got it. Like, remember the move. I had a short consolidation that went 150 cents in a matter of seconds after getting filled at VWAP. It was right back up. Like one print at VWAP and then like one or two prints and it was right back up at the top. Didn't reload, couldn't turn it negative because we had gotten profit, but you've got to adhere to your stop level. This might halt on the way up at some point. It's just made $1, but it's probably gonna have to go a little bit more than that. If it does go into a halt state, I'll let you guys all know the goods, but I'm not looking to trade any halts or breakouts on this. I'm looking for the fades. DXYZ, not having the same fate. So this still looks like the original plan should be good to go. And as a matter of fact, this is holding underneath VWAP. So as I was distracted by DJT, I actually didn't realize that you're holding underneath VWAP on DXYZ. Could be setting us up for like a 34 and a half short. So that one's headed upside. Intel's still looking okay. Apple, and we probably missed our opportunity in Apple. We can be patient. If it gets back to the high, we'll take another shot at it.
Let's just go siren again because, one more time, and we'll tweet this out and all that stuff. But this is the trade idea number one for me today. It's Tesla, and it's going to be P&L number one for me, and it is starting to go to the upside again, and we just took advantage of that one more time. So I'm not going to reload this trade, and I'm not going to get out anymore. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. The market's making new lows right now, okay, and continuously going down. So just be careful. The market's breaking lows right now. This does not look good. This is that level we said 17.4 is where I want to buy the market. But for today, 17.8 flat, which is 80 handles away. And just a stone's throw away is Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by VinFast. You can join them at the Montreal Electric Vehicle Show 2024, where VinFast Auto will proudly present its latest in electric luxury. Discover the sleek VF8 and the spacious VF9 at both 580 Montreal Olympic Stadium from April 19th, from booth 580 Montreal Olympic Stadium from April 19th to 21st. Experience cutting-edge technology and superior performance with an exclusive test drive of the VF8. Don't miss VinFast's showcase of innovation and commitment to green transportation. See you at MEVS 2024 for a glimpse into the future of driving.
Trash talk Rivian a bit before, but if the market's going down and Tesla's going down and everything else is going down and Rivian's making higher lows and holding to the upside, and maybe it's trying to make that double bottom breakout. So this is $8.90. I'm gonna do the pivot and I'm looking for the breakout. What you have is a double top. It holds the previous lows, showing relative strength. If it takes out the top, it's got a short float, all that good stuff. I'm gonna go for the long there. Next fill on Intel is, where am I sitting on the bid here? Yeah, all right, whatever. I'm just gonna get to where it's bidding now at the 90, just out in front of, just underneath these 95, just bid in front of 90 instead of on the other side of it. I want the low of the day, but it's giving you the stair step down, short the pop situation. But it doesn't make any sense to me why Rivian's relatively strong, so I'm gonna use that relative strength and hopefully take advantage of that move to the upside, relative strength move to the upside, because I just saw Tesla not holding on. Like, this is stair stepping down.
Yeah, Tesla's
doesn't make any sense. And DJT, for everyone still looking at it, I mean, Intel, whatever, it's kind of holding and slowly working, but DJT didn't halt, but it's holding higher. This is squeezing. It was not my plan to go long the stock, so the best I'll do is take what I can out of the short and then just wait. I'm not going to sit there forcing the trade on DJT. Just because I want to short it doesn't mean I'm shorting every single pop. Got to wait for something better to set up.
Yeah, we're almost getting out of this. We will still be positive because we had all those outs on Tesla, but here it comes. 154.50 is going to break, and that's our stop, and then that is that, because, again, we are not going to put ourselves into a spot where, we're going to have a good idea and then turn red on it when we have, look at all of these wins. If I hold this to, whatever. If it breaks lower, it breaks lower. It would suck to have that happen. It looks like it's going to happen. But there it goes. So where's my out? Okay, well now I need to find out where my out is there. Okay, it should be coming out right now as well. So, okay, a little bit of a break here. I don't go right at 154.50, but it's right there, 10 cents lower. We will be stopped out of Tesla. But the market's fading out again right now. We did take advantage, just real quick. I think we got to go over to Adara. But we did take advantage of Amazon, but this one's going to drop out as well. We're going to need to start to look for some shorts like ASAP. So, was that a call for Adara? Yep, all right, let's go.
Lots of EV strength this morning, keeping the SPY to the upside. We also had some positive analyst notes on a series of Meg 7 names. So in general, on a day that's pretty light on data, nice look right now for the S&P 500. We do have two Fed speakers, both after the bell today. They're going to be Fed's Mester and Bowman. Right now, though, basically just individual names moving this market today, including UAL, United Airlines, up over 11% off of its earnings beat, including an impressive earnings per share number here, a much smaller loss than expected. CEO also saying that he's confident that the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. So interesting look there for UAL. We also have DJT, as mentioned there by Neil, pretty strong today after a couple days of selling off. Right now up just under 9%. Last but not least here, Google getting a couple positive analyst notes. Truist raising its price target, and so is Canaccord Genuity with regards to Google's AI strength. So lots of names to the upside to keep an eye on, guys.
Yeah, you know, with all of this, the NASDAQ only just went red, and it's like 0.4, 0.2 to the downside. That's a moving target, obviously. AMD got to VWAP, so in the quest to look for something else short, after missing out on ARM, I'm Neil. I waxed poetic about ARM breaking support, and then the day, I did have it one time through 121, and I just didn't have it through 20 today. But VWAP on AMD, I'll give it to the local high. I look back and I'm like, when I first mentioned this, I did actually say previous close 163.5. So if I'm shorting 162.5, I'll have to go local stop, and if it gets up there, put a different trade on. Just put a separate trade on, not work this trade into that one, but take this trade. If it works, great. If it doesn't, look for the other trade back in the previous close. And the idea that this isn't going to stay green on the session. The only things that are really weak, as you already mentioned, Sean, NVIDIA, is at the low, so that's why I looked for a chip name to go short. Like, it's not looking that bad on a lot of other things. Like, but NVIDIA, remember NVIDIA was up $15 from previous close at one point. So this is failing a breakout. That's what makes these moves so nasty sometimes. When it's a failed breakout, you've trapped a few extra people. On the bid in front of 162, oh, that's real genius, Neil. Why would you ever bid the exact 162 even? No, I just moved it to 05. So I just took the ring the register on AMD, but this is about pivoting, like Fed pivot. We were looking for a 165 breakout on AMD. I was looking for a 185 breakout on Amazon. Neither one of those things happened. The chip started trending down. We're like, well, what can we do? We'll short a VWAP pop and then just get what we can out of it. Rivian, you are still... all right, whatever. Rivian's still in the same pocket range. As long as it doesn't break the low, I'll still go for the breakout trade. If everything else breaks the low and it doesn't, then I like the chance for this to hold up for a breakout. But even this is starting to fall. I can look at Peloton. Absolutely, Hobo in the chat.
Hobo.
Probably missed a good chance to short this. Or, nah, not really.
Or
I
did
suppose, no, because I would have been shorting it off of yesterday's levels, if anything, and I don't know that I would have been able to. I guess it only went 3 cents against you. Yeah, it probably would have been a winning short. But the $3 break still in play. So thank you for that, Hobo. I probably have to pay 1/8 of 1 cent for locates, which is well worth it if $3 breaks.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we finally got into something short here. It's going to be AMD. We are out of Amazon. Amazon broke, but we took profit on it. It was fine, just not as good as obviously it could have been. We'll try to take. There it is, whatever. We'll take 20 cents there. Hopefully this falls back in and breaks, obviously, this level that we're most concerned with right now on this name. That's AMD 162. So let's see if we do get that break. We are now short on AMD. I was giving this one to 163, so we don't have a full position on yet. So we'll just try to scalp out a little bit of profit and wait to see if it makes that move down. We're nervous about the market right here, as we talked about that. So what we're doing is quite simply waiting. We got out of Google. We'll wait for a pullback in on that name. We will also wait for AMD to get down. And we're still in Tesla. It's getting close right now. I was at 154.25. I just wanted to give it that one extra little bit down, but it looks like it will wind up costing me another 30 cents here so far. So these longs today, obviously, I think we've done well. Okay, now it just came out. I feel like we've done well taking some of these longs, but at the end of the day, when you hold the longs and this is the market, it's not going to work out. So Tesla down there near a bottom, possibly something to look at. Here goes AMD starting to break, and you see how easy it is when you go short something. This is what can happen. So there it is, right there. Almost immediately going into my number one stock. We're still net positive on Tesla. We're net positive on Google. We will be down on Amazon and down on NVIDIA and then up. So we're today, if we're just looking at straight numbers of stocks, we'll be 3 wins, 2 losses with a flat P&L. So it hasn't been great.
Bitcoin breaking low today.
Oh, God. Okay, if Bitcoin's breaking, honestly, I feel like this market's going to break with it.
Head.
NQ, 100-point short. Good job, Dan Emmons. I mean, we talked about this short all day. I wrote it down on the sticky note. Yeah, I think we are timbering. We wanted to go short today. We called it, but unfortunately, some of the longs that we had just kept on going down. So 3 and 2 today, flat day, but it's only 10 o'clock.
Dominic says I'm missing a great banger in EDBL. You know what's interesting? I had to. You guys didn't know. I didn't say anything about this, but I had like a really, really bad like nerve pain in my hip flexor, and over the weekend I needed some edibles to relieve that pain. I'm afraid to admit it, and it actually did a good job. I have no idea what EDBL is, and if that's even the business they're in, but who cares? Coinbase is breaking down. Bitcoin is taking out lows. I think if we're going to look for trends, that setup where you break a low, you consolidate off that bottom, and then flush. Well, I went to AMD, and AMD gave you that. If you did it in SMCI, like if you did the same setup in SMCI, it came into 990, not quite the VWAP, but the pre-market lows, fell $15. So the shorts are just like, when they set up, they're just kind of working really, really quickly. And I'm not seeing anything that I like to the long side. So you could be right about looking for small caps and squeeze names to look for the long. That's why I was thinking Rivian could have been the one, but it's not really breaking out. AMC. We took actually the only thing that we're down on was a small loss on AMC, and that's mostly because we tightened up our stop on AMC. Like I only gave it to them, and now it's going to break out the top. So I might just go back to the well being, I mean in the general sense it's dry on AMC, but it's up 10% today. So why not? VWAP retrace or bids holding above 3, I might look for that, but I like the VWAP setup here. This time of day I'd rather buy a dip than take a top rate.
It looks like, as far as Amazon is concerned, anyways, we might have like officially took out the bottom on ourselves there. So here's Amazon. Like we talked about this yesterday. Again, I can't remember who talked about it, but it's like, how come you always can have the top and the bottom or stuff like that? Well, how about the bottom? So right there on Amazon, you could see that was obviously not the good pickup there for me, but that's why we just slightly turn that stock red.
I have a saying about
which kind of sucks.
Getting tops and bottoms, regardless of whether the trade's a win or a loss, means you are executing at the right prices, because it means you're making a decision where you should be making a decision. And if you're making the wrong decision, then at least you're learning something really well, which is when I make a bottom wick here, then I was looking at AMC at the right price to make a decision. My decision was to give up the breakout trade. But what I can take a step back is say, if I'm dip buying, allow it to wick that, and then same place where I'd be stopping out of a breakout trade is the place where if I'm not in it, I want to look for other people stopping out, and then you can get in on a dip buy. There's always something to be learned. When you have like those types of.
Are you short any? You're short Intel.
Just Intel and AMDs. We got AMD at VWAP 162.5. It's about to take out that low.
Let's go.
The market is fading very, very quickly. Don't forget about NVIDIA 850. It bounced hard off 850. If we get that 850 price today, I think it's probably worth some kind of a long.
Okay, here we go, guys. With this move down, we're positive. So good move today here. Good thing we changed up our game plan one more time and went over. We didn't change it up. We just said, forget about these longs, man. Even though Tesla's starting to bounce, I'm not getting FOMO on this one. We're still up on it. I'm happy with that. Google, we've taken out a good price level there. Amazon, I'm not happy with. What can we do? And then NVIDIA, we talked about 860 bottom. I didn't think we would get to there. We are long, of course, short on AMD, so I don't necessarily want to go long right now on NVIDIA, but we are tanking down right now for a nice little level there. Look at what's happening with AMD, guys. We have enough shares on board just to like get out of this right now, so I'm going to put on something here, get out at 50 right there, basically smoke it. Good trade there. P&L number one, it overtook Google. So just right there, because we got confident and we're able to get the reload on that one, it's a good trade there for AMD short. Great trade for Intel short off 36. We chose, I mean, Intel's too boring. It's a good trade. It's just boring a little bit. So we'll just watch out for AMD and see if that one wants to keep doing its thing here.
If AMD breaks a low, I'm trailing it at this bottom. Whenever I see it, I'm going to get to DJT in a second because it's still holding higher. If we hold this bottom on AMD, I think it has a chance to give us reloads off VWAP. If it breaks and holds under, this stock should see 160 bucks. So I'm already going to be bidding 160 or out in front of 160 at Will Clark. And then I don't want this back above that 50 level, continuing to look weak. DJT is one of the few things that's still looking strong, and it's consolidating higher. So in Bizarro world, this is what can happen. I'm not going to speak about the positives of the stock, but it is looking like it's going to go squeezing. If it does break the top, I'm looking for this 30 area, 15 minutes better. The stock hasn't traded for a while, so I guess it doesn't, who cares about looking at a daily chart. If it gets in here where we shorted it before, which is between 29 and 30, that's where I will look for a curl in the stock. Otherwise, not touching it unless it gets back underneath VWAP, which, by the way, DXYZ is. So DXYZ is giving you the consolidation under VWAP. I am not on the offer. I'm going to get on the offer to try to grab this one. We did have to pay for locates. Not everyone's going to be able to short this stock. It was pretty cheap. But I'm going to short this one underneath VWAP because if this breaks VWAP, if it breaks consolidation down, I think it gets to 31 bucks. The same way I think AMD can get even lower. NVIDIA, yikes. If you're not short a chip name right now, then try to be patient about it if you're trying to find longs. That said, NVIDIA did a big reversal when it bounced pre-market off at 850. And yesterday's support was right here at 860 bucks. These would be the two spots that at least has some kind of a fighting chance.
All right. We did get a super chat that we did not get a chance to look at. So shout out right here to Jay. By the way, guys.
Yo, birthday.
I mean, look at, yeah, it's Western Meyer's birthday. We'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so just quickly here. AMD, huge move down. We spun this club, man. It's P&L 1 now. It overtook Google, and we just put this on. So this is why it's, you know, we talk about like being able to sit here in a stock. We didn't even trade this till 10 o'clock, and damage is on the board now. That's all that you need. We are positive again here today. So shout out to Jay. UAL does what DAL, Delta, should have done last week. Crazy how Delta, we might be bouncing right here, still being at $48 level. Slant, can you perhaps look at Delta? I need confirmation bias for it being ready to break out. Okay, Jay, we will look at that in a minute. Delta, the market's just trying to maybe buy off some bottoms here, so we will look at Delta. NVIDIA just absolutely went down to that level that we wrote down on the sticky note. Can you believe that? 861.30 down there as a bottom. Debating looking at that now. AMD might have bottomed as well. Let's just take AMD out right here, right now. Get out of that one. We put that one on the board. That was a monster trade for us. Brought us right back to where we need to be. Tesla's trying to battle here down at 154. Is it worth a shot? I wish I could say yes. I don't know, man. There's probably better longs if we think this market really is going to start to go back up to the upside. Amazon's looking not great either. Apple had a move down yesterday. Nice move back up today. This could be the one that we want to get on a long as well. But maybe dumping out of AMD could have been wrong. I don't know, just feeling like the market might bounce back. We talked about 17.8. That was where we went yesterday. There is a possibility for a market bouncing back right now. So that's what I'm going to take that. I think we should probably watch NVIDIA down at this level again.
I think NVIDIA, like, you might be right about the AMD, but I already had my trail in. When it hit 61, my trail was in at 61.5, and I was looking for 160. So that's going to hit every single time for me. VWAP, to trend level. I'll try to let it go, but generally I'm going to have a stop in there because when it double bottoms off of support, a lot of times you'll get the retrace into VWAP. And if you're trading like the range bound strategy, then you're trading a range bound strategy. It is what it is. NVIDIA, if it bounces, great. AMC does not seem to want to give VWAP right now. So AMC, we took like the breakout trade, which it gives some more room, but it's starting to give you a tight range, $2.90 to $3. So bottom would be bouncing off of VWAP, or maybe it takes out the top and just consolidates higher. That's always a possibility. BABA tanking, BABA long. Oh, wow, BABA failed 70 again? That's not good. Double check here. Yeah, this is still a flat bottom break on Alibaba. Yikes. I'm not going to touch Alibaba.
Yeah,
it wasn't
that's
really
under
in the plan,
70 now, right?
But it just failed 70 twice in 2 days.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm not going to look. I don't think that's a long at all if it can't hold the $70 level. I'm staying away from there. DJT still, oh, never mind. DJT just reversed. Okay,
Ooh.
It's back into VWAP. I said this needs to fail underneath VWAP, and then I will take another shot at it, probably under the 24 level. So we're trying to be patient. Let's see if we can get it. Oh, DXYZ did come out, so we'll put a loser on the board. I wanted it to be, yeah, it just couldn't hold VWAP. Now this is starting to go above VWAP. Now there is some strength coming into this name, but it's not a lot of volume. I feel like you're just getting more volume on DJT here, and it's a better opportunity than DXYZ. It's moving a little bit more volume, 2, 3.5, better spread, all that good stuff. I think I'll stick with that. Apple's okay. ARM is an absolute nightmare. Intel, which we're still in, it's still a very calm, short VWAP, hold to low trade idea. Again, so this one should be a reload if it fails off VWAP. Once I see it get to 36, show any kind of curl, and then look to re-enter the short.
All right, I'm going to try a long in AMD. I don't think it's going to be right, but NVIDIA's trying to hold. I was just thinking, like, AMD's been so weak. Like, it is definitely the weaker of the two over the last little while. Here we come right into 161. I thought we would just try this. I didn't think we'd get here this quickly. So there it is right now. We are long at, there it is, 20-cent hit. Damn it. We'll fail on, darn it. We'll fail on that one again right there and basically now be flat on the day. Like I said, this has been sort of a mixed day right now for me. I'm still, I thought that was it. I'm still waiting. I'd rather have it. I'm waiting for this to come down to 862. I want to try this long. It looks like we did the mistake by getting out of AMD than trying to go long on this name. But I just think that we're coming into a possible bottom here. We've been here before, but it can get into 160. So that's the other thing. So maybe we are not at the bottom. If we're going to do anything long today, it would be pullbacks into VWAP. Google's at there right now. This could be a long, but honestly, I think I just want to flip short. So the ideas that I have here for short were just early. It was Intel. We talked about XPEV if it got at any key levels up there near 770. Could be something. Tesla. I mean, those are all long ideas. So yeah, today, right now, where is Tesla?
154.
Yeah, so okay, so that's where we got stopped out the first time. It's made these moves back in. We actually got stopped out at 154.20, which saved us a bit of money. It's just, are we finally going to be battling back? I think AMD has a chance to battle back here if this market goes. It's just, do we want to sit there? What's been a stronger chip name? You know what? Maybe SMH, because if the market goes back up to the upside, we don't need to be specific on a name. Because NVIDIA, yeah, that's 216.50. That might be something. I'm still waiting for NVIDIA longs. Maybe let's just be patient for a minute. It's 820 right now. I'm waiting for 862, this little bottom, to see about it against 860. And then ultimately, I actually want to give NVIDIA to 855. This bottom wick right there. So maybe we get into something coming in right now. Bitcoin is tanking right now. It's down to that 61 again. So if we're going to talk about IBIT and all this kind of stuff, we are starting to make a move down. There goes Bitcoin. Thanks, Fabian, with that move back in. And it looks pretty nasty here, as there is the longer term look. This is a 4-hour chart. We've sort of brought this up to you guys earlier. It's that 61 level that's trying to hold right now. And then you go a little bit lower, and some of these wicks are 60. And then that very bottom take there goes to 58.8 or so. So if we do take 60, there is a chance that you drop another 1,000 off that into 59 and then look at that 58.8 level. So right now, yeah, not a great sign here for many of these
down halts for WISA. Before I know we're going to Darren in a second, but yeah, WISA it was holding VWAP for most of the pre-market there, but it gave it up. It's halted at 781 with a 756 tap, so it would open up right here if it were to open now, but it won't for another 2 minutes. So be careful with these. You know, like it's as fast as they go up, they can come down just as fast when it's a low flow runner. This is like a reverse split and then went up for reasons, but it's looking a little bit nasty, looking a little bit heavy on some of these. Abe, I was just saying you like SMCI over NVIDIA. SMCI was good, but this is also trending to the downside. The only thing I don't have it because it didn't quite do the VWAP retracement setup. It's hanging out at these lows here, so it's not really setting up perfectly. Let's see what other small cappers might be doing well or maybe poorly with Adara at the big screen.
No shortage of small caps to talk about today. This is the IWM trying to curl back up here, more or less flat for the Russell 2000, but certainly not flat for a lot of these small cap runners, including Edible Gardens, EDBL. This one also, much like we saw, a multiple halter here, reporting an increase in protest revenues of 40% for their first quarter 2024 results. So nice look for EDBL. Worth noting here, though, they do have a they have a float of about 288,000 shares, so very small float for Edible Garden. We also have INVO, Invo Bioscience, is up almost 240%. Again, this is another earnings-related name. Significant year-over-year increase in Q4 sales for INVO. Last but not least here, the Children's Place falling down a little bit here, but initially trading higher after announcing the securing of a $90 million financing via a loan from Metac Capital. Also worth noting for this one, they do have a short float of about 20%, guys.
Bang, thank you, Adara. Okay, so we went long on Tesla. We saw it holding that 154. We said that we wanted to get long something. It's now 40 cents in the money. It's going to be hopefully a good trade. There is a Japan earthquake right now that just hit. It's not a tsunami. It's an intensity of 6, I'm hearing right now. So be well, everybody. That's in the Pacific Rim, I guess, there, Japan. So shout out to everybody there. You know, thoughts with it, but I don't, just hearing that there was an earthquake, not that there was any major damage or anything.
There is not a tsunami warning.
Right, that's what I'm saying,
That's the good news.
That's the good news, so we'll stay on that, those hopes. But right now, Tesla, we did take a bid there. We are long at 30s. We just took an out at 55. Not a monstrous out by any stretch of the imagination, but one that we took, and we're going to wait to see if it goes a little bit higher. I'm now waiting at 75 or am I? No, I'm at 155 flat. So we'll see if it does make that move up to 155. Then we'll start to take a little piece out. We are net positive. We're net positive on a bunch of names, man. AMD, Google, Tesla, down on NVIDIA, down on Amazon. So now we'll be positive on the day with this position pending. Good thing we got out of Amazon and Tesla. All right, 70, okay. Nice move up there for Tesla. We just got going there a minute. I was about to offer out. We'll put an 85. It just stopped there at 85. Let's take an out there if we're lucky enough to get it. Tesla, nice move back up 50 cents here.
Yeah, I'm going to get another bid here on Intel. The reason why, it's trying to put in a higher low for the second time. So you already put in one, you're attempting to put another in there, and you're finding a bidder at the 88, 89 level. So it's holding VWAP trend down, but suddenly you're getting it's like a wedge, higher lows and lower highs into a consolidation, which means take some out, look for the next short opportunity. If we get one, doesn't mean you have to,
NVIDIA.
but watch out. NVIDIA's about to.
Why do we get out of AMD?
Okay, so that 860, that 860 on NVIDIA, like right in here, is about to get tested.
This could be real spicy, man.
Yeah, this is going to be. This is not like
This is a spicy meatball.
The 850 breakdown the other day was much earlier in the day, and it wasn't quite this kind of a low. So let's see if it can hold it one more time. It's trying to bounce. If it does break, I think the floodgates are going to open up.
Yeah, we got a nice one here. We're $3 in the money on NVIDIA right now. We waited for that 860. I mean, if you're not sticky no nation, ride or die, see you later. We put down 860. That is the bottom of the damn day right there for NVIDIA. Here we go, baby. Let's go. We are long at 860. We've been $4 or $5 in the money before, so we will take a piece out and then wait to see what happens. We are hella net positive right now. We are nicely kicking here. Come on, NVIDIA, you can do it. You are making me sing, baby. Nice move also. We look what price we get there. We just talked about that price on Tesla. Come on, NVIDIA. Dance, basically. Maybe we can get up to the upside right now. It is another $3 in the money right now, and it's going to be hopefully bigger than that as we will wait for NVIDIA. And let's see if we can get up here, man. If we can get 65, 66, here it goes. This is your number one trade as we continue to go higher, higher, higher. Can we get $5 on this trade? And as Obama might possibly say, Yes, we can. Let's go back up to the upside.
say.
I think he still says it if you pay him enough. Here we go. Nice. Bang right there. Shout out to the Obama family as we go higher and higher and higher. It's now 865. Yo, Jag. Yo, everybody. I don't know what this says on here, but it might say NVIDIA long 860. Boom! $6 in the money right now as we continue to rock and roll, man. It is another one of them damn days that we are happy to be here with all of you. NVIDIA, nice one. Yeah, man, Tesla up to 155. Oh my, Neil. Oh my. That is Trading 101. Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Pandimensional. Researching and strategizing in the stock market doesn't have to be difficult. With your personalized AI investing co-pilot from Pandimensional, you can easily discover stocks and effortlessly test and execute your strategy ideas. Get quick and digestible stock market insights with Pandimensional's AI chat box and backtest and forward test strategies with Pandimensional's AI simulator, all in a beginner-friendly platform. Try it now for free.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Big monster rally, and the futures, I want to say NVIDIA probably took these off. Whoa, cancel that order. Probably took those off the bottoms, but for whether it's a chicken or egg thing, it doesn't really matter. The futures just made a higher low and are breaking up. What is actually strong already and look trending up? Apple, higher lows into a potential top breakout. This is if they're going to hold VWAP, join the trend, don't fight the trend. I already said Rivian was one that was relatively strong, but it's not breaking out that top just yet. I think it's only a matter of time if the market does decide to do this. I don't see anything other than Apple that's holding that trend to the upside on the big cap tech names. I liked Amazon, but look at Amazon. Amazon's weak. Cancel breakout trade. Amazon's weak. So you have lower highs. I'd rather be trading something which is trending to set upside. So that's now Apple. That's obviously already Rivian, which is holding on to some strength. If that move bounced to the upside, what do I like about Intel is NVIDIA can bounce $8 and Intel can bounce 0 cents. I'm not even making that up. Actually, that's technically untrue. It did bounce 2 cents very briefly, and now coming right back down. When it's a dog, it's a dog. We said this before. You are going to have stocks that are not following each other, and I think in this particular case, not all chips are alike. So you have one pocket where sometimes you can put SMCI and NVIDIA, and then you have others where you put AMD and the like. I'm just going to double check Micron. Micron incredibly weak as well, so that's still trending down. I do want a shot at ARM, but this is really going to have to change its behavior. It's just so far down now, down 7%, that I don't think VWAP is going to be much of a thing. To get to VWAP, this has to go $3.50 up on a $100 stock. So we're going to have to sit this one out until it sets up a better short opportunity. So we're into Intel. Do want to have a little bit of a VWAP retracement here on Apple. If it takes out the double top break, then I suppose it'll be this instead of Amazon because it's setting up a little bit better for a strong trade. You have to have the ability to pivot. I didn't like Apple for a breakout when it sat down. Now it's setting up a breakout and a VWAP dip buy. Be careful on that edible EDBL stock. I went into a halt down after breaking up. So this is coming back in rather rapidly. That's why you got to be careful with these names. I do not believe in chasing these moves.
I don't have much to say except for thank you for all of the love in the chat. We say this all the time. If we don't have energy and we don't have excitement and we don't have good trades on board and can explain ourselves and really makes a lot of sense, then we don't have anything on the show. So I just want to say thank you so much for that. I know you guys are here for this, and so am I. So a big shout out to everybody that's looking for bangers, man. I mean, Tesla is a huge trade. We just took another $1 on that one. We're well up on that. NVIDIA is going to be P&L number 1, and it's a monster there off of 860 as it was written. Shout out to Nas. Google, again, an absolute banger trade there. Amazon, we did get out. Unfortunately, we are down about a couple cups of coffee on that one. And then AMD, a banger as well. So we're going to go. Look, it's not, Neil broke this down for you yesterday. It's not super important that, you go perfect on a day or anything like that. Because today, although we were 8 for 8 yesterday, we'll go 4 for 5 today. And it's another monster day over here. It's about putting in the risk into the ideas that are working. And like, obviously, we had written down these rules, and NVIDIA played the game. It came down to 860, unbelievably, in my opinion, and we got the long, and now, for all of you, and for me. I mean, I'm doing it for you, I'm doing it for me. That's $1 now, or $8, my bad. And we're gonna get out of this if it does break below 866. Let's see how far this thing wants to go. Obviously, if the market turns around, we still want to try to be net short. We are playing with house money on Tesla, and let's get up. So it's all good. Hey, no worries. My wife is counting pizza day money at the school. So I just said no worries to her out loud. All right, so there goes NVIDIA. It just came out, and that puts it, wrap that up, seal it up. It is an absolute monster there for NVIDIA. We could not be happier about that one. So let's go over to the desk and see what's up with Miss A.
We do have a crypto update. We also quickly got in some EIA numbers. We got the EIA Crude Oil Stock Exchange, 2.735 million, so higher than consensus of 1.6 million. We also got the EIA Gasoline Stock Change coming in negative 1.154 million, higher than the previous of 0.715 million. So those are some of the key oil numbers we got here. In terms of crypto itself, interesting note coming from JP Morgan ahead of the halving, which is expected to happen April 19th or 20th. JP Morgan saying that they believe that the Bitcoin, the post-halving rally has actually already happened given the strength in Bitcoin. So they're saying now is a good opportunity to buy the dips in some of these mining names, specifically mentioning Riot Platforms and Iris Energy. So RIOT and IREN getting a positive note here from JP Morgan with regards to that Bitcoin halving. Bitcoin itself here falling to the downside, still holding above that 61,000 area, but quickly losing the bottom of this base of this range we've had starting back in late February 2024. So this could be interesting if we break below this level. Not the only weak crypto name right now here either. Ethereum below that 3,000 level, now down almost 3%. Solana down about 1%. Dogecoin down 3%. Cardano down 3%. Lots of weakness for a lot of crypto associated names right now. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. You can sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Just use the code TTV, capital letters, and you can use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Thank you very much there, Dara. Like, Bitcoin is trying to hold on, and it's actually consolidating underneath the lows. So it's not looking very good there. The NASDAQ's doing consolidation. The only thing in an upward trend, well, I mentioned a couple of other small caps that are Apple. Just got, okay, if you ever get in and out, same price, a lot of times did that thing where I had a stop order, and then it got in and out flat. I just jumped right back in. I want to start in front of VWAP and then try and take something at VWAP. If it holds 170, then it's good. If it doesn't hold 170, then I want to be out of this. What's been working the entire time, and try to think about like simplifying your trades or your strategies. Let me just get on the bid here. It's like I'm sitting at 81 and it's bottoming at 82, so I'm just going to get that bid at 82 and actually try to get the fill, maybe even cross a midpoint up and try and grab 83s. But like Intel, it's just essentially sliding to the downside. So we're getting this trend starting to work. If the market rolls over, maybe we're not going to get VWAP on this. But what you might get VWAP on, I almost said uncertainties, which is never the way you want to trade. AMD's coming back into VWAP. So look at it trend down, look at it hold. We did miss one entry in here, but we're able to get that. The next time it comes into VWAP, you got to be ready for it. What made some of these moves, and obviously like in Nvidia, is like if you're like 860, if you're long at $868 or 65, 860 is your level. Wait for 860. If VWAP's your level, wait for VWAP. If what else could do? If you're a halt trader and you're waiting for a stock to go parabolic and go into a halt, you got to wait for it to halt. Like whatever it is, just wait for it. So I'm looking for VWAP here on AMD. It doesn't mean we're going to get it. Bitcoin is, what the heck? So forget about going, it's not going up into the halvening or the halving, whatever you want to call it. This is now consolidating, breaking the lows again on Bitcoin, and it's starting to look nasty. This is major support that you're losing here on IBIT. And remember what we did the other day? We looked for a liquidity vacuum bottom. I want to see a ridiculous, it already did one, and look at the reversal here. So did a high volume bottom, the volume quadrupled on a 3-minute chart, made a bottom and made a quick little bounce where you could risk 10 cents, 5 cents, it looks like, to make 20. So I want to look for that again. If it does another one of those, I'm going to have it up. But it has to be more volume than these little candles in here, and then we'll look for another move like that. Because when Bitcoin dumps, that reversal trade can be absolutely gold. And we already missed one of them.
Wow. It is a tough day today. Just talking about it, there's 3 or 4 traders green. So it's a little bit of a tough day trading today. I mean, for us, it's been good, man. We are, we have pretty much, great patience today. I mean, that's really what it was. I mean, to be able to wait for that Tesla to come back in, that's big stock, big stock, big stock. Tesla, Google, NVIDIA, all big stocks. AMD, a monster short. Too bad we gave some up there going long, which turned out to be right, but it's all about timing in the market, of course. And then the only loser that we have, so Neil talks all the time about not making your loser bigger than your biggest winner. Amazon is half of my, not even half, less than half, what am I talking about, of my biggest winner. So that's kind of what you want to do there, because this is barely even a loser. And so capture it, that's something that...
Well, there's a distinction on that.
Yeah, okay.
Like that makes sense, but what I specifically mean by that is, don't make it's on that actual strategy or on like that. Like if you take a breakout on NVIDIA, don't lose more than you lose on breakouts on NVIDIA. You know what I mean? Like stick in the same pocket. Like I trade like buyouts on the side, right? And I don't compare a win or a loss on a buyout to a momentum trade.
Well, that's completely different.
No, but any style. Like it's just, if I'm trading, let's make an example here, like AMC, then that's not adjacent to like my NVIDIA trades. So like I compare NVIDIA breakouts to NVIDIA breakouts. I compare AMC dip buys to AMC type dip buys. Like everything's in a similar pocket. Like SMCI, when I traded it 3 times, I compare every one of those trades just to SMCI. So I think that's kind of the deal, because everything's going to be subtly different, and some strategies you're risking more on, some strategies you're risking less on. Like right now, the best and most consistent strategy in the last month has been that NVIDIA false bottom into a breakout trade. So generally speaking, those have been my biggest risk trades because that's been the best. By the way, Apple's going to lose 170. I did get a fill. I was able to get some out there when it bounced off the quarter, but now it's going to give up the 170. So we'll try to limit the damage, trying to look for those higher lows by getting out of it when it starts to fade in. So we're still with the one short that we've had the entire morning. And the crazy thing is, like, it's not even at the price or the setup that we wanted. It was following the trend and then just joining the trend to the downside. It won't even be like some crazy, hey, this is exactly what I was planning for. I didn't want shorts on Intel, but I wanted shorts up here. And unfortunately, Intel didn't want to give that to us at all. What else we got going on here? There was something else. It was at EDBL. So from tanking $2.50 to halting up. So this is actually halted, oddly enough, at exactly the same price that it halted at the top of 4. The last time I saw this setup, it was a really fantastic breakout trade. However, it halted underneath that price, and then you were able to actually get the break on the way back up. Like if it holds 11, this could absolutely shoot to the upside.
Well,
in fact, it didn't halt down. I misspoke earlier.
Thank you so much.
It came close to halting down, but actually resisted. It must have bounced off the halt band and then gone up. So EDBL is still alive. It was about to halt down. It must have resisted the band and gone up. That was my bad for saying it halted downside. Stick a fork in WISA, though.
Yeah. So I just looked at, I opened up my broker account right here. And this is what we're talking about making sure that you're trading the right style. I'm not smart enough to analyze all that breakouts, fakeouts, makeouts, takeouts, all that kind of stuff. All I do is I look at levels and I say, this stock might be a breakout, this stock might be a dip buy. We're 13-2 in our last 15 days doing that. So that's something that's been working out. 13-2, last 15 days. And obviously, you guys have heard some of the success stories there. So, I mean, it's just like, look what's happening with Tesla right now. We are really starting to break out right now. Up $1, trying to get through. Like, I don't have an offer at VWAP. If you guys want this trade, you can take it. And by the way, one of those days was 2 days ago, where we talked about I had to sit here and watch my P&L get disseminated and not do anything about it. But that's the risk of trading. All right, here we go. 155.40 right now, trying to go back up to the upside. So here we go. Tesla's starting to go. Hopefully that will be the case there. We did get out of NVIDIA. NVIDIA's been sleeping right now, so we'll hang on to this one. We did want that AMD long at 161. Unfortunately, we weren't behaving well enough to get that. We tried it there. We had it. Once it broke, I got out. Should have given it 25 cents, but how the hell did I know that? Because if I did, I would have lost as well, because it went down to 61s there. So I still feel pretty good about that out. So that's what that all is, and we're just going to keep on going here. Tesla dollar in the money. I feel like we want to wait for some Amazon. The other trade that we had on the board here today that we wanted to look at, that we've been looking at, is Palantir. Unfortunately, every time there's a new deal or something announced with Palantir, it really seems to get excited off the open, especially in the pre-market, and then it just dumps down. So now that we've sort of assessed that as a risk possibility, the next time I see something for that on Palantir, we will look for a fade. But it's getting into a possible spot, and we do have, just quickly here, we do have another Dollar Club winner here as it goes. So P&L today, man, it's going to be NVIDIA 1, Tesla 2, but Tesla's coming up to that, Google 3, and then AMD, obviously, and Amazon. So those are my winners here. Anything
Rivian
else?
broke 90. We got 91s long. But the thing I was going to say about Palantir is it's not getting a defense premium as other defense stocks go up, which I think is a little bit bizarre. And I don't necessarily understand why, if there's increased defense spending and they have a bunch of government contracts for defense, why they don't get that kind of a boost. I guess they're just lumped into the AI thing, and so when AI goes down, they go down. Let's get to the desk. Not the desk, sorry. Let's go to Adara. It's Sector Watch at the big screen.
Definitely some positive sectors worth discussing today. Finance pretty strong here as a lot of these names recover from their earnings. There are still bank earnings on watch, though, so do keep an eye on some of those. Bank of America, Blackstone, and Morgan Stanley all small, though, or all strong, so nice look for some of those here. Energy, minerals, and utilities both strong after we had those EIA numbers, most of which came higher than expected, so nice look for those two sectors. Health services led to the upside by UNH, still trading higher after its earnings yesterday and getting some positive price target increases earlier today as well. Non-energy minerals also trading higher, but some weakness in transportation and consumer durables. Tesla's still trading lower despite what seems to be a positive catalyst with regards to potential investment in India. We also have to the downside a lot of these technology-related names. Google strong after a price target increase, but all of these other Mag 7 names between technology services and electronic technology mostly trading to the downside, guys.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. So, and again, that's a longer discussion we can have about, like Palantir, and the defense stocks in general. I think we talked about Lockheed Martin the other day. We're getting a deal, and they get the benefit for it, but is what it is. So Rivian, very few stocks have actually managed to hold some strength. This happened to be one of them. There's your consolidation. There's your breakout. Also yesterday's high. $9 is resistance. $9.10 is resistance. So I want profits out at both of those levels. You are starting to come back into, as I said, into VWAP on AMD. And it's really close. It's been all green. There isn't even a red candle on the 3 minutes since about 10:20. So it's looking a little bit strong. It might be making this move now. I might just have to wet the beak underneath 162. We're getting to that time of day where you want to be you always want to be patient, but this is that time of day where I'm not expecting moves off levels to be what they were at the open. AMD's probably not going to fall as quickly, $3 as it would have earlier. So I think we should have some time to be able to get this off of VWAP. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee, but it does mean it's a half decent chance. Just double checking in on Apple, which we tried to buy the dip. It's holding under VWAP. That's no good. I want to see this hold a higher low, get back above VWAP, and then I jump back at some of those longs. So Rivian's the only new position that we put on there. Still waiting for AMD to get into VWAP. We waited for that specific trade when it retraced into VWAP. Missed the first one, got the second one. Now we're going to get that third.
All right, we're still underneath here. I'm debating just getting out. And shout out to Adam. You're right. I wasn't even including today. I was just going back to my last 15. So if we include today, it'll be 14 into 16 days. So, and again, we say how difficult this business is, and it's just here to show that there is possibilities, right? And if you just sort of layer in and look back at sort of, even if you just go back to the last 15 days, see some of the entries and exits that we've had. Look back. I had yesterday a couple of the guys tell me, oh wow, it seems like the sticky note hits all the time. What's the winning percentage? I said, go do your homework, my guy, and figure that out. So I know what I'm doing, and we just all got to figure out what we're doing so that we can get all on the same page. 155.50 right there, a possible level for Tesla. The market's it's having a problem here. So how I trade is twofold. And I feel like I've gotten a lot better, obviously, at reading the market, or else I wouldn't be able. If you can't be that consistent if you don't have a feel for the market. So obviously, we talked about this today, and I said, I mean, shout out to Dan Emmons and everybody else who's listening about the futures talk that I do. I said there was a good chance we bounce at 17.8, and that's where we wanted the longs. So I mean, as soon as Tesla, you have to put 2 and 2 together. You just don't go long on something because of X. You need to have X and Y, in my opinion. So once the futures started to base out a little bit there, we looked at a stock like a Tesla and said, okay, we've been wrong today, but maybe it's basing out as well. So that was a good recover back for me on that one. We did not go back to the well yet on NVIDIA. See how it's not doing anything? So we're going to wait for that. But the one thing we're not going to wait for is what's for lunch. All right, so what's been a super, super busy day around here, that's for sure, I feel like. Oh, wow. Okay, it's been just a minute. It's been a minute.
Jerk chicken.
Jerk chicken, not bad, not bad.
Oh,
so if you
no.
thought it was going to be a chicken dinner winner today, unfortunately, you would be wrong. Today we have
Psych.
beef burgers with hot banana peppers. Bang, ba-bang, ba-bang, ba-bang. Who else is hitting bang? No, it's you, my dude. You know you're hitting that. All right, we'll go awesome right there as well. And that's coming with a little interesting here today. It says beef burgers with hot banana peppers and tzatziki.
Why would you put that? You put that on a burger?
I don't know. I'm just saying what it's saying.
I don't put that on a burger.
That's a weird one.
Who puts tzatziki sauce on a hamburger?
I mean, mayo, great, but like tzatziki, nepa on that one.
Put that on
and
a
then
burger,
you have
man.
I don't know. Maybe it's a mistake, but and it's with herbed potato wedges. So
I don't usually put the fail on for any food.
yeah.
But you don't put tzatziki on a burger.
So I'm wondering if it's like the side with the wedges. Like I'm wondering if there's going to be like a Greek.
You dip potato wedges in tzatziki?
No, I like tzatziki though, but I'm just saying you could use it. I mean, whatever. It's for souvlaki. It's for beef, pork, stuff like that.
No.
You could put chicken.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're having a gyro, different
guess you-
story
I guess you
altogether. But this is a
can.
burger, so
a
it does
burger,
seem
man.
odd.
A little bit.
But we'd be all right. We'd be all right.
bit.
You know what? I mean, we'd take some of these profits, roll it over there, go get a decent
Oh.
meal if we need to. But at the end of the day, it's a salad. And yesterday, salad was topped with my personal favorite around here, the tuna. So I don't think we'll get back-to-back jacks for that. But if we do, I'm here for you, tuna.
I'm going egg salad. That's what we'll probably.
Ooh, egg salad would be just as good.
I think we'll get egg salad today on ours.
Feeling that.
But yeah, Kyle, but homie don't play that on a burger. No, man, like that's. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying I won't. Whoa, a couple of things just came in there. One, Peloton. Oh, Peloton got to VWAP. Well, that literally took forever. So when we talk about waiting, so if Peloton goes down, there's some lower highs. It just popped into VWAP. I just got some 14s. AMD obviously just came into VWAP as well. And to each your own. I mean, eat what you like. I hear that, and I'm just gonna say honestly what I think about it. It just weirded me out. I've never even heard someone say that. So we're gonna get AMD back in, Peloton into VWAP as well. What else do we like here? Bigley down under. Do Canadians put mayonnaise on fries like in Europe?
I already answered yes.
Yeah, some do. I don't because I'm not a big mayonnaise person, but I probably
Was
said
Amazon
that. I
going
probably
on it?
said that enough that I'm not a huge mayonnaise person. Is Amazon going?
Yeah, I mean, all these stocks are going to go. The only thing I'm
VWAP,
looking
yeah.
yeah, I mean, NVIDIA's back up to 868 again. We nailed that one. What else do you guys want us to look at real quick before we go? I mean, so one name that I did not get into.
Bitcoin bounced.
Yeah, Bitcoin's real nice. We like that. The one name that we wanted to dip by, I was at 710. I was watching XPeng the whole way. This was not, I don't feel like, it is a missed bottom because we wanted a dip buy. I should have been more prudent and bought this. But I was waiting for 10s. So missed opportunity there for XPeng. So we'll wait. If it gets back into 720, I do like that one. I don't know if there's anything else anybody wants us to look at. I mean, I was looking at Disney. We are going to go to Adara in a couple seconds with money talks. I want to see what that US dollar is doing. So I'm interested in that. Disney is acting as if, like, again, what's the barcode? Like, do I scan this thing to get like free Disney Plus or whatever? Let me try. Yes, 3 free months. All right, we'll take that. All right, over to the desk with Adara.
DXY breaking its 6-day winning streak here. Bit of a move to the downside after touching 106.50 yesterday. Now we're just dancing around that 106.25 area. We had comments from Fed's Chair Powell yesterday saying that this inflationary cycle is a bit different and saying basically they're going to have to wait to cut rates. So that interesting notes coming out there. We don't have any major economic data coming today, but later today in the evening, we do get Fed's Mester coming in at 5:30 p.m. and Fed's Bowman at 7:15 p.m. Tomorrow, more Fed speakers as well. Bowman twice tomorrow, and then Bostic twice as well. So Bostic twice, Bowman twice, and Williams tomorrow, as well as initial jobless claims data. It'll be interesting to see how that data and those multitude of Fed speakers impact the DXY. Right now, though, just a slight move down and a pretty data-light day, guys.
So the AMD reloads about 30 cents in the money, but watch out. So ASML, we led this off with ASML earnings. They're down 7%. They were down 5% at the open. They did have, like, year over year, the numbers weren't fantastic. They missed on revenue, all of that good stuff. But this is a primary listing in Europe. So understand that Europe is going to close at 11:30. So you're very likely going to see a volume spike event that's going to happen in the primary. That's over here. And then you might see a reaction at 10:30. If you are trading ASML, when Europe closes, I'm just saying you might want to sit it out unless you have a very specific plan, because there could be a big volume event. It could spike around, and then Europe closes and then prints 5 minutes after that. And then after that, things might calm down. So whatever the heck just happened, okay, so
we got out of Tesla. We're flat.
First things first, Rivian just turned around and failed the breakout. So we did, what the hell? There it goes. We did get some out there in front of 9s, and then it failed that breakout price. So Rivian, it'll end up positive, but that just turned around right quick. AMD, which we just got into, is going to be right back at the lows. So AMD is about to double tap the 160.5. It's already a buck in the money. What just hit the wire? Sorry. Biden urges Congress to pass pivotal no Ukraine-Israel aid. That shouldn't move the market at all. That's like an aid talk.
I'm not hearing anything.
So
I got out of Amazon. I got out of everything.
Why did we just tank?
I don't know.
If we don't have a reason for tanking, I'm gonna look that gift horse in the mouth and say, give me the low of the day. Because why this happened, I see absolutely no reason as to why this should happen here. But it just went right into the lows. I'll take that gift on AMD. So we waited around for AMD to get to VWAP twice. We missed the first time, but we got the second and the third, and it's right back into the lows. There's something about Biden and tariffs and steel, but that has nothing to do with why a chip name should tank, in my estimation.
No, we'll try it here. Again, it's been a hell of a day for us again here today, guys. So I mean, we're starting to fade out. I just want to try this against
Something
160.
had to happen.
Obviously, something's happened. I don't hear anything. Where's Adara at? Where's Adara? Oh, okay. So we don't have anybody on the news desk right now, but we will. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So we do have Sharif is looking for us. If there's anything, I don't see anything.
I mean, I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm staring at the Benzinga wire right now. Oh, here we go. See, President Biden, higher tariffs on steel and aluminum.
But that's older.
No. I mean, well, if anything, that's just hitting right now on Benzinga. I know it's from earlier, but I'm just trying to think of, like,
I don't know.
Is there anything here that I'm seeing? MSOS, well, we know this is not a cannabis-driven move down. So, yeah. All right. Okay.
Bank error in your favor when you're short in the situation.
Is it? Yeah, I guess so, because you don't expect this kind of a move. But at the same time, I mean, it's about being short. We're under VWAP. I mean, this is why it's not going to be smart now that I'm holding on to this AMD. But, like, we noted and got the heck out of Dodge of Tesla.
Earthquake's old news. It's not that.
Yeah, it's not the earthquake. Yeah, we could just go, man.
Kyle Brudet. Look, thank you. We appreciate you, Kyle, for the super chat. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what
I mean,
it's all
first
about.
of all, you're going to quote the greatest movie of all time. I'm there for you. Dump it, he says. It is one of those types of fleshy days. Look, I was just in some VWAP retracement trades. That's all. Like VWAP retracement goes to the low. Peloton. That's a different name. AMD is different. Like I actually thought AMD was going to bounce here because when the same thing happened yesterday, see this little spike down out of nowhere, like it was just calm, big spike down. It got to the low and did a huge reversal. So when the same thing happened, my reaction was just take the lows. Because if you didn't do that on that spike down, it was about 130 that it happened. If you didn't take it yesterday, you missed a great chance to get out, and it was actually a long after that. So I might have, if it looked back in this and AMD dumps through 160, then I'm just trading the patterns that I like to see. You will often see me trail or just get out at the low when I take a VWAP trade. That's it, because that's how these have worked well for me to stay consistent. But 4 or 5 minutes to go in the middle of the day, you're going to learn to trade, but I feel like that's what we're trying to do every single day. And this is going to be a learning experience. The reversals in this market, I feel, have been a little bit harsh, and right now they are favoring the downside. Like every time we're talking about a shock, where did that come from? It's been a move down, not a move up, which could be telling us something. I like to think it's telling us something. And we'll let you know if we hear any news, but it's certainly the tariff thing was old, the earthquake thing was old, maybe it was a technical breakdown. And for anyone with the ASML, please do be careful. If you've never traded a stock that's dual listed, it might be decent to sit that one out as Europe closes.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna lose here on AMD. But the funny thing is, although Neil was talking about being patient on the short, the top three P&L names here today, Tesla long, NVIDIA long, Google long, right? But it's like, it's about changing up once things change. And I mean, that AMD short up there was great at VWAP. So yeah, that's gonna be a good one right here again today. I just wanna say thank you everybody for watching. I mean, you wanna talk about consistency. No matter what this market does here, we're still gonna be here for you every single day. So work your way through the markets with us. We often get very, very nice emails and everything like that. So thank you for all of that again and again and again. So yeah, look, it's just another one of those days. We're happy with the performance here today, and we're just going to look over. People saying that there is maybe like a global threat alert again. I mean, that's just sort of par for the course right now. I expect all of that to come through. I mean, now with social media and just the information exchange and things like that, it's so easy for everybody to see pictures and understand what's happening, that is unfortunately part of today's world, and we're just gonna have to sort of live through that and hope that we can trade responsibly around it. So that's, again, I never had a mentor or anything like that. I didn't read any books, I didn't do anything. I am learning from trading and being here, sitting in front of a screen every single day for you guys. That's what's good. I'm not gonna sit here and say, that I learned something from the market every single day, but you have to adjust and you have to be there and learn your own style of trading. Like we said, man, we've really hit on something over the last little while that has really, really worked out for us. We just mentioned that, having 2 losses last month, and now again, right back in here again today. It's gonna be another one of those big days over here. So let's just keep on supporting each other. And the big thing that I got from all of this was, and this is a big shout out to Sharif, because the other day, I'm giving Sharif a big shout out because he was talking about, he said good vibes Katina. Yeah. And I think that's what it's all about, okay? It's about feeling good about it and going on like that, okay? So we won't do the leaderboard thing anymore, but I'm gonna tell you that feeling better about trading has really, really made a big difference for myself. And I just think that the more, you're worried about whatever other people are doing, that's not what's important. At the end of the day, you have to look at your P&L. I'm filing my taxes that are right here. I know how much money I made last year and the year before that. That's all that matters. You guys can sit here, trade your own P&Ls. This is why I don't put out, this is my number today. It's not fair to everybody else. It's not fair to myself. I don't have to be compared to anybody. It's not fair that way. So this is what we're doing. We're having good times. We're showing you the trades. You can ask Neil and I whatever you want, okay? And we'll answer it as we feel appropriate. So do that in the
Unless
chat.
it's political.
You can ask me something political if you want. Put it in the chat. I'll see. I'll answer it.
Well, I mean, here's one of the things. Like oh, for the love.
What's my credit card details? Maxed.
Ramin.
This is my credit card details.
Ramin just said.
Maxed and paid off every month.
No, Ramin just said, give us your credit card number.
No, she said, what's your credit card details?
I know, but that's what
Yeah,
she meant.
yeah.
She meant that and then the code. But obviously, no. The only.
I mean, I can have two wives.
The
I
only,
just have to
the only
confirm
thing
this.
the only thing I would say is like I don't believe like I would never say this is who I voted for. Like I just kind of like that.
Oh, no, I don't mean that. I mean, if the people want to talk about how
Yeah,
it's
like there's-
reflected in the market.
No, I will. Yeah,
Thank you so
100%.
much for everybody.
Like,
in the
what
chat.
does this mean for like MSOS is going today? There was just another thing on the wire about that. Like, we'll talk opinions like that. We'll talk about opinions on stocks, whatever you want. Like, why is UNH giving up all of the gains? Because the market hates us today. Anyways, I own the UNH shares. It doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, it is at the end of the morning, it is 11 o'clock. So let's
Look at
hit the
AMD, by the way.
The market's trying to bounce in here off of those lows, so there was no news for it. That's why I took out AMD. But let's head it on over to Learn to Trade with Adara and the professor.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And as per usual, we're going to wait for the migrators to migrate from the other channel on to this channel. Do your thing, YouTube. A little bit quicker this time because you've been making us wait a little too long. We already have the market sniper in the chat doing things. What's up to Bears versus Bulls? Good morning to you as well. Adara in there in the chat dropping hot lines. Got a decent move up here on the fuge. Right back up again, go baby. Ho, 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 Merry Christmas, says the Chilean Nightmare. Okay. JF Trader, Mateus Lane, Dude Rocks 420, Alex K, Big Michael Lloyd. We got TX Trader, baby. Okay, there's other people there. Ryan, what's going on? D-Loaf, my man. Trevor Buffy, JC Finance, Cristiano Ronaldo, Zach Frack, I love that name. TNT Blockman, we got Anurag, baby. We got Aaron and Joanna Brewster, Racer X9, we got Sam, we got Solo Crystal, we got Louis T. Apple. What's up, Jay Lee? Shout out to Geronimo, Dad Trader, Futures Trader Extraordinaire. We got Matt Booth. The Katina Man's too hyped. He's printing too much. He's printing too much. I'm just joking. All Tank and Daniel Menendez. What is up, Adara? Good morning.
Good morning. I think, yeah, the NASDAQ is getting up, as you were saying. I was in this SQQ long, which means I was short the Qs. But then, because I noticed we had a little bit of support here, and I was like, oh, we could play that little shelf. We can maybe add over here. I watched what we did here. Right as we entered the How to Trade show, the market decided to not be my friend. But if we do rest here at this 11:53, I'm going to get back in. I'm just trying to make sure I want to balance my risk while also making sure I'm making trades that make sense for me. So that's what I'm working on right now. So we did have to say goodbye to the SQQs, but that doesn't mean that I'm saying goodbye forever. It's not farewell. There are other opportunities for me to trade this guy if he plays my little range levels. I was looking at PLCE earlier, Children's Place, but I think that's probably, it's way out of my wheelhouse now. I loved this range here earlier from 9 to 980. That was... But I couldn't play it because, we trade exclusively during the midday period. But yeah, I mean, I want to watch and see what we do here. If we reject off this 9 and I can short it, I may consider shorting it. But consider being a keyword and very small share size also being a keyword. Fair. But I know you were playing that Apple range earlier.
I am, and I got out of the trade because we're starting the show, but let's go through those trades now. You heard the Neil astutely point out the range that Apple has been trading in today, and more in agreement with him I could not be. To the high side, we have that 170.60. It's only made it up there a couple of times. To be honest with you, the range has been a little sporadic. It hasn't been at the same price every time. In addition to that, the lows have been kind of higher lowish, not really, because this area and this area over here have very similar lows. But when you look at the two preceding lows before that 169.40 and then that 169 touch, that counts as higher lows. So the way that I played this, initially taking that 170 bump, taking it for a 20 penny banger, that was a good trade. Then took this one 169.75 long, and then took that one for a 25 penny banger. at its height. But, you know, could have let this one run a little bit more. We're going to keep eyes on Apple today. And if a range trade is all we can get on this, and a range trade is all we will do, because we're looking for profitable trades, not the, you know, not always like the banger kind of exciting trades. So we'll keep eyes on that. We got Kuri, baby. Kuri 2S 99-cent super chat. Thank you very much, guys, for that. No attached message other than the sunglasses and a pseudo smiley face, kind of, a little bit. All right, guys, today we are talking about volume spike surprise, and we're talking about it specifically within the context of small cap trading. It's a guide to uncovering hidden momentum. Let's talk a little bit about that. So today's lesson tackles the exciting yet tricky world of volume spikes, identifying sudden surge in trading volume that might signal a shift in momentum, especially for small cap stocks. Buckle up, as these opportunities can be fleeting, but potentially lucrative. So as we always do, we have to assume that there are newer traders in the chat and watching the channel. So we have to kind of just explain the basics, and then we'll move on a little bit into the more advanced stuff. So what is a volume spike surprise? So imagine a small cap stock. And by small cap, guys, we mean that its market capitalization is low. The market capitalization is calculated by taking the stock price, multiplying that by the amount of shares traded on the public markets. That's all you really need to know about that. The lower the market cap, obviously it becomes small cap, micro cap, stuff like that, okay? So imagine a small cap stock trading sideways for a while. And how many times have we seen that? Suddenly, the trading volume explodes. So on the chart, typically on the bottom of the chart, you're going to have a volume bar. And these are the volume bars right here. So that's what we're talking about. So you see right there, right at 9:30 a.m., the volume bar is higher than everywhere else. That's because that's the open. That's not what we're talking about, though. I just want to show you what I mean by volume bar. That is what we call a volume spike surprise. The key question for us to answer, though, is does this spike signify a hidden buying or a mass sell off? Okay, so is it indicating to us that buyers are punching long or buyers are trying to get out of Dodge? That's really the question here that we need to ask when we see that big volume spike. Why is it important, though? Why is this volume spike surprise important for trading these small caps? Well, volume is the lifeblood of any market. A sudden increase in volume can indicate to you a change in investor sentiment. So it has a way of showing you that the market is doing things. All right. For small cap stocks, where news and events can be can have a more significant impact, a volume spike can be a surprise harbinger of a potential price movement. The challenge is deciphering the reason behind the spike. Okay, it's important because small cap stocks tend to move a lot more aggressively on a news catalyst, on an earnings report, than their large cap, mega cap cousins, okay? And that just really owes to the small cap nature of them and typically what comes with them, which is a low float. The float is the amount of tradable shares on the market. The lower the float, the more volatile the stock typically is. All right, so how do we distinguish the good from the bad? And by this, I'm talking about the good and the bad volume. All right, so not all volume spikes are created equal. Here's how to differentiate them. There's something we call informational volume. This surge is often triggered by news releases, for example, earnings reports, product launches, for example, could be another one. Analyze the news. Is it positive or is it negative? If it's positive, a volume spike could signal a buying opportunity. Obviously, conversely, a negative headline would be a selling opportunity. But there's also buying and selling pressure. A spike with increasing price might indicate strong buying pressure, potentially leading to a price upswing. Conversely, obviously, a spike with a declining price could suggest heavy selling, foreshadowing a downtrend. An example of a bullish volume spike, here it is. So here we go. We're basically kind of sideways, even though you could make the argument this is a bit of a downward channel, but you're not getting aggressive price movements. It's mostly rangy. Then boom, the volume starts increasing, and then look what happens. Price increases as well. So in this case, the volume and the price increase are showing you that it's positive. price pressure, not negative price pressure. Thank you again to Adair for adding these bad boys in there. And again, you see this here, horizontal price movement, and then boom, the volume comes in and you break through the top there at resistance at 10 bucks, and you never look back at that $10 level. And the break of that key area of resistance is accompanied by above average trading volume. Again, it's the way to see whether volume is above average or below average. Just have a glance there at your volume bars at the bottom. Are the volume bars that coincided with the break, are they above average to the preceding volume? Or is it just, run-of-the-mill volume bar? So that's what you need to distinguish there. But there are issues with using news catalysts and earnings and everything like that. There are fake news and other pitfalls. I can just hear Donald Trump in my head. Fake news, fake news.
Yeah, the pointing would be on point as well. On point.
All right. Be cautious though, guys. Not every volume spike is genuine. Here are some potential pitfalls. I've mentioned fake news, obviously. Malicious actors might spread false information to manipulate stock prices and trigger short-lived volume spikes. I'll give you an example. Oftentimes, when there is that pump and dump on the small caps, sometimes the catalyst that comes out has been doctored. It's been bamboozled. Sometimes these malicious actors, bad actors, they find press agencies that they can weasel a headline through. That press agency publishes it. Other press agencies get wind of that release. They recycle it, and all of a sudden, it's filtered into all over the internet. And that's happened multiple times. It typically happens with small cap stocks that are not that well known to investors and therefore, kind of fall under the radar a little bit. That's typically how it happens. Hard to detect during the time, a lot easier, obviously, ex post facto when everything has been digested. So that's what I'm talking about. Malicious actors putting news releases out there that shouldn't be out there with either, misguided or construed or outright false information, okay? But there's also profit taking, right? It's not always about false news that causes a small cap gapper to retrace. There's profit taking as well. So a sudden increase in volume could be existing investors cashing out, not new money entering the stock. And look for continuation. This is really important, right? Once you have your volume breakout, see if this influx in volume continues. Fading volume in an uptrend can mean that the trend is weaker than it actually seems, and that selling pressure might be on the horizon. Shout out to Adair again for entering this stuff in. There you have the volume, price volume relationship graphic here. You can see the strong uptrend coincided with increasing volume, and then an uptrend weakening with declining volume. So like we were talking about yesterday about using the RSI and looking at RSI price divergence, we also need to be aware of price volume divergence. As the price gets higher but the volume bars are decreasing, could be a signal that the buying pressure is fading and something might be coming on an eventual huadunk. So keep your eye on that. Not just RSI price divergence, but price volume divergence, guys. And here are some strategies for the volume spike surprise. So here's how to approach a volume spike surprise. Identify the cause, right? Investigate the reason behind the spike. Use news sources, social media sentiment analysis, and level 2 even, and the book, or the tape, in order to understand the driving force. So make sure that you've looked at the catalyst appears to you to be kosher. Now, are there the requisite orders on the book that are following this catalyst? Is the market looking at the news catalyst the same way that you are? And the way that to tell is there buying pressure? Confirmation is key as well. Don't jump in blindly. Look for confirmation from price action and other technical indicators before entering a trade. Does the price movement align with the potential cause of the spike? I mean, if something negative comes in on Tesla and it starts, well, probably not Tesla, obviously. If a negative catalyst comes in on a small cap gapper and then all of a sudden we pop up, should be a bit of a red flag. And be quick and decisive. These small cap stocks, they're around for a short time. And a good time, not a long time. So volume spikes can absolutely be short-lived. If your research suggests to you that it's a buying opportunity, be ready to act fast. Conversely, have a plan to exit if the price movement doesn't go in your favor or doesn't jive with your thesis. You got to be able to get out of dodge. That means having a trading plan, which includes obviously your entry, your exit on both sides, your profit taker and your stop loss. You got to have everything ready. We're obviously not including that here because that's been the subject of other lessons. And remember, volume spike surprises are risky. Do your due diligence before you trade and act upon your analysis. And proper risk management, always super crucial. Use stop losses and don't overcommit and oversize your trades. And even consider paper trading. Again, I know Darryl was in paper trading mode for a long time, so was I. And it kind of helps you kind of get your feet under you. Darryl, wow, Apple just tanked all the way back down into yesterday's closing print. So there might be a long here on Apple.
Yeah, Apple was like, what range? But yeah, so this, Jay Lee was asking, I think this is a valid question, you know, like why could we look at an example of you know, an actual small cap that was doing this? And I think EDBL, as he mentioned, is a pretty apt one as well. We did have this nice volume spike, and we saw a little bit weaker volume here, and then we get our kind of halt. Right? We have a couple halts on this one. Then we see, and this is when we have our real move to the downside, is when you start having these larger volume spikes. And then with that, we kind of have that move down here, right? So I'm wording this kind of poorly. I am not a small cap trader, but I do think it's clear that as we start to get these pretty intense red volume candles to the downside, that's when we start to get that momentum down. Then as these volume candles get smaller, we get a little bit more chop and churn, right? So you can totally see when the volume flew into edible, when buyers started eating edible up, if you will, because that's when we had that big move, right? With all this volume that we really have the downtrend starting, then we also have the uptrend starting as well, right? So I think it's a good example. I hope I articulated it properly. I'm not sure if I did, but we can revisit other small cap examples as well. If anyone's seeing small caps with those volume pushes that we want to talk about, there were a lot of small caps moving today, so we can take a look. That is for sure. So yeah, Joanna Brewster saying Apple died. I don't know if that's like a pun for like iPhones dying or like if it is, well, I appreciated it. If not, it's still very accurate point. So either way, go you. Speaking of Apple, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm getting into the bottom end of the range there, Dara. 169.40, the closing print from yesterday on AAPL. I was just talking to Zed or Z there in the chat. And again, we're Canadian, so we say Zed up in this, you know what. I'm just trying to play the range here. Now, my out on Apple right now, if this trade doesn't go my way, is going to be the break of the low day, and that's an easy one to determine. That's 169.26. It's going to have to maintain its position above low of day right now and stick to the range. Otherwise, I'll get in I'll get out. And if the range is established, I'll get back in. So that is my look on AAPL. I haven't had a look at anything else, so I'm going to send it to you while I put in my stops.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in two trades that I'd like to talk about here.
Go for it.
One of them is Tesla's little sister, TSLL. I call it this because this is the Tesla long ETF, and it makes it a little bit more, I think for me, manageable as a new trader in the live to trade TSLL rather than its big sister, TSLA. But what I have done, and Sharif was mentioning this as well, which I think is really key over the last few days, making sure if you're going to trade one of these ETFs or one of these derivative type assets, make sure that it is respecting and see to what extent it's respecting the levels. I would say Tesla and TSLA, as you can see here, with the exception of TSLL being below VWAP and TSLA being above VWAP, the candles here in the formation are almost identical, right? So I feel comfortable cross-referencing with my Tesla for my TSLA, or my TSLL, sorry. And what I'm seeing for both, higher highs, higher lows. The goal is to add to this position because I want enough shares that I can piece this out as we go to the upside. But if we break below this, where was I interested in? This 15s area, I'm going to be out. So we're risking about 7 pennies, trying to make minimum here. I want to get to 30. So we're trying to make minimum 7 pennies. So I'm okay with that risk reward. That's what's happening here. Also, let's hope not all that glitters is gold, but hopefully my Barrett gold position will glitter because that didn't work. It worked better in my head. I like that we have these higher lows and a flat top. I want the flat top break. I do not have a large position in this, so I'm not trying to play the breakout, which arguably, you know, I could have risked this a little bit more, but especially with being in TS or Stressel, because I can't call it Stressla when I'm in TSLL, I'm in Stressel. So I want to make sure that I'm able to manage Stressel, and that's why, especially as I get used to buying power and being in the live, I want to have a smaller position. If we break below these 65s, I'm out. trying to get out at 80s. So that's the plan here. I like the flat top break and the higher lows on GOLD. What else is happening here in Tesla inverted head and shoulders? Michael Moore saying on the 1 minute. Let's find out. I mean, honestly, as someone who's in a long position, I'm okay with a bullish thing here on this, but I don't really see a head and shoulders, but I see what you mean. Like, there is something going on here with this 155.60 area, right? We've had higher lows from this area. This was an area that we had as support earlier, then forming resistance on the 1 minute. So I do think if we can break above this resistance, especially the way we're kind of consolidating and chopping and turning and trying to get above it, I do think it could be key. I don't know for sure if I'm seeing a head and shoulders per se, but I see what you mean about this area potentially being key, especially on the 1 minute for TSLA.
All right. I think it's probably appropriate that we look at small cappers, given that it is a week on small cap trading. So let's get right to that. Edible is no longer edible at the moment. From the long perspective, it's come back down in $8. The only thing that I really do like about this at this current price right here is this double top defense at $8. Okay, so these were pre-market highs. Again, they were on decent volume, obviously not after the bell volume, but it was decent for the pre-market, and you had a double top there at $7.92. So let's just call it $8 or thereabouts. Now, in general, I don't like to trade these small cap gappers once they've broken south of the volume weighted average price. Let me just make sure we're okay here. Yeah, okay, nothing big, no big difference there. I'm just looking at my Apple trade, make sure everything's all good there. But this $8 area could be an interesting area. Again, I don't like taking these small cap gappers long below VWAP. And VWAP on my chart's hanging out at 913, 915, something like there. So like $1.15 from where we're currently trading at. We're trading at 805 on EDBL at the moment. So we'll see whether or not that holds. If it holds, it's probably going to have to go without me. I'm not going to take this long below VWAP. Now, edible. Big move, 80-some odd percent, so nothing to disrespect there. WISA, this one was running bigly yesterday, and it ran again today in the pre, but its best days or best time, let's call it that, and I guess I'm out of Apple there because I just saw it on my side that we broke down. So the pre-market high there on WISA was exactly $11.50, and then we tried to attempt back into that level right before the bell rang there at 9:15, but it's been down into the right since then, broken down below the volume weighted average price. The only thing we're really getting here that I kind of like is this $7 hold. And the $7 hold's not out of nowhere. Look where we topped out there in the pre-market at $6.25, which was, again, a nice move up for the pre, right at that $7 area. So previous area of resistance coming into support for now, but yet again, this goes against my rule of taking small cap gappers south of the volume weighted average price. VWAP on WISA at $9. So not a bad look if it can get into that area. This one started running midday, AWIN, but it really did put in an ugly topping tail candle there at 693, just south of 7. And it has been a Christmas tree retracement to the downside, breaking well below the volume weighted average price. We're talking VWAP at 5.25. This thing is trading at 4.5. So AWIN, definitely not tradable for me with this kind of look. But what is tradable, and let's get to what is doing well right now. INVO. Dang, son. 292%. Tina man like that one. 296 now percent to the good, above VWAP, above the pre-market high, definable pre-market high. Forgot to mention that. All the check marks beside this one's name, and it's been respecting VWAP quite well. The dips into the volume weighted average price all have been bought up subsequent to the bell. So we'll look for something in and around there to weasel our way into a trade on INVO. Let me give you the details on this. Now it's up over 300%. $8 million market cap, minuscule to say, to put it lightly. And the float, not much better. About 2.6 million shares available for trading on the public markets. That is quite small and usually means that it can become quite volatile. So INVO, keep that on your list if you want to trade some of these small cap gappers. What isn't a small cap gapper though, Adara, but seems to be trading like one today, it goes by the ticker UAL. Are you serious? We're almost at 13% on United Airlines, and this one really anti-quadunct, I guess. Maybe in the 4 o'clock hour air on the market recap show, shout out to the Katina man, shot up from 41.50 into 44 and a third. And we held that 44 and a third high in the pre. We weren't able to break that. So that key area of resistance did come into play. But that all changed once the bell rang because the volume came in plenty. And any dips into the volume weighted average price, or I would say 46 really here, was an excellent area to defend if you missed that initial pop up there. 46 has been coming in as a good level of support. All the dips into 46 bucks have been bought up on United Airlines. It reported better than expected earnings, in case you're wondering why this thing is moving. And then the last but not least, and then we'll send it to Adair to see what that fist bump was all about, was VNDA. Let me just tell you quickly what the deets on this. Vanda Pharmaceuticals, market cap of 317 million and a float of 54.5 million shares. This one really had its moment in the sun, I guess, at 6:30. Is this getting bought out or something? What is the deal with this? Vanda Pharma, after rejecting unsolicited offers. Okay, so I guess they told someone to bugger off. There. Anyway, so 564 HOD, but that pre-market high there is at 610. It's kind of a little bit above the volume-weighted average price, a little bit below. This one doesn't look nearly as good as INDO, but we're going to keep it on the side chart nonetheless.
Yeah, so I will explain the fist pump. I like that you noticed that. But also, before I get to that, I want to do some housekeeping for a couple things mentioned in the chat. Thank you, Darwin, for bringing this up. FAA grounding all Alaskan Airlines flights. So this is interesting, though. Alaska Airlines, according to the FAA, asked the FAA to pause its airline's main departures nationwide. So this was not initiated by the FAA. According to the FAA, Alaska initiated it, which I think is something I want to note there. Thank you very much to Darwin for bringing this one up. Basically, Alaska saying it experienced an issue while performing an upgrade to the system that calculates its weight and balance. So they're having a ground stop for all Alaska and Horizons flight initiated at 7:50 a.m. And they're working to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. So we don't know the timeline of this. If we find anything out, we'll let you know. But thank you, Darwin, for bringing that to our attention. We will be keeping an eye on that, as will, I guess, Alaska and FAA, to see how that's going. But also, thank you to Amir for bringing up June, which is today's IPO. I don't know why I said that in a pseudo-British accent. And let's load it up. It's on the NQ. Its name is June, so it's coming a couple months early, because it's June and we're in April. But what is the deal with this? Junie Limited is what the company is called. The IPO was priced at $4 a share, 2 million shares, so small float here. Right now, just kind of seeing a bit of a stutter step to the downside. Not the type of IPO I would trade. There's not a lot of action happening here. Volume's not bad, about 1.64 million shares. Right now, we don't have a daily. All we have is just this action we have right now, so we'll keep an eye on it. But thank you very much to Amir for bringing this one up. And I'll switch to that. Yeah, on the 1 minute, it's interesting. We're really struggling with VWAP here. If this gets rangy and if there's a little bit more oomph behind this movement, I might step inside to the trade with a very, very small position, but I need to see more. Right now, this is not enough to kind of get me in the door. But yeah, I mean, kind of a slower moving IPO for sure is JUNE. Also, yeah, I'll explain the fist pump now because it was TSLA.
Hey.
I was super proud of.
I was about to say, that looks good.
Thank you. I was really proud of this trade. So I still have a piece for the dream. We have a final third, which is really, it's actually kind of freeing as well, because if I was to trade this with TSLA, I would have taken everything out by now. I would have been like, I do not trust her. But the little sister, she's a little bit calmer. You know what I mean? TSLA. Okay. She's a bit more respectful. That being said, I am watching what TSLA does, but the main thing that gives me confidence to keep my piece for the dream in this trade right now is, and I'll show you in TSLA, look at this massive consolidation area here earlier at 156. We broke above this pretty nicely. So if we keep staying above this, I'm interested in staying involved. The area I will be watching is what Tesla does at 157, which is going to be roughly corresponding with this little spike here. So about 635. If we break above 635, I'm going to stay in. If we struggle with 635, I'm getting out. So that's the plan for the rest of the trade. Really happy with my 2 profit takers I already have. I'm getting out if we break below VWAP. So 626. So I'll still be making 5 pennies if we break below VWAP, but if I don't want to stay in if we do that, right? So that's my plan there. Basically, I will be profiting on the trade if this goes according to plan, no matter what we do. Also, GOLD, still in Barrett Gold, basically flat on Barrett Gold. Not much to say here, except we have basically this weird 2-penny range, 4-penny range. Like I said, we're still making higher highs, higher lows, so the impetus for me to stay in the trade has not changed. So there we go. I might add some shares at the bottom of this range here, depending on how I'm feeling now that I've de-risked all but one portion of the TSLL trade. So that is the T with Barrett Gold and my TSLA, my TSLA.
I like it.
Thank you.
Market is making lower highs, guys, and we are headed down. So out of that position right now on AAPL, we wet our beak there nicely for about 15 pennies through the top, and then the last remaining we stopped out at. And here we go. So here's the market coming right back down. Softy at day's lows, Amazon at day's lows. I think Apple just printed day's lows right now. Google and Tesla well off the lows at the moment, with Tesla about almost a couple of bucks, over a couple of bucks off the lows. Google is about 60 pennies or so, 70 pennies off the low. And NVIDIA, well, it has triple fives. Did you know that the low on NVIDIA is 855.55?
Oh,
I
it's like the kind that
five.
paused at 666.
Yeah, and I like 5. 5 is my second favorite number after 25. So, you know, it's all good there. But NVIDIA is making lower highs and lower lows. So here we go. This is the look on NVDA. Despite the fact that it rocketed up off that 855 and initially rocketed up off 860. Shout out to the Katina man for taking that NVIDIA trade. We are making lower highs on NVDA, mostly trying to maintain a The Katina man is taking a long on AMD at 160, this 160 area. The Katina man is long AMD 160.15. So keep your eye on that if you're following the Katina man's trades. Long AMD 160.15. We'll see exactly how that happens there. But yeah, this is what I was talking about on the NQ. We just printed another newer low there. We're well below 17.8. And we're below 17.7.5 now. So on the way down and to the right, there was nothing bullish about the look on the future today. We're below the 1 p.m. low from yesterday. Look at that. So this is the low that we got. Oh, this is the overnight lows, excuse me. This is a 1 a.m. low. So we're below the overnight low there. So I guess that's fine. Let's see what else is popping off here. Maybe we'll have to look at some small cappers. Otherwise, we're going to have to take the market short at these levels. Everything printing lower right now, guys. Tesla holding up the best. Adira.
You could also say it's holding up the Besla.
The Besla, yes. It's a little on the nose. I didn't see it. I don't know how, but.
But yeah, I love this. Look at this bounce off VWAP. I said I'm getting out of TSLL if it breaks below VWAP, and TSLL and TSLA both having this little bounce off of VWAP right now. I'm really proud of myself for staying in this because I was tempted to punch out as we got near VWAP, and I was like, Adara, you said if we didn't break below, you'd stay in. So you have to be nice to yourself. You got to stay in this. I am working, and shout out to everybody who's been like super supportive and great as I've gone live. But also to this point, I was talking to both Neil and Sean just about kind of, I guess, the differences between trading live and being in the sim. And I think one thing I really want to do is be able to take some calculated risks. I still want to learn. Do you know what I mean? So that's why, as much as this might not seem like a risk, staying in Tesla here, for me it is. Because my normal trading strategy would have me get out of Dodge the second we touch VWAP. But right now, instead of getting out of Dodge, we are staying in Tesla. Weird car pun, I guess, that we stumbled onto. So I want to stay in this. I'm proud of myself for staying in this. And I am, of course, monitoring TSLL's big sister. Tesla's still looking bullish here. So I have no reason to leave as of right now. But I will, like I said, if we break below VWAP, I'm taking profits there. Also, we got out of Barrett Gold because this one has just been really bamboozling. We did dip below that area I wanted. I was watching to kind of see what we did here. We traded a little bit lower, then we kind of got back up here. I don't like the idea of us breaking this base, so I'm getting out. That being said, if we get to 1672 again and we reject, there could be like a 5-10 penny short here. So if I take that with enough size, that could be of interest to me. Barrett Gold still belongs in my side chart, but I'm gonna need some nice little confluence for me to get involved in a short here, because I am curious to see what we do. Mainly though, just keeping my eye on TSLO.
We're in trouble here with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is about to break 60,000. Bitcoin is $147 above 60,000 at the moment, down and to the right. The high on the day, believe it or not, really early this morning. There it is. There's a Katina Man's ticker. Anybody who's been watching the morning show knows that that ticker has been below his 1 minute chart, or whatever that is, a 10, 15-minute chart. I've been noticing that as well. And, well, we're about to see possibly here a 60,000 break on BTC. The overnight high was almost 65,000, 64,489. So we're about $5,000 lower than where we started. And what a volatile asset. But, you know, that's just the nature of the beast. Here comes 60,000, 69, 58. We're on our way to 60,000, it looks like right now. Will that level defend? Now, if you're wondering, Sharif, how do I trade this? You can go to IBIT, that is BlackRock's ETF for Bitcoin specifically. You can look to trade that. There are any number of derivatives. I'm talking about ETFs, spot ETFs that track the actual price, not the future price of Bitcoin. Do your homework. Google spot Bitcoin ETFs. If you don't want to trade IBIT, there's ARK, there's a whole bunch of different ones as well. So yeah, nice bounce up there, 60,058. We're already $300, $400 off that 60,000 level. So it does look like that $10,000 level will be at least a local level of support on BTC. Yeah, and then if you want to trade some BTC related products, there's your Coinbase, there's your Riot, Mara, CleanSpark Cut. But you know, the real one that's going to echo the price of Bitcoin, I would suggest to you, is a spot ETF. And let's load up that bad boy. As you can see there, IBIT down almost 4% on the day, as it, you know, obviously has to mirror or mimic the price action of the asset itself, BTC, at about $60,400.
I like that. Yeah, I saw that and I got involved in Mara. I'm running this marathon to the upside with Mara, but we're not doing the whole marathon. We didn't work out enough. We didn't train hard enough. Wow. So I'm going to be getting out at 14.50, trying to take 13 pennies. And then I'm going to save a piece for the dream. So I'm getting out 2/3 of the position at 14.50. So this was really just kind of a scalp opportunity using that nice pop-up we had in Bitcoin. Also, I want to say too, I am very new to trading Bitcoin-related names. This is the third day I've done it. I've only really done it since I started going live. But one thing I have noticed, and I've talked about this the last few days as well, CleanSpark and Mara, but especially I find CleanSpark do react a little bit slowly to what the Bitcoin chart is doing. So just be cognizant of that. I was trying to get involved in some stuff just based on what I was seeing immediately in the Bitcoin chart. And it's like you want to see as well, are there any particular levels the stock's respecting, that type of thing. For me with Mara, this topping tail candle, along with that nice push up in Bitcoin, was the impetus I needed to go long right here. I meant to set my out a couple pennies too ambitiously is how I'll put that. So I'm going to switch that. We're going to do 47s instead, but I'm going to still save a piece for the dream because I am interested in a continued movement. I just want to clinch some profits now, just in case, because with you know, these guys do listen to other Bitcoin. You want to make sure you're respecting that. Also, I got out of Tesla. I want to explain why. I got out of TSLL because we had that dip below VWAP, and I said I had to go. I was happy we took about 4 pennies with the rest of that position. So please just punch, all things considered. You know what I mean? I'm still trying to get more comfortable taking the positions I have to take. So I'm happy with that. However, we did bounce again, so I could have gotten back in. I'm going to keep an eye on this. If Tesla still keeps making higher highs and higher lows, especially as a lot of these names, Meta, Apple, the Qs, keep selling off, then I think there is some potential to go long Tesla again. That being said, I'm happy with the trade I made, and I think I'm just trying to focus on that. Sometimes you have to not focus on wins you could have had and focus on the trade you did make. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We're still towards that $60,000 level. At 400s, we popped into 500s. I'm into IBIT right now, about 5 pennies out of the money. We'll see exactly what we get, whether or not we can hold on to these levels. My stop is going to be the break low day, so that's an easy stop to determine there. So we'll keep an eye on BTC. As all my crypto heads out there, you know, I know Fabian gets excited sometimes when Bitcoin tanks. He's like, I'll buy more. Right? And then it's just kind of like me on Apple and on Tesla. You kind of get excited a little bit there. And oh, so you're shorting now? Are you short? It depends. Okay. Okay. So sometimes he's short. I'm talking about Chilean Nightmare Fabian. Sometimes he's long. Depends on how it looks according to him. So shout out to Fabian.
He likes the volatility. Well, you make a great day trader then, because that's what day trading is all about. Volatility, oh plenty. The market, though, is not really getting any sort of reprieve here. We may find, I guess, some support at 17.7, but right now we're kind of in no man's land at 17.7 and a third. We'll have to wait and see whether or not we get into those levels. Let's talk about some other stuff that's making moves on the day. It goes by the name ASML. Let's bring in the side chart over here and have a look at them, because they reported and they didn't do all that well. You know, I guess by analyst standards. ASML. And the thing about this one, you're going to say to me, Sharif, it's a $900 stock. Like, get away from me. I don't want to trade a $900 stock. Well, look at this, though. I mean, for a $900 stock, it really did respect 900 level quite well. I'm talking about $1.50. That's as low as it got below that 950, and it spent ever so brief a time down there. It was quickly bought up above 900. The thing is, though, it is still making lower highs, not necessarily the lower lows, but that 900 dip was money on ASML, and then you could have printed into the 13s, because I think it made its way back into the 13s there. So ASML, good luck though, but you're gonna have to figure out a level to get in. Right now, I don't like anything except that 900. So if 900 comes back in, maybe we'll talk about this again. But right now, it is no go for me. Daryl Finch, Meta at 50-day SMA, trying to hold, but I'm staying short. 497.40 short on Meta still. Shout out to you, Daryl Finch. I hope you print, my man.
Yeah, that's a Meta. Let me look at my site. Oh, that's a nice short. Yeah, congrats to you on that. I am still in Mara, and I'm proud of where like I said, I moved my initial, or the exit for the bulk of my position down a couple pennies. This is the type of scalpulation I need to be doing. I'm pretty proud of this, right? Because it's like, sometimes I use scalpulation as an excuse to leave trades too early. I will admit that. But in this case, I initially was trying to get out at 50s. I noticed, hey, Adara, we're struggling at 50s. Get it down a couple pennies. It got out at 47s, and then that ended up being the top of that 5-minute candle, right? So I have to kind of come to an impasse and figure this out with myself. At what point is me lowering my entry points a good decision? And when does it make sense? And when is it me being a scared trader? Because as Sean says, a scared trader is a deficient trader, and we do not want to be a deficient trader. So that's what I'm really trying to work towards. That being said, I am proud of where I took out part of that position. This is going to be the big whale. This is what I'm really gunning for here. This is the Moby Dick, if you will, of this Mara trade. Look at this bottom around 1460. We have some resistance around 1460. I want to get out around 1460. Said that really intensely, but I really like the setup for this. Like I said, though, we have to wait and see what Mother Bitcoin does, because if it sends Mara to bed without supper, we're going to have to deal with that, right? And just get out here around if we keep feeling these 45s. That being said, I have no reason to leave right now, so that's why I am trying to my darndest to stay confident in this trade. A little bit of a candle down here in Bitcoin, so I'm being aware of that, but Mara holding up pretty well regardless, only moving a couple pennies, so I'm just going to keep my eye on this. No other trades that I see right now. Tesla's still looking like a long, so I might have some dip opportunities there. And also, I don't trade the Qs, I trade the SQQs, which is the short inverse ETF. This could also, if we come back to that previous top here, or I guess in the case of the Qs, the previous bottom. Sorry, I'm aggressively pointing at the screen here. So this previous bottom, we come back to 428.80 and we reject. I will be going long the SQQQs, aka short the Qs. So that's what I'm looking for watching this area. I like ranges, and the Qs have been definitely respecting certain range areas as of late. So I want to acknowledge that and trade it the way that I feel comfortable trading it, which is through the squiz, the SQQQs. There we go.
I don't know if anybody, well, I'm sure someone noticed, ARM is down almost 10%. 9.5% for ARM, and guess what? It's near that $110 level. We're awfully close to it, so almost down 10% into 110. To me, that's an interesting area to take a long to defend that $10 level. Wow, where do we come from today on ARM? A high of 122.68. So we're well down, $12 plus off that high a day on ARM. So I'm keeping my eye here on ARM. If we get down into that 110 area, I want to take a long, possibly here. It is definitely a counter trend trade. It will be a mean reversion at least here, seeing that it's very extended. And I don't really have a catalyst for why ARM is down 10%. Obviously, you know, semiconductors are trading lower on the day. They're all red. Probably maybe, I don't know, ASML. I don't think that's probably the only reason it's down. But yeah, 10%. So if we get down into that area, I'll definitely want to take a long at 110. So what I'll do is I'll put an alert. I'm going to put it just in front of 110. I'm going to put it out 15s. There we go. We'll activate that. So if it makes its way down there, I can have a look at that. And BTC broke 60,000, I believe. Let me just look here because I got stopped out of my position. It did break it ever so briefly, and then right back above 60,000 we go. Hold on, it's saying that we didn't break it. No, that's wrong. We did break it. 59,899 and 50. So big break, and then it's popping right back up here. Is BTC or IBIT anyway. I literally got bottom wicked out of that. That's so frustrating. So let's see if we can get long again here and maybe pop up again off that 60,000 defended there.
I mean, I got out of Mara when I saw the same thing, and Mara also trying to have itself a day. Once again, more of that from you. But yeah, so I mean, it's a bamboozling market, especially we're going to trade Bitcoin-related names. But it's all good. We learn and we grow, and we also try to enter SQQQs. So I have, again, this might be a case of me not being aggressive enough with the entry. So you know what? We're going to push this up a few pennies here. We want to get involved. We want all the smoke. That's right. So this is where I want to get involved here. The 68. 1168, again, I might have missed it. Then we're going to have a dip buy set up here for 1166 because that's basically the top of that previous area. And I do want to get involved, and I want all the smoke here. So let's see SQQQs. I want to try to get involved here. It might have been a little bit too, not aggressive enough. I might have been a bit too shy. I might be late on this, but if they'll have me, I'd love to hang out with the SQQQs. So let's wait and see if I get invited to that party. Mara just kind of chopping and churning. I think I've been rotating my side chart more recently, and I think it's good because it lets me see a plethora of names instead of just like 2 names all morning. So Mara has been kicked on and off the side chart. Let's see how Barrett Gold's doing. I kicked him off the side chart many moons ago, / like probably 10 minutes ago. So let's see. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy I got out of this trade. I think, honestly, I should reconsider my whole idea of going short that 1672 because that's been pretty consistent. We're below VWAP, so this guy's going to get bye-bye, Mara. We're going to take you back off the chart for the time being. And Barrick Gold, G to the O to the L to the D, taking its spot because I do think that could be an interesting range short if you take that with a certain amount of shares. So still trying to get into the SQQQs. I'm not canceling that order right now because I think there's a potential for it to bop into my area of interest. Also, let's look at Boeing and some of these other flight-related names because I know, shout out to Darwin mentioning and a couple other people in the chat mentioning FAAA. I just said 3 A's because I was so used to the Q's. FAA with 2 A's, grounding some of these Alaskan Airlines flights. However, I do want to clarify as well, Alaska did ask to be grounded by the FAA. FAA, Adara, there's 2 A's. But yeah, so Boeing wanted to look at as well with all of that weakness. This actually could be maybe a flat bottom break at these 168.50s. We're going to have to wait and see. But the reason I say that is we had this move down here. Then we have a high just below VWAP. Lower high again, 169, now an even lower high. So to me, it looks like Boeing could be headed to the downside. But yeah, so again, for that headline, Alaska Airlines did ask the FAA to pause its mainline departures nationwide. So that's the story there with Alaska. Right now, I don't have my eye on much else. That Barrett Gold short is looking like a pretty gold trading opportunity, and I don't want to let that pass me by. I see, though, you're trying to strong arm the market.
I am long 110.05s. I'm really not going to give this a whole lot of room because it is a mean reversion counter trend trade, and it's predicated upon the $10 level holding up here. So we'll see what we get. What's up, Katina Man? Hit it, baby. What's the dollar club? AMD. 160 short on AMD. It is at 159 right now. He was long 160. It broke. He flipped. He had the ability to see that, you know, the market was giving him a different look. Didn't matter to him. He's agnostic either way, and he takes the short shout out to the Katina Man. Adara, I'm just gonna send it to you while I put my stop.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so I'm trying to. Okay, so I can't short Barrett Gold. So that's cool that I don't have to worry about that. SQQQ. SQs If you want to let me in here, I'm interested. I'm trying to be a little bit less conservative. We're trying to get in part of the position at 70s, the second part of the position at 68s. I want to take this, as I'm noticing the Qs chop and churn to the downside, I do want to take this SQs long. So let's see, like, look at this, look at this. I think I'm going to miss my opportunity. We're going to break here, but to me, this is I want all the smoke, and I think this short could be a nice opportunity to go SQ long. So let's see what happens. Tesla. So here's TSLL, but I'm gonna pull up TSLA for everybody here. Tesla, lower high. I wanna see what we do. I'm not getting involved in this. I have no intention of getting involved in Tesla unless I see something I really like. I really liked this break above VWAP, or at least break above VWAP on the TSLL, and I'm really proud of this trade. So I don't wanna undo that by taking a trade that I feel less confident in TSLL. The main thing I like right now is that TSLA, or sorry, that SQs. So that's the main thing I'm looking at. NVIDIA kind of interesting right now though too. I wouldn't trade this one except maybe NVDL, but I want to talk about what NVDA is doing because I think it's kind of interesting to me. Look, we have this move down here, right? Bounce off this 856 area twice. Shout out to Sean for taking that 856 short in the morning.
Bang.
Long in the morning. But look, we still have lower highs on this. And we have a flat bottom. I do not want to say flat bottom break, but I would say be cognizant of that 856 area. Also worth noting too, look at this little support chop and churn area we have at 1030 around 864.70. Look where we find resistance, 864.70. For whatever reason, 864.70, which maybe is a bit of a hyper-specific way of putting it, seems to be some kind of resistance and support area for NVIDIA. Also, Adam Deleuze, thank you so much for the €2 super chat. It's a shout out to Sean. Congrats, Sean, on being able to switch when needed.
Absolutely. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Adam as well. Arsenal plays today. We play Bayern. I think it's 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Obviously, a very tough game for Arsenal. I definitely underestimated Bayern last time. I didn't think their attackers were that fast and we're going to give our defenders that much trouble. I don't think we get caught off guard again this time, knowing how they plan to play us. So I think we do well. The Allianz is a hard place to play. There's no question about that. But Bayern hasn't had a good season. I think Serge Gnabry as well, that punk, for celebrating against his old team. He's injured today too, so there'll be one less attacker down. I wet my beak here on the break of 50 on ARM, so we'll see if this one can hold that 110 level. There was bamboozlement though through the 110 level, so it did dip and stop me out initially. 109.78 LOD on ARM. You had a quick break below 110, then it was immediately bought up. I guess that's what we call a specialist breakdown to get you, or to get the individuals like the idiots like myself who had their stop far too close to the whole dollar level, get them offside, and then pop back up. Well, we were able to exact avenge on this trade by getting a nice little banger there to the high side. So we'll see exactly what we get on ARM at these levels. But yeah, that's an interesting look. Let's have a look at IBIT. What is it doing? So Bitcoin is back above 60,000 again, it looks like, but I won't participate in that for now there.
Yeah, I got out of Mara too early too. Let's see what Mara, yeah. So I would have gotten my area had I stayed in Mara. So maybe I was a bit too hasty in leaving this. However, we did have that move down in Bitcoin, so I was like, may as well try. Maybe I should do the 5-second rule next time, like see something I think about and then. Because if I had done that, if I had waited 5 seconds in Mara recovered that quickly, right? So, je ne sais pas. Like I said, though, cannot dwell in the past. All I can do is look forward in the future. So yeah, pretty happy with this so far. TSLL/TSLA still looking like a long. I want a decisive break above 632s though on TSLL. For TSLA, I want that decisive break above that 156.40 area, because on both of those, that was a clear area of resistance. We had that pseudo topping tail candle here on TSLA at that point. So that's what I'm keeping my eye out for. Ryan asking about DJT. So let's see what DJT is doing. DJT might be the place to be today, up 13.7%. Look at this, all of this consolidation, all this juicy consolidation at the 26 level. This is, Dara, don't do this to yourself. I think this is an interesting look. Earlier we had a little bit of resistance at 25.40, then look where we stop as support, around 25.40. Now we're seeing that resistance at 26. I think this could be an interesting long. I need to see how I feel about this, because this would be definitely a bit of a different kind of trade for me. I would need to take this very cautiously. I would have to have everything locked and loaded. That being said, I think this break above 26 could be a trade that I want all the smoke in. So we're going to consider that. And I think entry point, I like the idea of that 2650. Oh, sorry, 2560, because that was where we had that topping tail candle. The only thing is I don't know where I put my profit takers, and DJT is not the type of dance I want to do if I don't have an area to leave, right? Like if we're doing the tango and I don't know what, the next dance partner I'm getting thrown to is, what am I going to do? I'm going to fall on the floor on my face. I want to make sure I know what I'm happening. That metaphor got really lost in that DJT. That's what I am looking for. But yeah, right now, trying to get the second part of my fill in the SQQs, ready to take these guys to the upside as the market goes to the downside.
And there goes ARM right through 111 into 111 and a quarter. Nice curl up off that 110 on ARM. Keep your eye out for these levels, though, here on ARM. So we wet our beak there on some profits on ARM. We were along 1031. This is the look here. Oh, yeah. This is the look on ARM. Let me flip to the 1 so we can keep our eye out on these levels. So this is the level I'll be looking at, that 112-ish, let's say 111.75 to 112-ish. That was a bit of a low that we had put in during the lower high, lower lows kind of area. I think, if we... And even that 50 period is there as well. And owing to what it did with respect to the 50 period earlier, it rejected off that 50 period area. So I am inclined to maybe feel that we may reject off the 50 period if we make it up there. 111.57 is where the 50 period is on my chart at the moment. Yeah, so that's an interesting look there on ARM. Let's get some other stuff over here. What else we got? Yeah, I haven't traded ARM before, so I was kind of happy to trade this one.
How's the spread on that today? Because I feel like the spread on ARM has been...
Yeah, well, it depends really. Right now it's 10 pennies, but I saw it worse. It was like 20 pennies earlier. It took me forever to get filled at that 110.05, despite the fact the bid was hitting 105 to 110.05 a lot. It took a while because the ask had to cross. Okay, just keeping my eye out on some stuff here. Let's flip to the small cappers, see what they're up to. We haven't looked at them in a minute. Wowzers, UAL, bro, is going. Holy cow, UAL. This is trading like a small capper today, man. $47.38 HOD. It, initially it was hugging the 7. When it broke down below the 7, it respected the the 10. The 10 is the 10 period EMA is the solid green line on my chart. Once it broke through the 10 period, it respected 46, so it ended up respecting that whole dollar level, but it really hasn't broken through the 10 period since that time. In fact, the 10 period would have been an excellent dip trade for anybody who wanted to weasel their way into this trade. We initially had resistance at that 46.50 or 46.60. You can see the top over here, and then we ended up breaking through that around 11.15. UAL, man, wowzers. I did not expect this for them today. I think this has been aggressively sold off, likely because of Boeing. Yeah, there's the Boeing dump right there. So where were we? We were actually making higher highs and higher lows until that Boeing dump came. So look at this. From October 31st onwards, from the low there to the high there on UEL, we were up about 44%. And then we gave up how much? From the Boeing dump to this morning's low, we were down about 17 some odd percent. So nice recovery, and we're almost literally back to the highs we made earlier this month before the Boeing dump. So not a bad look for UAL. I mean, these stocks have a way of mean reverting, especially if the catalyst, the negative catalyst, wasn't directly to do with them. So anyway, I'm not sure exactly how to take this other than to say get it off the 10 period exponential moving average. But UAL, what a look today. Let's look at some other stuff here. INVO, we were singing this one's praise earlier on, talking about how it was the biggest gapper on the day. But as I look up, I see a new one by the ticker SPEC. I'll get to that in a second. But there you go, the first dip below the volume weighted average price on a closing basis on the day. That is the first time INVO has closed below VWAP on the day. Did wick, a quick wick below it right here at 10 o'clock, but that was just a quick wick, and we closed up above it. We're trying to curl right back above VWAP right now. We'll see what INVO does, but not a bad look trying to hold up above VWAP. This new one, though, let's look at this, SPEC. This one just getting going here. What is the deets on this one? So, Spectator Holdings, all right, $26 million market cap, small, 4.8 million share float. Not super small, but not big either. Let's put in the ticker. Big topping tail candle. You don't want to see that on these small cap gappers. That typically means they reverse after. It's not a hard and fast rule, just an anecdotal observation I've made over the years. These topping tail candles on small cap gappers are usually a death sentence, confirmed by the breaking of VWAP. VWAP on my chart, $1.43 or $1.45. Thereabouts. We're dipping aggressively off that 217 high now, about to hit that $1.50 on SPEC. Does this thing have a catalyst? There we go. All right. Trading higher by 15% during Wednesday's session after the company announced that it signed a distribution partnership agreement with a Fortune 1000 energy company. Okay, cool. That's all I need to know there. There's a catalyst, and that's all there is to that. There's also this level. So if the 1.5 doesn't hold, you have VWAP, and the reason I like VWAP at $1.43 over here, look at this pre-market high. You always hear me talk about wanting the small cap gapper to have traded above the pre-market high after the bell. Well, that pre-market high is $1.41. VWAP's $1.43. So this may be an interesting dip trade on here. I want to know if SPEC is going to hit that level. I'm going to go ahead and put a notification a couple of shekels above it so that I'm aware, and then we'll see what happens with SPEC, Adira.
Yeah, we'll have to see the specs on spec.
There you go.
I had to. But also, let's take a look at USO. Some people asking about this one in the chat saying it fell. I'm not seeing any news on this right now, but yeah, look at this pseudo volume spike as well on this move to the downside. We did earlier have these crude oil inventories and distillates. Both of those came in higher than expected, so just something to note there. But that was a while ago. That was back at 10:30 during the crypto update. So I don't really know what is happening right now here with USO. If I see anything, I will let you guys know. I did just look it up, checked on Benzinga and on Google. So je ne sais pas, but we will find out. We will keep looking, and it'll be interesting to see if we get kind of any support here on 79 at 79. So let's see how some of these other oil-related ETFs and names are doing. How are we doing on BOIL? Okay, down about 4%. It's kind of rangy. Ooh, Adira, and it's like $12. You could trade BOIL. Okay, I'm talking to myself now here in the third person. That's fun, but I do think this is kind of an interesting range here. I think we might have given up some of it earlier, but that 1288 to 13 area is really nice. You know what? I'm tempted. Nice. I think this might have to have a side chart because I do like the range action that we're kind of seeing. And if we bounce off this 1294, which is the local support resistance area earlier, I think that could be interesting for me. So thank you guys for bringing up oil. If I see anything, I will let everybody know, but certainly a lot of weakness in that area. Microsoft News, says Darwin.
What the hell happened? Yeah, it popped up there weird.
We got
Russian influence operations targeting. Here it is. This came in right at 12. This is brand new. Microsoft says Russian influence operations targeting 2024 U.S. presidential election kicked into gear over the last 45 days. I could have told you that. I mean, obviously, there's gonna be some interest from that side of the ocean. Okay, so that's the move there. Popped softy. Adira was trading at 412, 413, rocketed up into 414.80, right back down into that. So it was a quick spike up and then right back down. That's the catalyst for Microsoft.
Yeah, thank you for going over that because I didn't see that right away. Oh, thank you, D'Lo, for saying this to me. So oil is nat gas and not oil. You need the futures of natty up for that one. Okay, that's good to know.
Oh, yeah. So it's NG. Do you want me to give you
UNG?
No. UNG is an ETF. There is an NG. Goes, I think it's called, give me 1 second.
Okay.
The Henry Hub Natural Gas. Neil, do we have the ticker for that possibly? Huh? HNU on the... No. We want the futures. Futures, yeah, on the CME. We'll get the thanks, Jag.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll look for it.
But yeah, so thank you, D-Loaf, as well for pointing that one out. I want to take a look at that. Also, Darwin said he saw something different. He was getting antitrust news on Microsoft. I haven't seen any of that right now. We're going to keep an eye on it. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, though. Either way, we did have that massive wick there on Microsoft, which is now trying to, as Sharif sometimes says, give up the ghost on a little bit. Look, yeah, Mike. So Microsoft here, we had that wick up, and now we're still continuing down below that 9 EMA. This could be an interesting short. Yeah, Microsoft, certainly, that was a hard move to the upside, and now shrinking back to the downside there for MSFT. I also took out a third of my position in the SQQs. This was planned at the top of that range. If we keep seeing this range break, I'm going to keep dancing here with the SQs as the Qs broke below that earlier area. So I'm pleased as punch. And I look like a demon there when he cut to me there. But I'm really happy with this. I want to keep seeing what we do. Making new highs on the SQs.
Bang. What is going on? Oh, I like it. Everything's tanking, baby. Down into 17.7. Keep your eye on that 17.7. We're only like 13, points away from that. The market on the way down. We're almost 1% down. We started off flat today. I was saying 5,100 defend. Yeah, that was not the right thing to say. Maybe 2 hours ago. But yeah, keeping my eye also on ARM, guys. I know the market is tanking, but ARM keeps coming into this 110 level or thereabouts and defending. So I'm not going to try to guess bottoms, but if this ends up holding 110 eventually, then we'll get long back in there to take another trade on this. Good trades on ARM so far. I'd like to have a few more if I can weasel my way off this 110 level. But the market's going to cooperate, and there's a new low of day on the NQ June contract, 17,706, 17.7 incoming, and everything, for the exception of Tesla, on the way down near low of days. I'm talking about everything. I mean Mag 7. Sorry, I should have specified. Tesla, the only one well off the lows, but it was already beaten up the last few days already. Look at NVIDIA breaking into the lows. 850 could be a level today on NVDA. We're only about $3 and change away from that at the moment. So that's another level off which we could play. 17.7 is now the low of day, Adara. So, oh, there goes 17.7. There's no stopping this market from the sell side, baby. Papa Powell. 60,000 won again on BTC, says Anil. Let's bring in BTC over here and see what's popping off. Where are we at? Let me just bring down my BTC chart so it can update. Yeah, we're at 59,917, so we're still fighting these lows. New low of day right now on Bitcoin as it breaks down well below. The Chilean nightmare is pleased as punch. Okay, so we know how he feels. He's short, but we're still fighting a little bit here with 60, a little bit above, a little bit below. We'll see exactly what BTC brings by the end of the day. Down, no. 4.5% today for BTC. Bad look.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Also, yeah, shout out to Fabian, who is like knows all his crypto stuff, and also as I'm doing the crypto update, he always like peppering in with like useful info and stuff. He taught me all about crypto tokens because I was a little bit confused as to how those work. So that was really cool. So just a quick shout out there to Fabian and Ramin and everybody, because I always sound like I'm giving an Oscar speech, but as you were saying last week, you have to practice gratitude while trading.
Yes.
And you have to do that as well, just for your community. So thank you everybody here in the chat as well. Thank you so much, Terrible Triple Trader. I really appreciate it. I love that name too.
Yeah.
It's a tongue twister. But yeah, I still have a piece for the dream in this SQQQ trade, so my NQ short, if you will. I'm really happy with this. I took out some of this around 78s, just as we got near 78s, because I was like, let's prepare. Got out. I want to see us break above 80s with a bit more swiftness. But right now, I don't have a reason to leave, so I'm going to stay in this for the time being. Also, what emboldens me to stay in this is look at this failed wick to the upside of the Qs. That looks a little bearish to me. I think the bears are growling. So if the bears are going to growl, my SQQQ trade has no reason to end, I think, as of right now. This is a little bit more stressful for me because usually I would have already been out, right? Saving a piece for the dream is not something I often do. I often joke about, we're sleeping with our eyes open, or we don't, we're not sleeping, we're just getting in and out of the trade. But this is something I want to practice. Neil was saying to me, be comfortable trying to take a few risks and continue to learn as you go live, and that's one thing I want to be doing. I want to make sure we don't have a top and tail candle here, because that would be a bit of a bad side for me. But this fact that we're staying above 80s or below that 427 on the Qs, please just punch. Thank you guys. Thank you to Kyle Burdett and Joanna Brewster for the support there. Yeah, I definitely want to see some printing there. And Kyle Burdett saying the bears are in full rabid froth.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get low. So yeah, they are. I look bullish on the board, but I am bearish the Qs. And Sean is doing a hot dog dance. We know how he feels there too.
It just came back.
Great time.
$3 in the money. Shout out to the Katina man on that AMD. Short, yeah, sorry, I was trading arm. I got a little confused there. Big jump back up for crypto. So it did dip below 60,000 ever so briefly, now back up into 60,200. But keep your eye on the volume weighted average price because it rejected off there last time. So the lower highs and lower lows are still in play on BTC, despite the fact we've been fighting with 60. I mean, we could end up seeing 60 come and go today. So we're going to have to wait and see what we get here. All the other Mag 7 names, though, nothing's changed. All of them except for Tesla at low day. And look what Tesla just did. Tesla's absolutely telling the market, go, you know what. Dipped right into the volume weighted average price there at 155.43, got bought right back up. There goes 146. It's literally the only Mag 7 name with an uptrend with higher highs and higher lows. Everything else down and to the right. Apple, Amazon, Meta, Google, even Google was very strong today. Look at it, breaking through 155 is goggles. NVIDIA, I said we can see NVIDIA 850 soon. We saw already low of day, 851. We're $1 away, which is like 10 cents on every other stock. On NVDA, it is now time to load up NVDL here because if there is something to be had at this $50 level, we want to be ready for it. So let's load up NVDL and see what's good. Still 851 low of day right now. Tesla pumping, but not much else moving. Cling Daddy, AMD broke the anchored VWAP from its for November low. Good call. Shout out to you for that. I had an opportunity to set up anchored VWAP, but we'll perhaps talk more about that when we do get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Of the day brought to you by Real Trading as always. And when you're making real trades, sometimes there'll be a massive volume spike, a massive volatility move in the middle of the day. Maybe there's news, maybe there isn't. How can you take advantage of it? How can you limit damage? How can you react to it? So what I'm talking about here is not just your regular back and forth, but you're past the open, you're not at the close, maybe you're closer to lunchtime, things have settled down at least a little bit into direction, into a range. And then out of nowhere, you get an outsized move in one stock or a group of stocks at that time. If you see something like this and there's a massive volume spike, as always, you do want to pay attention to if there was news. Now, obviously, if you watch our live show, I mean, we have a news desk. We've got multiple news sources. We have Benzinga up. Shout out to them. So we can see whether in real time if there's news. And if you watch our show, you're going to be able to see if there's something there. But you do want to make sure, first of all, that you know what is causing or maybe not causing a spike in volatility in that particular moment. Because if there is something fundamental that happened, let's just say, I don't know, like Apple got sued, you could throw that out there. Maybe there's geopolitical news. That certainly is going to move the market at times. You might have also had something like a bond auction that you weren't paying attention to. A Fed speaker could have been going. The administration could have said something. There's all these different things out there that could be causing the move. But I want to talk about when you see it and you find nothing. So in that particular case, and I'm talking about a situation, I'm going to come to a chart here just to give you an idea. NVIDIA is a great example. I could pull up, there's a dozen charts I could pull up for the move that happened just before 11 o'clock, but I'm going to show NVIDIA just because everyone likes NVIDIA and because it really exemplifies the point. So NVIDIA was trending down, big movement at the open. You can see the volume, and I'm going to do this to volume so you can really see the volume here. Big volume at the open, and you see a decline in volume as you get closer to lunchtime. This is normal behavior. Everything is completely normal. NVIDIA makes a bottom, bounces, and is consolidating on low volume. Okay, so this is pretty standard behavior past 10, 10:30 going into the middle of the day. Then all of a sudden, and it's not the only stock that did this, you had a hammer candle that broke the lows on a massive volume spike. On a 3-minute chart, you are more than doubling the volume of the last 3-minute chart. You had as much volume here in that 3-minute candle as you did like basically the 3 previous candles combined. So you know something crazy has happened. However, in searching for something to drive this, and this is a 3-minute move, so like there is some time for this, and the consolidation at the bottom is another 3-minute candle on volume. So there is some time to determine that nothing really was causing this in particular. Now, generally speaking, the trend is your friend and you want to follow it. But there's a trade that I know most traders are familiar with the concept of like a rubber band trade. And that can be when something has fallen or moved so much that it gets overextended, overbought, or oversold, and that can be on any time frame. People talk about RSI in a longer time frame, and that can give you an idea of when you might get a rubber band effect on a longer time frame. But in this particular case, the rubber band effect is so quick that I think you're just looking for two factors if you want to be playing in the other way. And there's another side of this if you're in the short. I'm talking about if you're not in position. If there's no news, no catalyst, and you find yourself with no reason for that move, the rubber band trade is, does it hold the low after the selling is done? Yes, there's your green candle there. Does it provide you with an opportunity? Now, whether you're long in there and you're just super fast, you see reading the tape, great, you can be long in this candle and you can give it to that. Otherwise, you've got this next sort of consolidation breaking back out above. This is about 858 on NVIDIA. The local bottom's 55.5. The higher low is about 56.5. So depending on how you want to trade it, $1.50 to $2.50 worth of risk in NVIDIA. And it started out at 865. So it's got room to rubber band it about $8 or $9. Not banded, but rubber band the move back up, $8 or $9. So it's a good risk to reward proposition. The key thing about this, if you're going to enter a trade based on this, you need to be relatively certain. I'm talking, you're never 100% certain in this game, but I'm talking like 90 to 95% certain that there wasn't some big fundamental cause for this drop. If you have that certainty in the 4 or 5 minutes that you have a chance to observe this bottom, that's where you can look for it. It's a risk to reward trade. You're going against the grain, but you're just simply looking for that liquidity volume vacuum to the downside to just find some relief to the upside. Now, obviously, it continues the trend after the fact, so it's a short-term trade. The other side of this is what happens if you're short. Now, clearly, AMD post facto is going to end up going lower. But in the actual move, I actually got out of a short in AMD because there was no news, and I was thinking there would be a rubber band trade. So when it did snap back, I was already geared towards taking that profit out. And it just comes down to what are you trying to accomplish in your trade when the news hits or doesn't hit and you get a massive volume spike. The correct action, in my estimation, is to look for a reaction. What decision should I be making? Is my decision to get out of a short if you happen to be in the money of the direction? Is it to hold through because there is fundamental news that worked out in my favor? Is it the case that I want to back off, look for the bounce play, don't short the bottom, there's no news, I want to go long? There's many decisions you could be making when you have something like this happen. The key thing is, as a trader, is whether you've done it before or not, what decision do I want to practice doing and which is the best that fits me? If you're going with the trend, maybe you're taking profit on that short, you're looking for the rubber band so you can short another high. If you're a counter trend trader, maybe you're looking for that bottom right in here on, it happened on a lot of stocks, it could be AMD, it could be NVIDIA, heck, I can put up ASML. For technical traders, you would have loved it on ASML. Same moment, this stock wicked $900. So if you were looking, if you're a mean reversion trader, look at this hammer candle on ASML, which reported earnings. Broke 900, came right back above. This is a consolidation at 902. You can be long 902 with a 900 stop. It goes to $912. It just depends on your style of trade. Now, if there had been bad news and look, if the world is falling apart or there's geopolitical news, you're not going to hop on the bid in that situation. But once you've determined whether you're in scenario A or scenario B, no news or news, then you can react accordingly. And that goes whether you're in position or not, whether you want to make a trade or not, whether you want to learn to trade and take a paper trade because you're not even going live yet, then just make sure you do it. Because these types of volume events or spikes are opportunities. In the middle of the day, you're not going to get a lot of them, and when they happen, where you can get a trade or a move as big as you would at the open or close, you want to have something in your toolbox so that you can take advantage of it. The rubber band trade is one that a lot of people put on, but you've got to be careful doing it. because it often means fading a very, very big move in the other direction. So be sure of yourself, be sure that you have the news or no news correct, and that is your lesson of the day. Big volume spikes, big volatility spikes out of nowhere, you can take advantage of them. Just make sure you do it right.
Oh, that's sure.
Hi.
Oh, hello, we're back.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, hi, Ram. Yeah,
I like the
you got the
hand cameo.
full in there that time. I like that.
Good times.
Yes, thank you very much, Neil. Ram was forcing us to do a TikTok while Neil was dropping hot lines, so excuse us if we were unready for the return. Guys, as Neil was dropping hot lines on the lesson of the day with Neil, we did drop below 17.7 on the future. In fact, low of day right now is 17.678 on the future, and we are headed right back down again. It looks like we're below 17.7 right now. Yeah, let's bring in the futures chart over here. This is what we've been looking at, guys, the entire morning. You don't have to be a chartered market technician to see this trend down and to the right with sequentially lower highs and lower lows on the future. We are at a critical level, though, the 100-point level charted by technicians as key areas of support and resistance. We'll see if we end up holding at this level. We're flirting with it right now, though. Adair, you had an excellent trade on the SQQQ.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to talk about it. Thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Of course.
So I got involved here at the base. I kept kind of build this position so I'd have enough to get this out in thirds because I knew I wanted that breakout and I wanted to make sure I was prepared for that breakout. And I think, and this is part of what Sean says, being a scared trader is a deficient trader. Also shout out to John Szymanski in the chat saying earlier that chances make champions, which I think is a really fun quote as well. So I wanted to get involved in this. I knew I wanted the trade. I knew that it had proved itself to me, so I said I want to get involved. I got a part of this at the 73 area. The initial plan was to add back into this to kind of range it a bit before the breakout. Alas, we did not have time for that. The SQQQ say, bye, Adair, we're leaving with or without you. So we go. I still have 2/3 of the position. I got out some at the 78s, and I'm proud of myself because it's not like, oh, we got to 78s and I got out. We were at 76s, and I noticed, hey, this could be the end of the movement. Let's take out another third here. Took out another third at 78s. Then I didn't want to get out right away. So what I kind of did here was I was watching and I was waiting. And I noticed we back down from 80s a little bit, then we break a little bit below 80s. That's when I get out. Also worth noting too, shout out to, I was already out of the trade by this point, I think a couple seconds before, but JF Trader putting in the chat that apparently bearish divergence was showing up on the MACD around that level. So now it looks like we're back up, but happy I got out where I did, and shout out to JF Trader for letting me know. What a great community we have. If we keep chopping and trading like this, I'm okay with getting back in right now. And I say that because what I'm seeing on the cues that had me get into that initial SQ trade is the same thing I'm seeing now. Chop and turn, chop and turn, chop and turn below that 9 EMA, swoop to the downside. Hwadunk, as Sharif might say. Right now, I was going to say that's my only trade, but I'm back in the TSLLs. So I am back in that, trying to add a little bit at 25s. If we break below here into 20s, I'm getting out. So basically using the area that I used to enter for the long as my stop loss for the short. I want to take some out here at 32s. I have enough to piece in and out of this position. So pretty happy with how this is going so far. I think really just trying to take more opportunities and take some chances within reason. And honestly, it's been a pleasure trading live these 3 days so far. And I'm excited
I'm
to
happy
keep going.
that you're happy.
But I see you have a bit of IBIT.
I did, because we broke above the volume weighted average price, rejected off 61,000, and then came into VWAP. So I'm trying to VWAP dip. Oh, got me right out there. I had a really tight stop, that's why. So we just tried a little quick scalp trade to no avail. That's all right there. We're going to start looking... yeah, I mean, everything really. I should have been looking short a lot earlier than this, but everything headed to the downside. And I think we could take out bottoms here on a lot of the different Mag 7 names, Apple included. We just touched the volume weighted average price yet again. Shout out to the Katina man on NVDA. $3 in the money now for the Katina man on his AMD short. Keep your eye on the Katina man's trade by going over to our other channel, More Trader TV. You'll see his trades, you'll see Neil's trades, all their entries, all their exits, everything is going to be going on there. We're short Apple, just wet our beak there through the low of the day yet again on AAPL. Everything headed down, and here's NVIDIA 850. For whoever wants NVIDIA 850, it is here right now, 850.01. Forget about that, 849. It just dropped $1 in one move on NVDA. This thing is on the way down What a red day on the day today. So 849 low of day on NVIDIA. Tesla at the volume weighted average price last time, it was at 155.50. It did find a bit of a bounce. Let's have a look at TSLA here, but I don't know if anything is going to be spared from this down move here on the market in general. Let's keep an eye on TSLA, because if there is a bounce, I want to jump into this. Dan, the man, Emmons, Sharif, Sean, caps lock. I'm still NQ short 220 plus points in the money. Shout out to Dan, the man, Emmons. Great trade there. I know you had one of your better days on Monday. The Katina man is now short NVDA as it breaks 850 with viciousness, baby. Everything headed to the downside there.
Also, yeah, quickly too, I want to get to that thing. We had Darwin mentioning this this antitrust-related news from Microsoft. It just came up here on Benzinga. So basically, its $3 billion OpenAI deal is not going to be probed formally by the EU because the regulators don't see any evidence of Microsoft controlling OpenAI, and that the formal probe could have risked the EU order to unwind the tie-up. So basically, Bloomberg reporting that. Thank you, Darwin, for initially bringing this to our attention. That is the story. And I see what you mean. I think Tesla might be suffering a little bit here. I'm still watching. I'm in TSLA, but I'm still TSLL. Sorry, but I'm still watching its big sister. And honestly, I think that it's. Oh my gosh, Siri, I'm really
She's
not.
always
talking to you.
interrupting. She really needs to be a little bit more polite, because you know.
But yeah, so TSLA holding VWAP nicely, but there is this topping tail candle that maybe or I guess more of a doji that maybe I should have paid a little bit more attention to before hanging out with its little sister TSLL. But right now, we're not stressful right now. We're just hanging out. We're ready. What is face slapping NVIDIA?
What happened, Katina man?
Short 850 NVIDIA, Sean still. So now he's in the money on that. That is for sure. He's in the dollar club. He is partying it up. Yeah, this is a really nice look here. I might want to look at this NVDL. It's the continued move to the downside there. Shout out to Sean and his dollar club trade for NVDA 850. Congrats also to Joanna Brewster having SQs at 1137. Hold it. Wow, congrats to you. You got involved here basically at the top of this earlier range. This is a great look. Congrats to you. I'm sure you are raking in the money on that. This, like I said, I might get back involved in this if we kind of see this continued move to the downside. Honestly, though, congrats to you. This is that's a fantastic trade. So happy to be able to learn and grow along everybody here. How is Tesla going?
Just literally just got in right now. Gotta try my hand at this VWAP dip long here. We'll see what we get on TSLA. We're trading TSLA. We'll see exactly what were we long? We're long 52, so we're just right at the volume weighted average price. I guess if it makes a newer low here, I'll just get out, but looking for a nice move up off the volume weighted average price. It's been a good support level all day, but the market wasn't this low last time we were down at these levels on Tesla, so we might give up the ghost here. A bit of a riskier trade. Daryl Finch got a quarter left to cover on Meta. Just covered a bit at 490. Give me that 488. We'll give you that 488, sir. We got 489.98 LOD, and you just did get into support level 2 on META. And if you're using pivots, this is what I'm talking about here. Red line is support level 1. Orange line, support level 2, you're bouncing off that level. Probably has more to do with the $10 level than it does with anything else. But interesting look here on Meta. Shout out to you, my man. Big down day for Meta today, 1 3/4%. Likewise with Softy, 0.75% to the downside. And then Amazon, yeah, not to be outdone either, 1.12% in the negative. What a move down here for some of these names. Let me just put a beak wetter up here and see if we can get something on that TSLA VWAP dip. Big Kyle Burdett, a strong, rigid name today is Grinder. Oh, God, come on. All right, keep your eye on that, says Big Kyle. He's been looking at things other than the futures. You're always trading the ES and the SPA, Kyle. Nice to see you looking at some equities. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Pretty Panda. Oil crashing. Everyone thinks it's the end of the world. Well, I wouldn't mind oil coming down, to be honest with you, because if you live in Ontario, yeah, you pay up the yin-yang in tax, thanks to our leaders. 3% to the negative today for the CL June contract. hovering around 82 and a fifth is the WTI West Texas Intermediate.
Out there in West Texas with that
Yeah.
oil. I don't know why I tried to do a southern accent there, but yeah, West Texas, it's a West Texas Intermediate there.
Bang.
With a very non-intermediate move. So nice look on that. I'm still in this TSLL. I like how you're in the Cybertruck and I'm in the Model 2. I'm in the discount model here, and we're both in Tesla, trying to ride this one to the upside. We're holding this really well, and this is that previous area of support that I really liked. So we're gonna have to wait and see on this. I am interested, like I said, taking out some of this at 31, saving a piece for the dream at about 35. So we're gonna have to see if Tesla gives us any of that. But I do want all the smoke. I want that Roadster 0 to 100 experience that Elon promised. And I want it right here.
I remember how quickly he said.
Oh yeah, and like was it less than a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Having trouble believing that.
Also, I will say it's been really, I mentioned this before, I really enjoy going on Tesla Bull Twitter because they are very passionate people who are really excited about Elon Musk, and they are all afire right now with this, they're very pro re-voting to reinstate Elon's package.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I would say that's definitely an interesting look on that. Like I said, I find it really interesting just to see people who are very into Tesla advocating for their case. And it is a pretty large community, the Tesla Bull Twitter community. So yeah, interesting look if you're kind of interested in the psychology of shareholders with regards to what's going on with Elon. But also, right now, just still in Tesla. What else is happening here? NVIDIA trying to come back up. Should it just Sheeran, he's saying, basically asking why I was interested in shorting NVIDIA. Right now, I think I would probably have to wait. I want to see what we do here as we come into that previous area of resistance at 852. This could be a short. I want to wait and see. But again, if I did take it, I would be taking it at that out on the NVDL. But also, though, we do have to give a shout out to our sponsors at Pandimensional. And I'm going to get that up here. They have a very cool website. Look at this. You can move this. I was seeing this through Ramin. You can actually move this on the website. So very cool website
really cool.
here from our sponsors at Pandimensional. And you can actually, here's what they have to offer here. Because researching and strategizing in the stock market doesn't have to be that difficult. Because with your personalized AI investing co-pilot from Pandimensional, you can easily discover stocks and effortlessly test and execute your strategy ideas. Get quick and digestible stock market insights with Pandimensional's AI chatbot and backtest and forward test strategies with Pandimensional's AI Stimulator, all in a beginner-friendly platform, and you can try it now for free. And look again, guys, look at this cool website.
As long as it's effortless, Derek, because I don't want to put any effort. Right? You said effortless, and I'm holding you to it. Guys, TSLA, nice hold at that 155. Good trade, Adara. At that 155 area, the volume weighted average price. Kind of, I don't want to say a predictable area, but it did have an obvious level of support there. Initially, I wanted to see if we were going to touch 156, but alas, the market is more bearish than it is bullish today, despite the fact that Tesla has been kind of just trying to get off bottoms there. We'll see if we can make it up into 156. Already wet my beak there on some profits. Let's see what everybody else is up to in the chat. Honestly, anything you guys are looking at there that's interesting? Not seeing too much in the way of tickers, so we'll just let that one go. Apple, new low of day, 168.60. This one not stopping its descent down. Is AAPL on the way down? It goes. And we were dancing with this name multiple times today. Covered that short there at the low of day at 168.60. Right back into that level we go. But it really is more about Tesla now for me than anything else. Just keeping my eye on that. Let's look at these small cap gappers. Make sure that nothing's moving there without our knowledge. Yeah, nothing really doing here. UAL still doing things though. Tried to hold 47 bucks, so a UAL may be still tradable today to the high side, despite the fact the overall market is negative.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting when things are moving opposite from the market. And I remember when I was really first starting, one thing that I believe it was Neil said as well, though I've heard this kind of across the board, is like, if you're noticing something is moving opposite of how the market's moving, take note of that. And
Yeah.
that should be the type of thing to
Bless
preach.
you.
Bless you. So I think that's one thing I do want to be cognizant of. Also something I want to be cognizant of, beyond the fact that I am, much like Sharif, still in the Cybertruck, or in my case, the Model 2, ready for a continued move to the upside. Mara, look at this double bottom at 35. So I took it the first time, I missed it the second time. But if we reject here, this actually could be an interesting short for me. I need to see what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin having a similar double top. Actually, instead of a double bottom, I'm going to pull this up. Bitcoin doing more of a double top here at that 60, just above 61,000 level, right? So that's something I want to be absolutely cognizant of and aware of, and something I want to take advantage of if I have the impetus and the opportunity to do so. I want to wait and see what we do with 65s. Like I said, if I had stayed in that long, which I got out of because we had to move down in Bitcoin, I would have been trying to get out just below 60s, because that was that previous area of resistance that we could not eclipse in this wick here at 1105. If we reject this area again, someone's going short, and
like
that someone is me.
All right, I got to get out of my position here because we're going to start the lesson. So flatten out a nice little profitable winner there on TSLA. Let's start that lesson. The day we're talking about small cap trading all week, baby. Today, no different. Today, we're going to get to the volume as the focus of our lesson. Specifically, we're talking about volume spikes. Volume spike surprise. Not just volume spike, it's got to surprise you, right? So today's lesson tackles the exciting yet tricky world of volume spike surprise, identifying sudden surges in trading volume that might signal a shift in momentum, especially for small cap stocks. So buckle up, these opportunities can be fleeting, but potentially quite lucrative. So again, we gotta define the most basic stuff. What is a volume spike surprise? For all those noobs out there, imagine a small cap stock trading sideways for a while, suddenly the volume explodes. This is what a volume spike surprise is. Kind of little on the nose, right? The key question we need to ask ourselves is, does this spike signify a hitting buying spree or a mass sell-off? So that's really the key question here, so we know whether to go long or short. And why is the volume spike surprise important to small cap trading? Well, volume is the lifeblood of any market, small caps included. A sudden increase in the volume can indicate a change in investor sentiment, how they feel. Something might have come in midday that changes the overall sentiment. You see the future tank yesterday when Papa Powell started talking about, he's not seeing the interest rates having the same type of effect, might have to be higher for longer. Boom, the market started tanking and has continued to tank since then. So that is the change in sentiment there. I thought you were going to hit the... I don't want to interrupt. Yeah, hit it. This is important. It's a trading show. What is it? Here you go. He wants to drop cash, baby. The Katina Man is short NVIDIA 852. Make sure to follow the Katina Man and Neil's trades on More Trader TV Live. And $4 in the money on AMD, the little sister of a... And he's also short IBIT there. You can see that on the right side of the screen. 34.64. Shout out to the Katina Man. Neil also short Peloton. Another bad day for Peloton there as they try to survive, quite frankly. Yeah, sad a little bit there. All right, back to the lesson we go, guys. So why is it important? Because we said a volume spike can change sentiment. It can even be midday. It doesn't have to be, after the bell or before the bell or whatever. And for small cap stocks, where news and events can have a more significant impact on price action, a volume spike can be a surprise harbinger of potential price movement. The challenge, though, lies with deciphering the reason behind the spike. And that brings us to the next topic, distinguishing the good from the bad. And so kind of prefaced that whole idea there of deciphering the good from the bad with the reason behind the spike. And so let's talk about the informational volume, right? This surge is often triggered by news releases, example, earnings reports, product launches, whatever. Analyze the news. Ask yourself, is this news positive or is it negative? If it's positive, a volume spike could signal a good buying opportunity, right? If it's negative, maybe you should be looking towards that short end. But keep in mind that small cap stocks sometimes they're not readily shortable. You may need to secure them from your broker. So within the context of taking small cap stocks short, keep that in mind. They may not be readily available depending on your broker, and you may have to secure them, okay? That's not the only thing, though, under the distinguishing good, bad topic. We're talking about buying and selling pressure here. So a spike with increasing price might indicate strong buying pressure, potentially leading to a price upswing. Conversely, a spike with declining price could suggest heavy selling, foreshadowing a downtrend. So keep that in mind. Here's an example of a bullish volume spike. You're stuck within a range. Then all of a sudden the volume comes in there. You break out through that range. Similarly over here, you have more of a horizontal range rather than a downward channel. But the same holds true. When that volume spike comes in, you get that break through that key area of resistance. But not all news is created equally, sadly. And so there are other pitfalls that we can encounter. One of them is the fake news. So malicious actors might, do things like spread false information to manipulate stock prices and trigger what they call a short-lived volume spike. I went through kind of like how this typically happens. What they do is they release a news catalyst that is good or bad, doesn't matter, for the small cap they want to manipulate. That gets released through a press release agency. It usually costs you some money, a few $1,000, and then other press agencies pick up on that if they like it. Sometimes it's done, I think, automatically, and then all of a sudden it filters into everybody. And so then you have this fake news catalyst kind of come out. That doesn't happen often, though, and when it does happen, it's mostly small caps. That's not the only reason that there could be pitfalls. Profit taking as well, very important. A sudden increase in volume could be exiting investors cashing out, not new money entering the stock. So that's another problem there. And if you have to be able to tell whether this is profit taking, and a lot of that has to do with whether we're at key areas of resistance, whether the volume is negative, et cetera. And also look for continuation, right? Once you have your volume breakout, see if this influx in volume continues. Fading volume in an uptrend can mean that the trend is weaker than it seems and that selling may be on the horizon. Are we still tanking? What are we doing here? I didn't even look. $4 in the money on AMD, $4 in the money on NVIDIA. It is not a good day to be a chip stock today, I'll tell you that. Down and to the right they go, baby. Big day in red world for these microchip stock. 4.5% in the negative for AMD, 3% almost now for NVIDIA. The worst hit, though, is ARM at 10%, followed by ASML, a cool 8%. So everything really negative in that world. So if you're looking for something to short, it's probably these bad boys. And there is, thank you, Adair, for adding these in. There you go, a strong uptrend followed by increasing volume. But then, look at this, you have an uptrend weakening. So despite the fact you're making higher highs and higher lows, you're getting that drop in volume. And that might be signaling to you that the price may be over here. Or the price action to the high side may be over. So here's some strategies for the volume spike surprise. So here's how you approach it. First and foremost, identify the cause, investigate the reason behind the spike, use news sources, use social media, sentiment analysis, and even the level 2 and the time in sales if available to you to understand the driving force. And confirmation is key. I mean, I can't really stress this enough. Don't jump in blindly. Look for confirmation from price action and other technical indicators before entering a trade. Does the price movement align with potential cause of the spike? Or is the news catalyst completely unrelated, yet there's a move anyway? So be aware of that. And be quick and decisive. Volume spikes can be short-lived, especially on the small. What is going on over there? Oh, someone's printing a factory over there. Yeah, but what's happening is the market's tanking, Katina, man. That's exactly what's going on. Everything is headed down. We might even see 5,000 today on the ES. Who knows? Let's get back into the lesson. We're almost done here. Be quick and decisive with respect to your small cap trades because they're around for a short time, not a long time. If your research suggests a buying opportunity, be ready to act fast. Conversely, have a plan to exit if the momentum doesn't confirm your thesis. So you should always have a plan before you enter your entry, your profit taker, and your stop loss. We've covered that in previous versions of the lesson as well. And just a couple of things to remind you of. Volume spike surprises are absolutely risky. Do your due diligence before trading them. Proper risk management strategies are absolutely necessary when trading small cap trades. Make sure you're using stop loss, and consider paper trading small caps before you ever use real money, just so you can kind of figure out the way they operate and see where you do well and where you don't do that well. What's going on over there, Dare? How's that Mara trade look?
I'm just like frozen watching it. Mara requires all your attention. She's very high maintenance. She's like, if you're gonna trade me, you need to know what I'm doing. I got involved in this potentially a little bit early at 40s, 43 to be precise, because I did think at that point we were kind of holding well. I was noticing a bit of an uptick in some of these other mining and Bitcoin related names. But now Bitcoin dropping down a little bit. That being said, Mara holding this 35 area like a glove. If we break below this, I'm out. If we keep holding this, I kind of want to add a skosh to this position, trying to scalp some of this out. If we get above into that 50s area, I think I'm gonna have to cut this short, though. I don't like that we're kind of dipping below here. It's hard. I feel like the one thing I'm really working on in trading, and I've said this, is that balance between when a risk makes sense and when it's like you know what I mean? Like that balance between risk and reward, and how do you strike that, I guess, in trading? I don't know. I don't know what I think at this point we're gonna have to be pretty cautious here. And I'm trying not to trade this off P&L either. That's the other really hard part I find, is because I was really proud of what I did with that Qs trade. I don't want to undo it with this Mara trade, but also I did like the setup at a time. I do think this range to some extent is still holding up. So that's the kit and caboodle here with Mara. You got out of NVIDIA? Got out. Sean got out video with the majority of his position there on NVDA. Nice. That's awesome. That's like a $7 winner. $7 winner, says Sean. Still in AMD though. He is still in NVIDIA's younger cousin or sister, AMD, which is down a cool 5%. Ashraf was saying the chips have been impacted in different ways, but none of them are basically safe from the flush as of right now. Also, I'm super happy to go out of TSLA when I did, and let me talk about this. So I got out a little. Initially, I said I was going to wait for 20s, but then I was like, Adara, we're seeing a bit of a downturn. We're seeing a bit of a flush in the market. Get out while you still can. So I got out, lost a couple pennies on that. Still positive on TSLA overall, because we did have those trades earlier. And again, I think the biggest thing, and if anyone has any advice for ignoring P&L and just trading based on your strategies, definitely let me know, because that's one thing I still think I'm really working on, is just trying to trade, stocks because I like them and not because I'm trying to protect profit or anything like that, right? So yeah, right now I'm still happy with Mara. We're still holding this level really well, and BTC is on her way back to the upside. So with that in mind, if Bitcoin's going to hike back up, I'm going to add to this position. Happy with what I have, not adding any more. If we break below this 30s area, I am out of Mara, but I'm comfortable with the trade, and I'm ready for this one to do the marathon run to the upside.
Yes, sorry, I'm just still entering some stuff here.
No worries,
I'm just going to have to give it to you for a second.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can keep talking.
Yeah.
Also, Google's still green, LOL, says chill vibes. Yeah, I mean, the market really reacting positively to this note. We had a couple analyst upgrades here, but we did have an interesting note with regards to Google coming from Canaccord Genuity, saying that they're bullish on Google's positioning in the world of AI, which is, I think, especially interesting, given that we're not usually hearing a lot of great stuff from Google's AI, given the Gemini fiasco from a couple months ago now, right? It's crazy, time flies. But yeah, so that thing from, I believe, February has not necessarily been seen as a positive note for Google, but Google, though it is selling off, is still green. Market really liked that note there from Canaccord Genuity. They also got a price target increase from Truist. So some bullishness there definitely for Google from some analysts there. And you're right, like this is the one positive name we still have on these markets right now. Mara kind of a bit of a move down here, but we're more or less like flat. So, and not flat. I'm not flat. I'm slightly down on this position, but Bitcoin hasn't really made a new low yet. So that's what I'm kind of waiting for. I wanted that 30s bounce. We bounced off 30, so I'm staying in this for now, but we will have our trigger finger ready to go should we need to punch out in a jiff. Also, thank you to Thomas for bringing this up, and I also had this ready to go. We do have that 20-year auction coming in a couple I almost said couple pennies. Wow, trading brain. A couple moments here. In about 13 minutes, we'll be getting that 20-year auction. We will let you guys know when you see it. Sometimes it takes a couple minutes for us to get it on our end. But if anyone sees it, definitely let us know. Happy I stayed in Mara and didn't panic sell because we're getting that move back to the upside. And I had no reason to leave, so I didn't want to leave too early. Bitcoin, you want to stay above 60,000? Power to you. Right now, just hanging out in that trade, trying to get my scraping and scalping this up into the VWAP area.
Daryl Finch, Sharif, Adara just got out of Meta, grabbed my last cover, 488. It can keep going down, but happy with my trade. Thanks, guys. Shout out to you, Daryl Finch, killing it. Big Kyle Burdett. Spend the freaking money, man. Short $5+ big boy size all the way down. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett, absolutely killing it with the Katina man over there. Everybody printing, dump it. Everybody's yelling. Kevin Mendoza says, let's go. Thomas Johnson, letting us know about the bond auction. Jay Lee, I knew I should have shorted the TQQs this morning. Regretting it now. Honestly thought we might pop up $1 or so before this Huadunk. Yeah, it is a tough one out there. Shout out to you, Jay. Let's see, market bouncing a little bit here off that 17,615 back into 17,640. But like I kind of feel that, most of the pops that we're going to get today are going to be debt cat bounces. We're going to have to keep eyes on that. Tesla back into the volume weighted average price yet again. So what do we do here? Do we short Tesla at these levels? Because last time we were taking the longs on volume weighted average price positively to good effect. Now, do we flip the other way? Now, do we look at Tesla as a short off pops into VWAP? 155.50, that's where it is right now. It's coming right back into that level. Nice bounce off for Tesla there as it broke that 155 quite decisively on that way down. Took us down into 154 3/4 on TSLA. But right through VWAP it goes. And let's do some analysis here on some of these. Oh, we missed Amazon 180. That was a mistake. So Amazon 180 should have been on my radar because that is the $10 level on a Mag 7 name. So I would have wanted to have eyes on that. Right up it goes, 50 pennies off that. Nice little bounce there on AMZN into the $0.50 level. It did break 180 though, so you would have had to give it a little bit of room. 179.82 technically the low there on AMZN. It's been getting beat up today, 1.6% to the negative without much of a pop. Apple also bouncing off 168 for whatever reason. It found some support there, but the thing about Apple, though, any pops into the 10-period moving average have been sold off. So if this one makes it into maybe a 168.60 or something, we're going to have to look to short this one again. AAPL also, not spared from the redness that is engulfed the market on the day today, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, also not spared from the redness are a lot of these crypto names and crypto itself. But I have to say, I'm so happy I didn't panic sell this, Mara.
Nice.
This is a lesson for me. Because I was really, the second we dipped a little bit below, I was like, I have to preserve my P&L. I don't know why I did that voice. And I was ready to sell. And it was like, but Adara, don't trade it based on that. If you still feel comfortable with your area, look at this triple bottom. If you still like what you liked that got you into the trade, if that impetus is still there, why are you leaving Mara hanging out to dry? Don't dine and dash. You're gonna take Mara to the upside. Take Mara to the upside within reason. I am going to be cognizant though if we get that lower high. That is one thing I'm noticing, so that I am aware of. We're trying to get out another third of this at 50s. Got out some of this at 45s, which is basically a scalp move. We were struggling with 45s a little bit. I said, Adara, take some profit here. I'm going to change this next out to 49s because I don't like how we're waffling around here. I am not in the Waffle House. I would not like to order waffles. I would like to order some decision and some decisiveness and a viciousness from my Mara. So let's get this going. We are also entering, though, I want to put this out here for myself, a little bit of an area here of resistance earlier on the 5-minute on Bitcoin. So as we get to that area, that's where I need to be cognizant of maybe offloading a little bit of this MARA position. I don't know if we're going to get 49s, but that is where I'm trying to go. Then I still have a piece for the dream should we have any more oomph. But I'm wondering, I think this Mara is getting a little bit weaker here, so I might need to get out. I'm honestly, the biggest thing here, for me, the biggest takeaway from this is I'm very happy I didn't panic sell, because that was a big, to me, I think, a big W. Sometimes the W's aren't in your P&L.
Nice.
They're in your heart, and I sound like a very bad Hallmark movie, but I do mean it. So there we go.
Very good. I like that. Yeah, hey, getting emotional there and talking real. I like that. I'm looking at shorting Tesla still at the 50 period moving average as it breaks into that 156 area. So last time around at the 50 period, we definitely stalled out a little bit and then moved right back down. The 50 period's at 156.06 or thereabouts. So we're going to look to short TSLA here, but I don't want to take this short at a resting with a resting order is what I'm trying to say. I want to see some negativity come in at that level to prove to me, okay, well, this is a level that others are looking at as well. So looking for the short here on Tesla. The other short I'm looking at is this short at 168.60 here on AAPL. All the retracements into the 10-period moving average, exponential moving average have all sold off. So maybe we'll put some dip trade, well, they're not dip trades, I guess they're pop trades, I guess, in that case. On AAPL, oh, where is my Apple trade? There we go. So what is the level that I wanted? I wanted 60s. All right, we'll keep an eye, though, on the future, because if the future starts changing its tune over here, then we don't want that heat either. So let's go ahead and put a resting short. I'm going to put it at 58s, and we'll see if we get the short there at 58. It might go without us, but that's fine. Also looking at Tesla, it's almost at my entry over here. We'll look to short at 156 a day.
Yeah, I was looking at I was also kind of looking at that area though on my TSLL, and which is going to be it's not an exact analogy, but the 156 is around that 630. So that's what I'm looking at for sure. I want to see what we do here. We struggled with that area earlier. That was going to be part of my target here, but I got long earlier, and then happy I got out of that long where I did. But yeah, I've been watching that TSLL all day, so this is something I do definitely want to keep an eye on and be apprised of. Also, yes, Mara, I took out some of this earlier here at around 46s because we were stalling a little bit. I want to see us take 50s with the viciousness. That's the one thing that Mara cannot do right now. Its Acme as of the last few 5-minute candles has been 49s. So Mara, I'm not going to motivational coach. I'm not going to force you, but I'm just going to say, hey, Mara, if you want to make this move to the upside, I'd be pleased as punch to see that happen. Let's see what occurs here. Also, the Hayes record saying hi. Sorry I haven't been around. It's okay. You know, lots happens. We're always happy to have everybody here. Apex Futures evaluation, working on that. So shout out to you for that. Let me see what else people are, any other stocks people are taking a look at here as we get ready for 5 minutes until that 20-minute bond auction. And then also we will have the lesson of the day one more time. Also, if anyone's seeing any small caps right now, speaking of that lesson of the day, will definitely let us know. Are there any new movers?
There's INVO. Well, not new, because INVO is kind of a rinse and repeat trader. But I mean, UAL really, I know it's not a small cap stock, but that one has been in play, and it is awfully close to highs for a stock that, number one, has been beat up a lot lately. Number two, has an association with Boeing. And number three, the market's at lower days, but UAL wouldn't have known it. 47.66 HOD. We're trading at 47.41 right now. So interesting look there for UAL. But it was INVO here that's really been kind of trying to hold up. It has been at VWAP for a lot of this afternoon. It really touched VWAP for the first time at 11:40. So for a large majority of the show over here, it's been dancing at these levels. That's a good thing because it's not giving up the ghost on VWAP. So this could be, you know, another interesting pop into the afternoon. 350 high. We're less than $1 away from that, trading at 2 2/3 right now on INVO. I'm not going to jump in here, but nice bounce off the 50, and the 50 and VWAP are getting awfully close. But it's kind of hard to ignore this discernible trend here with lower highs, lower highs, lower highs with a flat bottom. This is yelling flat bottom break. And how many times have we seen that on these small cap gappers where the bottom just comes absolutely off and then it tanks like quite a bit. So we'll keep eyes on that. TSLA short printing here. Got some out there. Where did dipped into 60s. Like a little bit more than that, maybe something around the 50 penny area. We'll cover a little bit more. The whole short here on TSLA was a rejection of the 50 period. That was the idea behind this. We rejected the 50 period earlier on the pop on Tesla when we were dancing with it here from 1150 to around 1215. And then it was a move down and breaking below VWAP. We kind of retraced into it again over here, and that's what precipitated me to get into TSLA short, looking for a bigger move down though.
Yeah, I mean, you honestly definitely could get it. I think that TSLA still looks good. I didn't get involved in the TSLL just because I wasn't feeling as passionately about it as you were. And I think one thing, too, that I've learned through our I've talked to, I think, a lot of people about this as well, is that, like, if you don't have the passion, and actually you're the main one who
you and I
told me
were
this.
talking about
yeah,
that.
I was trying to remember who I was talking to about that, but it's like, if you don't have the passion for a trade, why are you taking it, right? And I think that's why I love Sean's sticky notes, because those are all levels that he feels really passionate about. He wants to share those levels that he feels passionate about. And I think to me that's really important. That was a huge thing I learned from that conversation is I can see, I totally, like, I get why you took that trade and you just pumped your fist about it. So I know there will be lots of positive stories there, but I didn't feel like the heat and the zing for that Tesla trade, right? Like this Mara, I'm really proud of it. I felt the interest in it. I'm happy I stayed with it, but that Tesla, that trade wasn't for me right now, right? And so I think that to me is really key, just making sure that you have, not bringing necessarily emotion to the trade, but making sure that you feel passionate about the strategy you want to execute.
Fair.
Because if you feel the passion, you're going to be more committed to executing and staying in it. And that's why I stayed in Mara. So that is, with that, without further ado, Tesla?
Oh yeah, we covered at the 50 penny level,
Nice.
as I said I would, 55 pennies actually. The whole idea here, was just to take the scalp. I mean, Tesla's, I don't want to call it a counter trend trade because it is still down 0.85% on the day, but it's making higher lows, whereas everything else is making lower lows. I'm talking about that 153.75 touch on Apple that came in around, Tesla that came in around 10.15. Then we made another higher low at 154.15 that came in at around 10.50, and then the low that we just dipped into right now at 154 3/4. It's been sequentially higher lows for TSLA. So if you're looking at taking this one short, just be aware of the micro trend that it's doing at the moment. All right, let's have a look at some of these other Mag 7 names, see what's popping off there. Getting a bit of a reprieve are some of these names. You got the NVIDIA off that 843 1/3, popping back into that 47 area, so a couple of bucks off there, but still below the 10-period moving average, and it has respected the 10-period as a level of resistance most of the time on the day, and when it has broken through it, the second candle after that, the subsequent candle, I should say, printed below the 10-period. So that could be another area. If you've missed the short on NVDA, this could be another area to set up a resting order to take this bad boy short, as it looks as if, we're going to continue to bleed. I don't see any trend changes, quite frankly, at the moment to really signal that we're changing trend here. So that is weak. I'm talking about NVIDIA is weak. What else? Not softy, but Amazon, an interesting look here. So we had that big dip right into the break of 180. We bottomed out at 179.82. And then look at the subsequent bottoming tail candles over here. And what are bottoming tail candles indicative of? If you've been with us at least for a few months and you've been watching the lessons, you know that bottoming tail candles are usually an indicative of a tug and war between buyers and sellers, because buyers are stepping in at that price and telling sellers, no, not right now, maybe later, but you're not dropping anymore currently. So right now there's a bit of a tug and war happening between buyers and sellers on AMZN, and has been taking place for the last 20 minutes, because all four of these candles look awfully similar. Doji looking candles with equidistant upper and lower wicks, and bodies that are a lot smaller than the wicks of the candles. So we'll see here if this one can curl up. But this one as well, I'm talking about Amazon, has also rejected the 10-period moving average the entire day. So if this one curls above it, it could be interesting of a trend change here. So we'll keep eyes on Amazon, Adair.
Yeah, we're waiting here for
that's right.
the express delivery of the Amazon, but also auctions. We're just waiting on that here. Happy I got out of the Mar along when I did. We did keep ticking to the upside, but that's okay. If we reject and continue to make lower lows, I'm going short. Also, yeah, if anyone sees anything in this auction, let me know. I'm waiting here to see if this circulates. I have keeping my eye on it. We will find out. I'm prepared to take an auction trade, but I want to see which way the market reacts. So sometimes it will have a couple different mixed reactions. Right now, it looks like we're pushing a little bit to the upside on a lot of these names here. I'll have the cues up as we get that auction news, actually, so everybody can see here. Trying to reverse a little bit, actually, to the upside, potentially, are the cues. So we'll have to see. It's going to be a bit of a Q&A here. What direction do you want to go with this auction news? I asked the NASDAQ. We'll have to wait and find out. Waiting for that to come. Okay, we got it. US 20-year bond high yield, 4.818% versus the previous of 4.542%. So definitely more positive or higher, sorry, than the previous. Also higher was the 20-year bond bid to cover, which was 2.82 versus the previous of 2.79. So higher overall. Market not reacting super strongly to this one right away. I would say sometimes you do have a more immediate reaction, either buying or selling from the auction news. Right now, though, I would say this is a little bit more tamped down from what I can see. So we're gonna have to wait and see and wait and find out. I don't want to get involved in anything until I get a better sense of which way we're moving. That's also why, and I've kind of learned this because I've been burned by this before, I like to close all my positions, or at least have a good handle on my positions before the bond auctions, because you don't know what this way we will go. One time I ended up being in the, I had like a really small part of my IWM position still. I was an IWM short, and then we had a sell-off from the bond auctions that benefited me. But honestly, I didn't even feel that good about that trade because it was like Adara, it worked faster because of the auction, right? So just things to keep in mind. Everyone's gonna trade differently with that regard. Although, why Brothers United? I like this. Market to take off due to the change in yield percentage. Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what we do here. I'll go back to my cues to see what's happening here. We're waiting to see what happens. We're kind of interested. I want to see what we do, actually, at this 426.20 area. That was a little bit of the most recent, I think, bottom. If we break above that, and it looks like we might, we'll have a nice move to the upside. Yeah, why Brothers United? Certainly correct there about this kind of change of the tides in this market. Let's take a look at some other names. Rippin' Ron Pan saying, look at Nike go. Let's see how Nike does. Yesterday we had Adidas earnings, so Nike, of course, a competitor there across the pond, if you will. Yet, nice pop up here in Nike. Not a ton of volume here, just kind of an average volume candle, but nice pop up. Did Nike have any individual news to explain its decision to go on a little jog here to the upside? Let's find out. Nike. In sympathy with Adidas is what I'm seeing here. So yeah, so nice move though for Nike, continuing its sprint up in a market that is generally pretty negative, although certainly reversing a skosh as we got that bond auction news, which did come in higher than the previous.
Oh, yeah, eh? What did we have, the 20-year?
We had the 20-year, and it was 4.8 versus the previous of 4.5, so it was pretty significant too.
Okay. Yeah, that's one thing I definitely need to load up here. If anybody knows what the ticker is for the 20-year on IBKR, tag me, please, because I can't seem to find it. I'm talking about the yield, not the actual bond itself. So yeah, tag me with that because I've had trouble finding wherever this one's been. So let's talk about some. Okay, Tesla's doing things here, breaking through 156 RAM as it's coming into that local high over here at 156.50. The last print at 156.50 was a quick wick up and then right back down. This one seems a bit more incremental in its ascent. So we are at the 50 period on the 5 right now on TSLA. 156.10, I would say, is the 50 period. So we haven't cleared it with any distance. We're printing 15s and 14s. That doesn't mean a whole lot. So I want to see higher highs here before we start punching long on Tesla. And let me tell you, it's going to take some energy on my part to want to punch long a Mag 7 name today, especially with the big move down that we've had. But what I'm seeing is at least local bottoms are coming in. Now, we could print newer local bottoms, but looks as if we kind of rounded out a little bit on these Mag 7 names, most of them. US 20Y. Okay, let me try.
I'm also seeing TLT. Says very
no, that's the ETF. No.
Oh, okay.
I want the actual yield US 20Y. Let me try that. No, that doesn't work, Wes. Thank you, though, for letting me know. No, guys, what I'm looking for is the futures contract for the 20-year yield, not the ETF for the actual bond and not the bond itself. I'm just looking for the yield, the futures contract. I haven't been able to find it. And so I haven't been able to make comparisons between the auctions and what we were currently printing out. I follow the 10, the 2, and the 30 on my platform. So I'm able to see where they're trading before the auction itself comes out, because that's what we need to be comparing to, not the previous print. We need to see how the auction comes out at 1 o'clock versus what it was trading at 12:50. I'm just giving you any random time, okay? That's what we need to see. All right. Yeah, there's a curl up here in this market. There's no question about that. Now, whether it's sustained or not, that's going to be the question here. We just broke through the 10 period on Apple. We broke through the 10 period on Google as well as Softy and Meta. We haven't broken through the 10 period on any of these names for a very long time. Okay, the 20 period obviously next as a level of resistance. Oftentimes what we see is when there's perfunctory breaks, we break the 10, but we hold up at the 20. We'll see if that is the case here, but yeah. Wow, AMD $10 off the bottom, Katina man, as it comes into that 855 area. Yeah, I'm talking about NVIDIA, excuse me, not AMD, excuse me, NVDA. Yeah, I know, right? 843.35. We just printed 853 and change, so that is interesting there. We'll see if these moves are sustained. I have my suspicions. I'll tell you that, given the day that we've had today, Adair.
Yeah, what a day indeed. Also, Annie Hughes saying XAU USD.
Let's give that a try.
Okay, so sure, going to give that a check. Right now, oh, that's gold. Oh, sorry, that's gold. So I guess you want to look at gold. I can look at the GLD ETF. Yeah, so that's not going to be. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, that's gold. So we're going to look at gold, though, because a lot of people mentioning gold. So I'm going to look at the GLD ETF here. This is a, let's see how we're doing. Oh, yeah, what a move down. Then we kind of come into, we butt heads with this 9 EMA. I want to see what we do here if we continue to move up. The one thing that gives me, you know, a sense we could reverse a little bit is going to be, look at this bottoming tail candle that we have. To me, these show that we have a little bit in the buying side. We say nah to the sellers, and we push a little bit higher. I think a move above that 9 EMA could be nice because right now we are quite literally, like, you know, like when the cats try to like move their heads, you can pet them more. That's kind of what the GLD is doing with the 9 EMA. I apologize for that very odd analogy there, but I think there's certainly something in the water here at gold. Another thing I'm keeping my eye on is going to be, I'm going to be trading the TSLL, its little sister, but I'm going to show Tesla to show what I'm referring to. Look at this, triple top or double top earlier here at 156.40. If we reject this again, I want to go short TSLL. So we're going to have to wait and see on that. Right now, though, I am in CLSK, clean spark, waiting for a clean spark of selling to the downside. To me, this has been a pretty clean range all day. Lower highs, lower lows, bit of a move down here in BTC. I'm basically flat on this right now, about 2 pennies out of the money. And I'm trying to get out if we break above 65, so it's going to be a higher high. That it's not like, you know, a risk to ratio type, risk to reward ratio type P&L. It's just going to be more, risk, yeah. The risk to reward, sorry, I'm going to reword that because I think I got lost in the sauce somewhere. This is based not on a ratio. It's going to be more just based on this local high. Also, someone was asking, what's the local bottom and the local top? So basically, that's going to be the most recent low or high that you're trading off of. And you can use that sometimes for your entry points to add to the position, to get out. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. So to me, this local high, this 1465 is going to show, at least at this point, we're trying to get a little bit more buying power. So in that case, I don't want to be involved. This local low, this most recent low at 1430, bless you, is going to be my out for the bulk of my, or not the bulk of my position, the remainder of my position, because that was the most recent low. So I don't know if we're going to be able to break below that again. I don't know if that's the best example that I use there. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Let me know. But that is the local bottom and the local top, the most recent bottoms and tops that you're dealing with. Oh, you got short the Cybertruck.
I did. I'm looking at this level over here. Now, this could be a short trade depending on whether Tesla continues up, but this is the level that we've been at as a resistance level on TSLA the majority of the day over here. So we'll see if this one breaks above the $0.50, that's going to be my out, but I'm looking for a rejection of this level that we're currently trading at. It's been a bit of a local top on TSLA, so we'll give this one a little bit of room and see exactly what we get there. We're also, this is important for futures traders and for anybody trading Mag 7 too, maybe except for Tesla because it's been marching to the beat of its own drum today, but we almost curled into 17.7. And 17.7 is right where the 20-period moving average is on my 5-minute look. We're curling off that 17.615 coming into that 100-point level. That could be a key area of resistance. Not saying it will be, but it definitely is one to keep an eye out for. I always chart these 100-point levels on the future, and if we reject here, well, then that'll be quite telling. So let's keep an eye on the future as we curl into 17.7 and see exactly what manifests after that. Now, as I talk about this, let me tell you about that. This over here is Apple, and it's curling into the 20-period moving average. Why is that relevant? Because it had been rejecting the 10-period the entire day, and we just finished saying that when, you know, the retracement is a little bit steeper than what it has been, it typically is a 20-period EMA retracement rather than a 10-period EMA retracement. At least that's my observation. So we'll see if this is in fact the case and whether we start curling the majority of these names, I'm talking about the Mag 7 names, off this area and headed back down there. So let's see exactly what we get on the future over here and on this Tesla short that we're currently in. We're printing some 18s. I was looking to wet my beak there at 18s, but we'll pack our patience as this one marches to the beat of its own drum, obviously, on the day. Tesla has been kind of independently running as of late.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Tesla and Apple have very much been their own unique individuals. They're like, who says we're part of the Mag 7? What are you talking about? We're going to do what we want to do. Right? Everything else is up and we're down on the year, so we have freedom to move how we choose. That's what they're saying. But yeah, so nice look at that Tesla short. I was going to get involved in that, but also we do have the lesson, so I will be getting to that. Right now, we're about 6 pennies in the money in CLSK. Woo! Thank you, I'm happy. I'm going to stay on this. I'm just going to keep an eye on this on my side chart and manage it if need be. But right now, I feel comfortable with this. Bitcoin is looking nice. This range is rangy. That's maybe one of the more redundant things, but that's cool. The range is ranging. I'm happy with what I'm seeing, so we're going to let this do its thing, 21. Also, just really quickly before I get to the lesson two, I really see what you mean. I agree with what you're saying about us coming into an interesting point here with Tesla and a lot of these other names, because Tesla, as Sharif just fist pumped, was in an area of resistance, but so was NVIDIA. Look, a lot of these previous areas of support and resistance flipping over here, so I think that's
literally what I was just saying, the 20 period. I agree 100%
that's
with you on that.
I wanted to echo that because I do agree with that. Right now, Clean Spark hopefully going to continue to spark that short because I want all the smoke. And all
do we have the weed animation? I really need to get that weed animation over here. I think it's so important. There he is.
Right, and it's very apt for our show as well because we are doing the shout out to.
You know where these are from? You should know this.
Yeah, the 1960s Batman show.
Okay.
Hey. Like all of the words
that's
on
what
the
they
screen.
based it on, right? Yes, yes, I got confirmation from that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was the 1966 Batman show for people who have not seen. Classic.
Adam West.
Amazing. Adam West, Burt Ward, Yvonne Craig.
Holy, you stop punching outside your weight class, bro.
I grew up
You
on
were
that
like
show, though.
minus 500 when that show came out. You weren't even thought of being conceived yet.
No,
you know so much about it. Good for you, Dara.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But for now, we are going to get into the lesson, Volume Spike Surprise, which is, I think, a great title, and I think really summarizes how these volume spikes can feel in these small caps. And if anyone has any examples of a small cap with a volume spike surprise that we can talk about, let us know, because I'm very interested in showing these in the wild examples. So this is a guide to uncovering hidden momentum, specifically in small cap stocks, because they can be a little bit more susceptible to intense volume moves and a little bit more reactive. So what is a volume spike surprise? Imagine you've got a small cap just hanging out, doing its thing, it's trading sideways, then the trading volume explodes. This is what we call a volume spike surprise, and the key question arising from this surprise is going to be, does the spike signify a hidden buying spree or a mass sell-off? Well, why is this going to be so important, first and foremost? Because a sudden change in volume can indicate a potential change in sentiment. For small caps, it's actually going to have more impact because you have news and events impacting things a little bit more because you can have a bit of a smaller float, smaller market cap, things are a little bit more receptive, and this can be a surprise harbinger, I love that word, of a potential price movement. And so the challenge will lie in deciphering the reason behind the spike. Distinguishing the good from the bad is also going to be really important here. So you have different types of volume spikes. They're going to mean different things at different times. The informational volume is a surge triggered by news releases, so earnings reports, product launches, etc. And you want to analyze the news. Is it positive or is it negative? Or sometimes even more aptly, is the market going to interpret it as positive or negative? Because it's all about how market interprets things. You hear a lot here, there's no such thing as good or bad earnings, about how the market interprets it. So keep that in mind as well. Think about, wait and see how the market might interpret this news that you just get. Also, worth noting too, buying and selling pressure. So you can have a spike with increasing price that can indicate a strong element of buying pressure, which could lead to a swing upward, or a spike with a declining price, which just suggests heavy selling and foreshadow an impending downtrend. And then we have an example of a bullish volume spike. So this isn't a small cap. This is on the daily chart for gold, but you have this kind of chop and churn here. Then you have this move up and that spike in volume, which shows this uptrend is strong, and it's here to stay, maybe for a good time and not a long time if you're a small cap. And here's another example too. This is going to be a bullish volume breakout. You have it again, another chop and churn, and then you have the breakout of the upper part of the trend line with volume to show, hey, I'm here, and I'm in the move, on the move. So yeah, it's just a couple examples here from some charts that are showing examples of these breakouts, not necessarily in small caps, but just how they might look on a chart if you see one. But there can be fake news and other pitfalls. So you do want to be cautious because not every volume spike is going to be genuine. So some potential pitfalls are fake news. I said pitfalls are fake news, which can involve malicious actors spreading false info to try to manipulate stock prices or trigger a short-lived volume spike.
I have to tell you something.
Please do.
When I wrote this, I actually wrote fitfalls. That's creepy, bro. I actually mistyped it and wrote fitfalls, and then
That's
you
so
actually.
funny.
Yeah, I'm thinking because maybe the F was there, and it kind of got me to
think
write it,
so.
and it got you to say it too, which is funny. I actually did write
That's
fitfalls.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, that was like that day. Oh, Dollar Club?
852 short NVDA again for the Katina man. Again.
Yes, I mean, Sean for the win video on that. Seriously, congrats to Sean at Real Trading, killing it with that trade for sure. Also, CLSK is still basically flat. I'm just in that still to give an update on that. But yeah, and it's crazy too. That was like the day that you put Chubb at the top of the downgrades list, and the night before, I had been thinking that'd be really random.
I remember that. Yeah.
Sometimes we're in sync, I guess. But yeah, profit taking also worth noting here as well, because you can have a sudden increase in volume from insider selling or existing investors cashing out and not necessarily new money entering the stock. So be aware, you don't know. All you see is the volume candle in what direction. You don't know what caused it, is the moral of this. Also, you want to look for volume continuation. So are you seeing a continued increase in volume, or are you seeing one big pop and a big drop? So here's one example here from Mumu. We have the strong uptrend, so you have price and volume increasing, but the uptrend can be a little bit weaker, or you can see signs of it showing a bit of depletion when you have decreased volume as the price gains. So you have the uptick in price, but you don't have the uptick in buyers following suit. So here are some strategies that can help you tackle the volume spike. Surprise! Here, some of these are going to include identifying the cause, right? So you have to understand the reason behind the spike. You want to know, does this have a reason it's moving? As long as I know that there is a reason it's moving, I'm interested in getting involved. You also might want to use news sources, social media sentiment analysis, and this is really key because a lot of these small caps, you can see if they're moving if you go on Twitter and they've been mentioned like 20 times in the last 1 minute. Right? So definitely, if you're going to trade small caps, I find Twitter can be an interesting source to use to gauge sentiment and interest in a stock. Are there eyes on it? That's how you can kind of tell sometimes. Confirmation is also key because you do not want to jump in blindly. You want to see price action and other technical indicators confirming the sentiment before entering a trade. Does the price movement align with the potential cause of the spike? If so, maybe the water's warm and you want to jump right in. Also, you want to be quick and decisive. This is a huge thing I'm learning in trading in general, but also small caps can be really key because these guys are, as Sharif was saying, here for a good time, not a long time. So have a good time because the sun can't shine every day. But yeah, if your research does suggest a buying opportunity, you want to be ready to act fast with a swiftness, with a viciousness, and have a plan to exit if the price movement doesn't confirm your thesis. You have to be ready to be in and out like a thief in the night. Also, volume spike surprises are risky, so you want to do your due diligence before taking your trade and make sure that you're managing your risk properly, and consider paper trading to practice your strategies with these stocks.
Bang. Thank you very much for that lesson, Adara. I'm short AAPL, 168.78. My out is going to be 169. The whole point here is to try to short the 20 pop, but let me tell you, I thought that we were going to get a 17.7 rejection, and I'm not saying that we got a 17.7 reclaim at the moment, but we are above 17.7 at the moment, and I don't think Apple continues to the downside if we do reclaim 17.7 here. So I'm packing my patience, trying not to paper hand the trade, especially knowing that we're only a couple of points above that critical 100-point level on the future. I do see this topping tail candle into the 20 period here on Apple, which got me to like this trade a little bit more, okay? Especially because I had a bias. Number one, Apple short. Number two, I was talking about the retracements being into the 10 period as opposed to the 20. The deeper retracements that you get every once in a while are usually to the 20 period. So that was my thinking there, and that's what precipitated me to get into this trade. So we're short AAPL. We'll see if we can wet our beak here on a quick profit taker. Alas, it's not to be. We were 1 penny. That's happened to me a lot today where I've been like 1 penny off my profit taker and it hasn't triggered, right? So that's a bit of a tougher look, but that's my problem. Nobody else's. Let's see what else is going on here. Tesla doesn't know that the future is going down. Tesla is on the way up. Here comes 157 on Tesla, 156.77. I think we just printed, maybe 80 something there, couldn't quite tell. The reason I'm yelling and excited about this is because this has been a consolidation top the entire morning. Since we broke that level at 9:30 a.m., we haven't been at these levels on TSLA, and it's been obviously different than the market in general with these higher lows it has been putting in. Now it's putting in higher highs, so that upward channel back intact here on TSLA as the board gives Elon the nod of confidence there, baby. They want him to get paid. And they're going to move the company out of Delaware if they have to do that. So we'll have to wait and see how that all pans out with TSLA, but that was a good look. Also, there's that India news that, you know, he's looking at opening up shop there. Received well by the market because, well, they want to friendshore a lot of this stuff. But going back into Tesla here, I wanted to mention that even though we were seeing this was praised, yesterday's closing print on TSLA is about 157.07, 157.10, something like that, just right at that 157 area. So that could be another area of possible resistance here. You'll see that's where the institutional print at 8 a.m. bottomed out. So again, you know, we've talked about these institutional prints at like 8 a.m. and all the theories behind them and whatever. But the point is, it did come into that level. So keep your eye on the potential area of resistance here for TSLA at 157. We'll see what we get there. But the trade that I've got currently is this AAPL trade, and I'm looking for it to curl back down, go down. Dan, the man, Emmons, NQ, narrative changes if price can get back over 17,760. Until then, looking for further downside to 17,601, 17,565, and 17,515. Geez, Dan, talk about wanting the market to crash. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons having one of his better days, and I know Monday was a big boy day for you, so shout out to Dan.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull this one up because I thought this was kind of interesting. Danny Clay is saying VIAO red to green. So this is, I'm trying to figure out what the deal with this one is. I'm not seeing any news on this. This is a penny stock, about 33 pennies. Right now, very top and churn. I would like this range if it was not a penny stock. Like, look at VIAO just doing its thing, chopping and churning. I'm going to get some more deets on this stock, though. And I don't know why I randomly decided to take a look at this, but we do have nice volume, over 13 million shares traded. So I think it's definitely one worth looking at there. And I think clearly it does have eyes on it, given the 13 million shares currently involved in VIAO. This is VIA Optronics. And you have, okay, so not seeing any float on this. Okay, this is interesting. I don't have any, if anyone has any more details on this, I would be very curious. I want to wait and see what happens on this. And yeah, Sharif taking here his bite out of the apple. I am trying to wait for Clean Spark to spark a short, and I have to say this is another one where I'm really proud I didn't panic sell. And by panic sell, like I don't mean like getting in, like if it gets above my area of interest and I get out, I'm proud of that, right? Like I had the stop loss, but if it doesn't and I freak out and leave the trade early, I don't want to do that, right? So I noticed here, I said I want to see what we did at 65s. We approached 65s while I was talking, very hesitantly knocked on the door of 65s, and Clean Spark said, heck no, and slammed the door in their faces, closed the door, as Jerome Powell once said. And so, you know what I mean? That happened. So I had to stay in the trade. So I'm happy I didn't panic sell because we dipped near 65s. I didn't have that viciousness I needed to leave. So I'm really proud I stayed in. So still in CLSK. I think sometimes the biggest things, and I talked about this earlier too, they're not going to be the P&L wins. It's going to be the trades that I felt proud of, that I took, that I for whatever reason, that I took for a reason, and that I tried to take with a viciousness, I guess. I think that was a little bit rambly, but really happy with what happened.
You've been very vicious lately.
I guess so.
I don't know.
I guess just trying to have more confidence in myself, I think.
Because you keep saying viciousness.
I do, because I feel like I've stopped saying it the last few days, so now it's like
swiftness has been a word that you've been using as well. I like it, I like it.
The intensity. Also, let's see what else is happening here. I thought Meta, in a way, bounced off 488, is now fading away the 50-day SMA, says Daryl Flinch. You certainly wasn't flinching at that Meta short because I know you were involved in that earlier. So congrats to you on that. I know you were looking for 488, so it looks like you did print. Congrats. Also, yeah, this is interesting. It's coming back to that previous area. We had that chop and turn around 491, trying to find that base at 491 again. So Meta, an interesting one. Definitely not a Meta trade, though, for Daryl Flinch. I'm making the profit on that, but more of a macro trade for you. Also, speaking of which, let's take a look at SMCI, which I just thought of because I guess I was making related puns with micro and macro. But SMCI moved to the downside yesterday after moving up yesterday on a stunning price target increase from 600 to, drumroll please, 1,500 from Luke Capital, raising the price target by $900 on SMCI yesterday, giving it a nice run to the upside. Right now, continuing to see that a bit of that stutter step to the downside, but like what we're seeing with a lot of these names curling on that 9 EMA. Let's see if it bounces. Also, CLSK, if you want to do anything beyond waffle around, let me know. Let me know.
Okay. Love it. Love it. Yeah, you tell that stock, Adara. No, for seriously though, Sebastian, yes, we are sane, I promise you. Eddie, did you load up? What? Did you load up too much Adara's? Dude, she's just an.
I didn't even finish.
She's
my
a happy
coffee.
person. Okay. All right. Yes, Tesla. I see that, guys. Tesla coming into that 157 area that we're talking about, and now, believe it or not, Tesla officially green on Z-Day. I did wet my beak on some profits on AAPL. I have like a tiny position. So if that stops up above 82, that's fine. I don't care about that because I'll tell you why. I feel that the trend is changing on these markets. We're getting away a bit from 17.7. We're putting some hammer candles here on some of these Mag 7 names. We're curling into the 20 period. We're not blowing through the 20 period. So I am a little bit hesitant to kind of, be like, oh, wow, yeah, market's changing. We'll see. We'll see exactly what we get there. But Tesla at a critical level of resistance. I'm talking about yesterday's closing print, 157.07. It's above that right now, but not by a whole lot. So we'll see exactly what we get here. I'll definitely be interested to short Tesla if I can see some sort of manifestation of a rejection of this level, like a topping tail candle or a big red candle on the volume bar, something akin to that. We're going to keep eyes on it. I just don't want to get bamboozled into the trade where I get sucked in and then have this thing jump into 158 like a rocket ship, which Tesla is absolutely capable of. Anybody who's traded Tesla in the past knows exactly that this one is the options king. I don't know now if NVIDIA is overtaken that as the options king, but definitely Tesla for a period of years was the options king. So yes, now we're out of that last little remaining amount on AAPL, but a very profitable trade for me so far on Apple. It's been a positive day on AAPL. I'm pleased with that. Positive day on TSLA. But now we're looking for more because we still have about half an hour left on the show and we got to keep trading. Top VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol. Shout out to you, my man. Have a look at Docu, clearing VWAP, can see 58 soon. Yes, sir. Let's jump into DocuSign, one of Aunt Kathy's preferred stocks, and one that I use a lot, Adair. You'd be surprised with the new stuff we're doing at my work. The amount of actual documents that I'm really signing IRL is ridiculously small. It's mostly, yep. For like the lease that we're going to sign on Friday. It's been DocuSign. It's been a whole bunch of stuff. Anyway, not much in terms of volume today. I see their top on Docu. What is the volume exactly on DocuSign? Allow me a moment here. So we 410,000. I can't, I in good conscience trade that, especially since we're hovering right at Friday's closing, or yesterday's, closing print. So the closing print yesterday, 57.75. We're printing 57.72. It is clearing VWAP. You're not wrong, but what about this resistance level from yesterday's closing print? I need to be cognizant of that. In the same way that we were talking about that 157 level on Tesla, I'm talking about 57.72 on Docu. There's got a lot of X's beside its name. The volume is not there. The technical break is not there. I see what you're saying, though, coming into VWAP after, bottoming out at 57.25. I think actually the low of day is 57.12, but the majority of the prints are at 57.25. I'm going to have to respectfully decline to trade this one. It is not my cup of tea, but if, does more volume, then we'll jump right into it. All right, Apple coming into 169. Happy that I got out of this trade here. I feel the market shifting a little bit here, guys. We've cleared 17.7 now. Looks by 20 points or so. We'll see exactly what we get. Let's bring in the future and see if there's any price action resistance levels, ram on the chart over here. This area, 17.7 1/4. This was a low end of the area. We ranged there from 11:30 till 12. That was the low end of the range. So we're almost there. We're about 5 points from 17.7 1/4. So let's see what we do when we get there. That is an interesting area of possible resistance. Above that area, I'm going to have to say that probably, did we respect the 50? No, there's been no dancing with the 50 today. It's going to be maybe 17.775, but really it's probably going to be 17.8 and VWAP. And by the time, if we make it up in 17.8, the volume weighted average price will have likely come down to conflate with 17.8. On there, but we'll see. I mean, we could get this could be a fake out breakout through 17.7. And Dan the Man Emmons was saying something about high 17.7s as a possible change here. Let's see what he's looking at. So high 17.7s. What did he say? Actually, let me go back to see what Dan said over.
So sorry, really quickly. So
yeah,
Snapchat.
go for
We
it.
had this volume pop on Snapchat.
happened?
I looked it up. There is a story on it too. Traders are circulating apparently that TikTok divest or ban bill is moving on the fast track through Congress. So this is just being circulated by traders. Thank you to Ben Zinga. We don't know for sure if this is happening, but this is what the word on the street or the metaphorical street, the tweet street is happening. Meta's moving up as well. Thank you, Sharif, for putting that one out. So we'll take a look at Meta here. Oh yeah, also getting a nice pop as well on this news. Whew. Meta looking at VWAP, and what's also interesting to me too, that 496 area of support. Can we eclipse it?
Is it a V pop?
Let's find out. V pop. I like that.
Slow clap, but not really.
It wasn't a slow. It was a fast.
Yeah, I know.
I enjoyed it.
I think it deserved a slow clap because it was that bad.
I like the V pop.
I know you like it.
The VWAP pop.
All right, rejection off Apple at 169 for a second over here. So a couple of topping tail candles into 169 on AAPL, kind of doing its own thing because the market looks like it is curling back up, but you wouldn't know it looking at Apple. These two topping tail candles are, to me, awfully bearish, okay? Especially coming in at a critical level of resistance like the whole dollar level. So we'll see here with AAPL, but not a good look. Also, Tesla coming into 157 again, rejecting off pivots, putting in a bit of a topping tail candle of its own. We were talking about this area being a critical area of previously support, now resistance, or so it looks. Let's not jump into this willy-nilly, especially with the fact that Tesla's been putting in an obvious upward channel here, right? Okay, so that's interesting there on Tesla, figuring out exactly how to take this. Are you still looking at TSLL, or has that gone by the wayside? Because I haven't heard you trade it for a little bit.
Yeah,
TSLL. Is it on the NASDAQ or the AM?
It's on the NASDAQ.
Is it? Thank you. Okay, so maybe we'll
I
look.
like this topping tail candle. I'm really
right?
tempted to get, yeah. You know what, Adara?
Damp it.
Do it. I'm saying that to myself, so I said that very aggressively. We're going to take this a small position just because I want to practice getting involved when I like what I see, when I like a setup. We're going to try to get short here, 38. We're going to give it to 42, 41s. We'll do 41s. And then we're going to try to take profit at 32. So I'm comfortable with my risk to reward on that. Tesla, let's get involved.
Be Besla or be Bessel.
Thank you, because yeah, so it's for context. So instead of calling it Besla, I'm calling it Bessel or Stressel because I have the two L's now because I'm shooting TSLL. So this is Stressel. So we'll have to see how it goes. I love that you said that. I got a kick out of that. But you're trying to get it at 38s here. This topping candle to me looks very bearish. Probably could have gotten in a little bit faster with more of a viciousness. I think Sharif's entry at 37.
I already,
yeah, that makes more sense.
Nuts.
So I was a little bit too, maybe too caught. Okay, we're involved now. So we're going to be trying to get out here at, let's do 32s. Let's go. Let's go, Stressel. Let's get involved. Really small position. Just trying to practice. And I think this is really key for me as well. And I appreciate it. I was talking to Sean and Neil and Sharif and everyone about, my experiences and my differences live trading so far. And I think one of the things that really came up is that you want to feel comfortable taking risks and trying new things. And so for me, not a huge, I could have taken a few more shares, but I think for this, I really just want to practice getting involved when I see a setup I like. And that was the impetus as well for the SQ trade earlier, which was, I was really proud of that long as the market went to the downside. Now it looks like SQ might be a short as the market goes to the upside. So if we go back to 80s, I really like that 80 area. If we come, I don't know if we will, but if it gives me an opportunity to do a rip sell at 80s, I'm interested. So bye-bye, Mara. SQQs are going back on the side chart. Also, speaking of Mara, I want to talk about my CLSK trade. So I'm happy with where I got out. We broke above that 65 with the viciousness I got out. What I'm not happy with, though, is I had my Bitcoin chart up. I was like, oh, we're still to the downside. It's going fine. If I had refreshed the chart, I would have seen that we'd had a couple consecutive green 5-minute candles, and I could have scalped out at this at 50s. So that's a little bit of a moment for me to reflect and be like, Adara, you should have been more aware, I guess, and be a little bit more cognizant and gotten out of that earlier. Because as Frank Jones is saying right now, Mara, Riot, CLSK, and Snap all climbing. So the point I'm trying to make is I'm still happy I got it where I did, but I could have done a little bit better had I been more cognizant of what Bitcoin was doing. And that's something I can reflect on and hopefully learn from for next time. Right now, though, we're just waiting to see what Tesla wants to do here. This candle to me was pretty bearish, but now this candle that I got short in the midst of is looking maybe a little bit bullish. I don't like this tail to the downside showing that the buyers are ready to go. Sharif just sits down and says, go Tesla. And yeah, I hope Tesla goes to the downside, because right now I was just saying these candles are a little bamboozling, right? We have this very bearish candle. Now we have a slightly bullish candle. But you and I are both in the Model 2 together, ready to take this one.
Hold on, he
to
canceled the Model 2 though.
That's true.
Well, did we get confirmation from him that he canceled it? It was a news report, right?
He said that it wasn't real. Well, he said Reuters is lying,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
tweeted a different tweet that said Reuters is dying,
And then he deleted.
and deleted the Reuters is lying.
Yes.
So we don't really know.
We don't really know.
We don't really know.
You know what we do know, though, Adara, is that Meta just moved $10 off the bottom. Unreal pump up there. Consider this the TikTok tailwind, or so that I called it last year when Meta had that big move up from $89, and we saw where Meta ended up closing last year. 87.14 LOD on META, and then look at that pop into 498. So I stand corrected. $11 pop there on META. Nice V-shaped retracement. We're getting, let's pull up the actual headline itself. There it is. TikTok divest or ban bill moving on fast track through Congress. According to Bloomberg, House Speaker Mike Johnson is including the TikTok bill in the Ukraine and Israel aid package. Really, talk about earmarks. That's interesting. Yeah, good question, brother. We'll have to wait and see exactly what happens. Neil's saying how's that going to get through, but that is the look. Look, we don't get into too much politics on the show, but there has been pushback against this bill. Let's see if the bill passes. It hasn't been for the TikTok. It's been about funding other wars and stuff. You guys know what that's all about. And we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, interesting. Beautiful look up here for Meta. Now, the question is, the topping tail candle that Meta's putting in right now. So the print got up right into the 200, exactly at the 200 on the 5. And that price was 498 2/3. We ended up closing, though, at 497, just a smidge below 497, 496 and change. Now, this red candle that's being put in, does it hold up at the volume weighted average price? Do we hold on to VWAP here? Now, we haven't really danced with VWAP all that much on the day with Meta, but there was wicking rejections from the south side. Look at all these pops into VWAP. All of us said, no, thank you. Down you go. So we did kind of respect volume weighted average price earlier. Do we now respect it from the north side? VWAP on my chart on Meta is right at a smidge above 495. So 495.15, 495.16, something like that. So we'll see if Meta can continue to pop up here or what the situation is. But what a big move up there midday with the TikTok tailwind.
Yeah, the TikTok tailwind. I was just about to type that in the chat for ZST Inc. So what happened there is Meta and Snap both getting a move up with some trader. Oh yes, this is actually now from Bloomberg. TikTok divest or bill ban moving on fast track through Congress. Although, as someone was saying here in the chat, apparently the bill doesn't even mention TikTok. So interesting note here. Also, Michael Moore was asking why we went short Tesla here, or I can't speak for you, but I think we had a similar impetus, which is going to be that topping tail candle. That's why we decided to get involved in Tesla.
I hate you for having a better price than me.
Well, but that was because I waited too long.
How
that was my
petty
issue.
is that? That's like petty level 100.
But I wasn't. But that's because I honestly admired your price because you just got in. You saw what you liked and got in. I waited a little longer, and that's why my price is what it is. So I think you could take it. You could take it.
People are yelling about DJT, Adira.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh, DJ.
There goes DJT to the north side. What is this? Okay, let's pull it up. Donald John Trump pumping through that, let's call it 26.5 top that we had earlier, and that just came in. All right, so it doesn't look like it coincided with the Meta pop. What time did Meta start popping? 125. When did this start moving? Yeah, okay. It started moving about a couple of minutes after Meta. Anyway. Neil had earmarked a good level that I liked. Yes, this 28 1/3 level. That is yesterday's, let's call it after the bell high there, right into the VWAP rejection. So interesting level here at 28.31. But yeah, it looks like we're not even going to hold 28 for now on DJT as we break down Adara below 27.5. It looks like it's going to be a topping tail candle here for DJT. And that is not a good look, especially if it closes that way. And then the subsequent candle ends up going red. Usually it ends up in a V-shaped retracement of sorts when that kind of stuff happens. But we'll be watching that. DJT though, guys, keep your eye on it. It's up 20% on the day, 19.75% right now after the shellacking it took the last couple of days of there.
Yeah. Also, speaking of shellacking, I like this 5-minute candle we just got in Tesla. Pleased as punch with how this is going. Also, I was trying to get short NVDL, but I think I was a little bit too ambitious with the price I wanted there, wanting 39s. Now we're a little bit lower. The other one I'm looking at that, though, is shout out to Frank Jones. Frank Jones. This Affirm short. Look at this range on Affirm. I like as well this little wick to the upside here, showing that we do have sellers overwhelming buyers. I'm going to stop yakking about it and start punching in. Because I like what I see here, and I don't have any reason to not try to get involved. We're going to be getting in here. Oh, we got filled. Perfect. We're going to give this 10 pennies into 31.15 because I want all the smoke all the way down to 30.80. So to me, to risk 10 pennies and try to get roughly 25, I'm okay with that rate. Nice. Let's get involved here. Affirm. I also traded this one yesterday too, and I was really proud of this trade yesterday. I got short. I was just trying to short it a little bit. I can still show you guys the movement. It's not going to show my entries, but I can still show the movement here. Affirm was, I got involved in this short yesterday when we kept rejecting off that 9 EMA, and then I ended up benefiting from this move down from Papa Powell speaking. So I like that example because it was a good example of, I still had the trade planned, and then we did have that economic, I guess, move there with the Powell dump that I ended up benefiting from as well. So like I said, I think it's one thing I want to mention, because I brought this up a little bit earlier, very briefly, with regards to taking trades in and around auctions and stuff like that. I would say don't take that trade on the impetus that you have an auction, but if you have something that works out, you still feel confident in the trade and ends up benefiting you, I don't really see anything wrong with that. You know what I mean? I think sometimes that can happen. Yeah. But also what can happen is Tesla creating to the downside. So how are you feeling right now? Because I'm pretty happy.
I put a couple of B quitters out there. None of them have filled yet, but I'm keeping my eye on the future, Dara, because we were talking about clearing and holding that 17.7 level. Eek. So this is the level we were talking about, and I don't know. I think we could be headed back down here. We'll see. This level, we on the futures NQ June contract I'm talking about, we ranged at the low end of this level from 11.30 to 12. Then we gave up the ghost at this level. I'm talking about the 17.725 level. We move right back in there. Lo and behold, resistance again, down into 17.7 we go. Do we hold the 100-point level? What is, what's it called doing? Tesla doing? What are the Mag 7 names doing? Well, you got a monster topping tail candle on Meta. You got a curl down a little bit here on Apple and Amazon as well. So they are feeling the effects of this 17.7 retracement. But we still haven't printed on our 35 dip here, our 35 profit taker on TSLL. I guess TSLA hasn't dipped enough for us to be able to cross there. But the market now below 17.7. So here we go. Do we now tank off this level, or do we have a quick reclaim of the 100-point level? What a day today on these markets, man. But I got to tell you, it's I don't want to say it's been predictable, but at least the levels have actually come in. So when you've looked to short at the 50 period because it was rejecting off the 50 period earlier, you got that fill. When you look to short at support or whatever, go long, the levels have been jiving a little bit today. But obviously, you know, as a long-term investor, I don't like to see the market all that red. Intraday, great, fine, but you know, if the market could pop up 400 points by 4 o'clock, that'd be great.
Yeah, you don't want your apple to be a red delicious. You want it to be like the Granny Smith, right? Because you are, yeah, because I know you're interested in an apple, right? But
I like
yeah,
apples in general, too.
That's true, too, in general. We were talking about apples last week, too. But yeah, I'm happy with TSLL. Affirm got a bit of a move to the downside. I'm waiting for a little bit more oomph in this push to the downside. But I want to mention this comment from Frank Jones, who, as I, again, shout out to you for bringing up Affirm in the first place, and also I think is very apt given our lesson of the day. Frank Jones saying, identifying patterns, not just price, but volume as well. Like this one in Affirm should be part of every trader's arsenal. And I like that. What I want to see, too, is look at this volume. We have this big, not big, but definitely a nice little spike up on volume on this candle to the upside. Now, I bought once I noticed we fell from that area. I like this candle. This candle looks bearish to me, so I get involved. And then look at this next candle. We don't have the same volume. It's a bit of a spike here and then a pullback. I am waiting a little bit. I'm trying to be patient here for a little bit more of a pullback in the price. I don't want to add to this position because I'm comfortable with the amount of shares I have, a smaller position, just again, practicing getting in and out of trades. But I'm really proud of, you know, I'm happy I got involved in this trade. And again, I love our community. I feel very happy to be part of our community. And shout out again to Frank Jones for letting us all know about this volume and price pattern we found. Frank Jones. Also, because for anyone who wonders why we say it like that, there's this rapper Mike Jones from 2004.
Yes.
And he said his own name like that. Fun fact, did you know his grandma is the reason he said his name in his song?
No way.
Because she's like,
said it that way?
She's like, oh, you need to get recognized. Like, you have to, like, hype yourself.
Smart.
So that's why he
That's
says,
smart.
who is Mike Jones? And Mike Jones a lot because that, yeah, we wanted people to know his name. So, yeah, anyway, shout out to Frank Jones and Mike Jones, I guess. But, yeah, so just trying to take these trades, trying to feel more comfortable. And if I like a range setup and the volume's holding up, why am I not getting involved? So that's the look on that. Also, we haven't looked at NVIDIA for a while, so I'll pull up NVIDIA. This is interesting. I initially was kind of interested in getting short NVDL here, and I'm happy I took Affirm instead because Affirm to me was more affirmative in terms of it being a short. NVIDIA ends up curling a little bit at this 9 EMA, so I'm really happy. You know, and honestly, I don't even know why I was considering shorting this even on a range basis because we have higher highs and higher lows. So happy I didn't get involved in that. NVIDIA absolutely curling to the upside. And shout out to Sean for killing it with those multiple shorts on NVIDIA earlier.
Yeah, this is looking like a long now on the market. Okay, so we're getting rejections off 17.7, and by rejections, I'm talking about pops off 17.7. So I'm getting out of my my TSLL. To be honest with you, this is kind of what you look for when you look for a bounce off the 100-point level. Clear it by a decent distance. I would say 25, 30 points counts as decent. Come back to it and defend it. And that's what it's doing right now. Here we go, the market coming into local highs. Keep your eye on the 17.7 1/3. That was the base we were talking about earlier on. The range between 11:30 to 12. If we reject off this level again, then I'll eat my words. But if we clear it, then it'll look like at least, maybe a 17.8 retracement on the future. The future looking bullish at the moment. You're getting the likes of TSLA. Good thing I got out of that TSLL. Right as I got out, it shot up 4 pennies right off that. So I'm happy about that. That was a good catch there. Now what I want to see, Meta. So I loaded up Meta on another screen because we had that big topping tail candle. We came back into VWAP. VWAP on my chart around 495 and change. Do we hold this level on the volume weighted average price? The market's going in the right direction now for Meta to kind of to jive with the market. The market wasn't going in the right direction earlier. Let's see, do I jump in here or what the deal is with META? Kind of a tougher look. There's about 9 minutes left on this show. Does this pop, or am I going to have to manage this after? That's kind of the question here. It's breaking below the volume-weighted average price yet again. Okay, it's doing things I didn't think we would do. And so is the market, man. Market's putting in a topping tail candle as well at 17,740. So lots of bamboozlement here, man. Jeez Louise, just when you think you have a beat on this market, the market gives you, you know what, again. So we'll have to keep an eye on this Adair. It looks like, yeah, Dan, NQ rejected. He just wrote it right back into that low end of the range again, 17,735. We move right back into that level and we reject again. I thought we were going to clear 17.7 owing to this hammer candle here off 17.7. This one. And then the candle subsequent to that, bottoming tail candle. Yeah, bamboozlement's real. It really is.
Yeah, and it's hard to read. I am so I got out of Affirm, and now Affirm's rejecting again. Thanks, Affirm. Got out of Affirm because we broke above 15s. Now Affirm's rejecting yet again. I don't want to get back involved though, and I have to say today was a lesson in trying not to trade your P&L. I'm still up on the day, which I'm really proud about. But I was doing a little bit better earlier, but I wanted to take some more trades because I felt comfortable in the trades. Thank you very much, Sherry, for the plethora of buttons. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think one thing that's really key is if you like a setup, trade the setup. Don't worry about like, oh, what happens with the trade. Like, if you feel confident, if you have risk management in place.
Okay, I'm going to go on the spiel a little bit
You have to
here.
take the tries. Oh, you have a spiel?
I have a spiel.
Oh, I like the light bulb there from Sean.
Ooh. What are you doing over there, Katina, man? Oh, yes.
Let's do it.
Kid. All right. In exactly 1 hour and 8 minutes, Arsenal will play Bayern Munich. But there's another match on. Forget about the one that I want to watch. Real Madrid versus Manchester City. Who is pumped for that game, guys? If you're pumped for that game, throw up ones in the chat, please, because City is 1.5 to 5 odds to win this game. That's kind of a bit of a slap in the face to Madrid, given how well they played last time and how well they have been playing. I'm talking about you, Vinny Jr. I'm talking about you, Jude Bellingham. And there's a whole host of others, man. This is going to be an interesting game. It takes place at the Etihad, which obviously favors City. But I got to tell you, City fans, yeah, they're newer. Let's just call them that. They're newer fans, because City is a newer good team. So yeah, City, Real Madrid, tied 3-3 on egg. So if you're ready for that game, baby, yeah, I see those ones coming in. A la Madrid, I'm cheering for Madrid. Obviously, as an Arsenal fan, I have to hate Manchester City because they're a competitor. And they're in pole position right now to take the Prem by 2 points. So down with you, City, just like we were down on the Fuge.
Yeah, City's Pep Guardiola, right? Because I heard he's like a good coach.
Oh, yeah, he's the best coach in the world.
That's why it's interesting because I know they have a good coach, which again,
Yeah.
Ted Lasso has really helped me. I'm really happy I ended up watching that show because it's really helped me in these conversations, able to contribute a couple words. Also, my last trade of the day, I assume unless something really crazy happens here, with 6 minutes left in the How to Trade show, I am shorting Mara. I like this pseudo double top here, but mostly, like I said, I don't like getting involved in these crypto names based on formations. I like getting involved in them as well based on what Bitcoin's doing. I still think we're climbing higher on Bitcoin, but this topping tail candle here on Mara combined with a temporary move down in Bitcoin, if I can take a couple pennies here, I'll be pleased as punch. Like I said, trying to get more confident, punching in if I see something I like. We're going to take a couple pennies on this. I think we're continuing to the downside, but this really small position, just practicing buying, selling. If you like something, get involved. If you see something, say something, which I believe is like a police adage, but I think also is applicable here. As Michael Scott of The Office, as played by the great Steve Carell, said, adapt, react, readapt, act. And if that doesn't have a lot to do with the markets, you know, I think it does, right? It's got that slight applicability here. I want to see us drop down here to 90s. I don't know if we're going to get it. I'll take 91s. Again, we're scalping a couple pennies, but this is really just for me to practice getting more comfortable, getting involved. It looks like I should have gotten out a little bit earlier because we're trying to pop back up here. I don't like the idea of us making a new high, but this is just examples of, you know, practicing, getting more comfortable with the trades, getting involved, making the trades. I really got pretty happy with how I traded today, all things considered.
Good. Yeah, keeping an eye on this market. Again, we looked like we were going to reject off that 17.7 1/3 low end of the range. We come back into 17.74, so it looks like it's curling up, but you know, I have my reservations about how high we can get today on this market. I really wanted to get into meta, but I don't think I had enough time to pop in this trade. Here comes 17.750, and you've got a whole bunch of different names here at parts of the chart that they haven't been in. I'm talking about you, Meta. I'm talking about you, Tesla. Today, there comes 158 on Tesla. That is the pre-market low end of the range now. So if we were looking for resistance at 157 owing to yesterday's closing print, now we can look for resistance at 158 on Tesla, but I don't know if it holds up with this market going here, baby. 157.98 now new high of day on Tesla as it breaks through, pivots, and goes green on the day. It's up now 0.5%. Great look for Tesla on the day. We were able to take this short twice, believe it or not, and both positive. But now it is changing its tune as the market in general changes its tune. And then you've got the likes of Google now above the volume weighted average price, recovering off that big dip, off that 157 dip into 154.5. Now we're above 156 on Google. Softy coming into the 50 period moving average. Likewise with Apple knocking on the door of 169 and the 50 period. Amazon as well curling into the 50 period and the whole dollar level at 182. Nvidia coming into that local top over here. For whatever reason, 855 has been a local top. It was initially a resistance level, 855, multiple dip bids there on 855 earlier, and then it ends up being a resistance level, and we're right at 855, or we just printed high 854s. We're dancing in 853 right now, but this is a key area. Like, I mean, if you can put a horizontal line here, I don't even need a horizontal line. You can kind of see that this was an area of support, and now it's flipped into resistance, 855 on NVDA.
Yeah, it's had an NVD day, that's for sure.
Oh,
really happy I didn't go short NVDL at 40s, which is what I was considering, and I almost forgot to cancel that order, and thank goodness I did. Instead, I took the Affirm short, which was not profitable. I should have probably scalped out of it, but I still am happy with the risk management. And I think one of the biggest things that I've learned today, I think I'm learning a little bit about trading even more every day with live trading, and my biggest thing I learned today is sometimes you have to be proud of yourself for managing the trade properly.
Okay.
We lost on this Affirm trade, but we managed it properly. We lost about 10 pennies. We were risking about, we wanted to get about 25, so I'm happy with that. You know what I mean? Getting out of Mara, scalping out of this as we make that move back up, right? I think for me, what I've realized is there's two aspects. It's being confident in the trade in the first place, or I guess three, making sure you have you're comfortable taking that trade. Now that you like it, you have to be confident enough to get in, and then you have to know when to get out. So those are the three kind of, I guess, lessons I've really learned today. We're called how to trade, so why not kind of sum it up like that? Really, really happy, honestly, today with some of the trades that I made, especially that SQ trade earlier. And I think, you know what? Trading, of course, you're thinking about the sum of everything. You're thinking about the P&L, but sometimes you have to be proud of these individual moments. I think that's important.
Well said. Absolutely. Especially, I mean, you know, being a newer trader, absolutely. Agree with you 1,000% on that, Adara. All right, I was just watching the future here, and a nice move into 17,750, which also happens to be the 50 period. And it's the first time we've touched the 50 period all day. Not breaking through it with any vigor right now, but not willing to say that this is going to be a rejection. So I want to keep my eye on this trade. No question about it as we move into that 50-point area and the 50 period. So this could be an interesting bull trap here, making the longs think that we're going to defend 17.7 and then bringing us all the way back down. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what we get here. I think we have a minute left on the show. It's been, or not even, we have 15 seconds left on the show. So I'm going to let you finish it off.
Can't believe that. Yeah, it's been, I hope you guys have had as much fun as we have. I think it's been a really fun day in the markets, learning a lot, trading a lot, and really happy to be here with everybody for volume spikes. But tomorrow, another day in small cap land. We're going to hope that the markets give us some small caps to trade. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Same bat time, same bat channel. For now, though, Brendan's at
See you guys.
the desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in 2 o'clock as we head through the afternoon here. A couple hours left on a pretty busy afternoon as the market is concerned, trying to get back to the upside right now. One of the things I was just noticing helping here this afternoon is a little bit of a retracement, not only in the US dollar, but yields coming off after what happened yesterday, if you missed it. Again, the hawkishness of speak from Fed Chair Powell yesterday had yields racing once again into the close. DXY back to the upside. If you didn't see it there we go. There's the daily chart now. Big, ugly red candle forming back to the downside we go. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row straight higher for the dollar. Wasn't helping the overall market. Semiconductors under significant pressure. That was AMD, 4.5%. Rolling over again, dragging along the lows of the day right now for AMD. Noticed Apple, a little bit of relative strength in big tech land, 0.32, trying to bounce right now. There was a big volume spike there through 169, but overall, it has been a pretty muted day as far as Apple is concerned. Just 0.35, yeah, tech, or semiconductors, I should say, under pressure. NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, QCOM, all downside in a pretty big way. Banks are strong. JP Morgan standing out a little bit weak, still basically flat on the day. Everything else upside. Meta downside, Microsoft, Google still higher on the session as well to head into the final 2 hours here. We did get some positive earnings this morning. We'll get more. There's not much in the way of Netflix, obviously, after the close tomorrow. I don't think there's much in the way of headliners tonight. But as next week comes, we'll get into more big tech names. Nice bounce right now, though, for the overall market. 500 coming and going for the overall SPY. Let's touch on a few things. We'll do a little recap of what was available. If you haven't done so, grab the watch list. We send it out every single day before we come on at 8:30. If you haven't done so, grab that. It's a free resource, has everything on it you need to know. In the pre-market, Elon back at it today as well. Just saw Tesla actually pop up in front of me. I don't see anything on that, but there was a little bit of a volume spike there for Tesla trying to get back into positive territory. I have to reset one thing, guys. If you haven't done so, we talked about India this morning, but give me your thoughts on Tesla.
Tesla, Stressla, as it's called by
The Besla.
other people. Yeah, I mean, you can throw whatever. It's a good thing about Teslas. You can kind of throw everything out there. Tesla is about to make some fresh highs, which is rewind to, any part of the first 45 minutes of the day when Tesla at the open absolutely dumped it. I like the 155 on Tesla. That was good for a couple of minutes, and then it made some fresh lows. But look, this is a different afternoon as Tesla's putting in higher lows. It broke out the opening range top. I was in the long that couldn't. It got to 157, like 50 or something on the 157 long. Now you're at 158. So this is clearly stair-step to the upside. There's going to be a grouping of things today. There's the good longs, the strong stocks that are higher lows and higher highs and all that good stuff, and then there's the names that are weak. Obviously, AMD, you already said, Brennan already said, is at its low of the day. Tesla has gone green, and even if the market doesn't completely reverse its trend, and it's not necessarily even through some resistance, Tesla has crept back. And it does matter a little bit that Tesla did get to that 150 area essentially on the daily. We got underneath 155 into that 153 change is the low. So it got within spitting distance of 150, and you get a little bit of a relief rally when everyone was looking at that key level. It's been a big trend line down there, essentially supporting the 150 for the last year on Tesla, and a bit of a relief rally here today. I was in Rivian, and I'm probably going to take the breakout again. Rivian was a break at 890 double top. It's now a double top at 898, so call it a $9 break for Rivian this afternoon too. What's up, Randy?
What's up, Randy? We wrote down on the sticky note today, Tesla 155. I guess we had it. We had a 154.20 bid there, only to see it go all the way to the upside. But the thing about trading is you just want to put up a green number. So today, Tesla's going to be one of my top stocks. Really super happy about it. Right now, I'm on pins and needles. We are now, Randy, we are $2. Why are people trading? We're in the money now, $2 here. We just got stopped out when we broke. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get to the downside right now. See if this market can break. I'm looking for NVIDIA to come back into 848. But yeah, here we go. Nice little short happening on this trade. We are $1 and change in the money on Google. We have lots to talk about. But yeah, Tesla into India. I think it's a good thing. And yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Everything is going to take some time.
Time is on everybody.
158. This could be a short here, actually, on Tesla. Now that you're right back to where we started the day. Oh man, we might have missed an opportunity to short this. We're still short. We just shorted. We'll talk about Bitcoin in a minute as well. Oh, we should put. No, I just got one, but all right, thanks, man. We just got in and out of IBIT. Well, not in and out. We were shorting VWAP here, and IBIT broke up, which is a good thing we got out. Now IBIT going for the dance here as well. Lots to talk about today. Let's go back over to the desk.
I was just getting the beige book in my ear there, so I've gone through some of these comments. I don't see anything. The beige book is an economic outlook that comes out once a month. I don't see anything that we haven't heard before. Overall, U.S. economy expanded slightly since February, according to the Fed's Beige Book. Again, that just came out at 2 o'clock. There was absolutely no response there from the overall market when that came out. So just be aware, though, there are still a few things trickling in here from the overall Beige Book. Let's talk about semiconductors here. We did have, I mean, it was ASML with earnings, but SMH, if you go out to any of these ETFs, even SOX, same thing, opens up this morning and just straight downside since the open today.
Yeah, and ARM too, Brendo. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see that 10% to the negative there. We tried to trade ARM on the day today at that $110 level, but it was a big down day. Nothing really specific with ARM. According to Benzinga, it's just in sympathy with ASML. ASML, though, net sales fell 21.25%. Revenue dropped 21.25%. Profit dropped 37.4%. It seems to be a cycle here with PC sales and cell phone sales topping out.
Coming off what we had yesterday with very hawkish comments from the Fed across the board, I mean, this is really vanilla as far as what the Fed was saying in the economic outlook. Among contacts was cautiously optimistic on balance. Price increases were modest, on average running at about the same pace as the last report. So again, that Fed's Beige Book just came out there in front of 2 p.m., guys.
So I know we're going to talk about the semis, and we'll get to it, but there was more comments about, this is not necessarily new, but there's more comments with U.S. Steel about the Biden administration wanting to keep it in U.S. hands, which obviously puts the Nippon buyouts, in jeopardy. But this isn't new. It was already down on this, and then I guess it got reiterated, and you're seeing it drop $1. At this point, if it goes back into the 40 level, I mean, I'd take a shot up there. I don't want to short any bottoms on this, but this is not, I thought we heard this in the morning, but that's the reason for U.S. Steel falling like an absolute rock. I feel like and there's a little more in my ear there. I feel like some of the reason why, maybe not the entire reason why the chips are to the downside today, despite gapping up, was ASML having a miss on revenue and declining year over year, a utilization of their lithography machines. They're a big bellwether. And one of the reasons ARM was so bad is you have to use ASML if you want to make advanced chips. If you want to make chips that are power efficient, you are using ARM. So ARM is in every cell phone. These guys, ASML is in every laptop. They're not in it, but if you're making the chips for a laptop, or you're using these guys. So both those names got punished today. There was a bit of a bounce at the open. I'm just going to go to the names that we have traded. AMD was a flush. It was a VWAP trade for me, and then when we didn't get VWAP, everything, all you-know-what broke loose. And sometimes that can be a sign. Like, when it stops riding VWAP and then puts in a lower high, it can't even retrace and grind back in. That was actually when things accelerated. I'm in Intel as a VWAP retracement trade, and I had NVIDIA one time off the 850. I got up, 850 broke. I came back down, Sean's like 850 broke. And I was like, well, I'll take it the second time and scalp it, but I wasn't here for when it happened. I didn't see what it looked like. I couldn't get a feel for it. So I just kind of scalped it on the second time it broke to the low of the day. Now I would love to see a VWAP retracement on a couple of other ones.
Yeah, it was a good break.
ASML also had a crazy reversal at $900, even if you were paying attention to it. But once Europe closes, I think you had to be very careful. It's just a different story on that stock.
Okay, so yeah, first of all, we were long NVIDIA first. Made money that way, and it was a pretty good stock for us, and then it eventually lost 880. We talked about that. Then for some reason, it came right into our sticky note level of 860. I say some reason, like that's right where it stopped. And look what we did. We bought this dip. That's an $8 winner. You guys saw me do that live on the show. That was a hell of a lot of fun. That was at 10:30. Then we left it alone, man, until this happened. And I'm going to talk about AMD. So the number one stock today is going to be NVIDIA. Number two is going to be AMD. Here goes NVIDIA now, we're short again. But anyways, here's the break that happened at 850. So that's my first trade, 850 break. First out, 849 $1. Second out, 848, that's 2. And then we ripped up and we reshorted 852. That didn't work, okay? So we got out of that trade. Hold on a second, the market's moving around here. We're now $2 back into the money on NVIDIA. All right, then we shorted again. long story short, it went up to the 200 period. We're now bouncing. I thought I had a bid down here. Oh, that's 851. Okay, I put a bid at, my bad. I put a bid at 850. I thought this was 850, but it's actually 851. So normally we're looking to get a piece out at this level. So let's think about doing that right now as NVIDIA is now 250 in the money. I really like that one. But you heard Adara say, and then Sharif congratulated her, which was fantastic, about being happy and really pleased with her trades. Look what we did here on AMD. We shorted that break at 162.50. Boom. That was a monster. Then we tried the long. That also worked. That was great. Then once we tried the long again here at 160 and that broke, look at all these purples, man. We started bang all the way to the downside. This was a monster trade. Short 160. There's our last out. 156. That was 350 right there in the money. And here we go. We are starting again. We told you what the number one stock is, and we ain't playing. It's NVIDIA. It's starting to go to the downside. We got to put a bid, though. We just went to 851.20. That's where my bid is supposed to be. I'm at 850.20. So I just didn't look at that properly. I don't know if I would have got filled anyways. But here we go. 851.20. Let's put a bid, see if we get hit right now on NVIDIA. But fun times here for some of these names as the market is thinking about what it wants to do.
Ah, interesting. Okay. Let's talk about Microsoft and Apple here. There's a note on Indonesia trying to get them both to come and build stuff in that area of the world. But I was just noticing this as well, popped up during lunchtime. The EU formally going to avoid looking into their $13 billion investment into OpenAI. Which was lingering in the background for quite some time now. That was really the only regulator that was poking at that, but I guess they're formally not going to do that. But yeah, both Microsoft and Apple, kind of a lackluster day. Apple specifically, not a huge range here.
No, not at all, Brendo. I mean, it was at the lows there, and the 168s has been fighting with 169s. Specifically, as Brendo mentioned, it's the friendshoring aspect of things that's got investors interested as they look to move away from their manufacturing in China. Tim Cook said today, with respect to the meeting he had with the Indonesian president, we talked about the president's desire to see the manufacturing in the country, and it's something that we will look at, he said. I think the investment ability in Indonesia is endless, Tim Cook said.
Just noticing DJT back to the highs here on a volume spike. Pulling back a little bit now, but what a day for DJT as well.
I'll touch on that. I'll start with Apple and then I'll get to DJT because, I mean, if you're looking for things that are at the high of the day and breaking out, they are few and far between. You've got UAL, check that. AAL, I think, will course tonight, and then or tomorrow morning. And then you've got DJT and maybe a couple of other small caps. But Apple, I'd say it's a bit of a disappointment because it was looking like you'd made a bottom yesterday at 168. It's not a big catalyst. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that that's a fantastic catalyst for trading, but it then ended up holding at the open a higher low and then a series of higher lows. So on the 15-minute, it was showing a nice upward trend, which I like joining trends like that where you can. Maybe there was a chance to do it here at 69.5, but I waited till it was at VWAP. It gave up VWAP, and I gave up trying to go long the stock. It probably in an ideal spot because, as you can see, Apple then fell $2. But you got to be able to look the other direction. This wick is not real, or I'd be short at VWAP.
Apple?
Yeah, it's like Apple's going to end up reversing again into the 168 bottom. And I just feel like if we're going to trend down, Apple just cannot seem to hold on to gains recently. You just bounced off of great support on the daily chart, popped right back into the exact same high that it did in late March, which is $179. That's also, it failed the 50 period, and then it just rejected, and then you're right back at that low. So the next step, unfortunately, if you keep doing this, would be to break this support level on Apple, and then Apple loses 165, and I mean, I heard someone say the other day they like 162, but really, like I look at this daily chart, and when I see 165 breaking, I don't actually find anything significant on Apple until you get down to like 150, obviously 155 looks decent. So you're starting to get into some scary territory. And then quickly on DJT, it's okay to be wrong, it's not okay to stay wrong. Obviously, if I liked the long or had any reason to go long, when I got out of the short was like the perfect entry. That's just how it works sometimes. But I was short off 24, we got 23.5, Seconds later, I was deciding not to reload it, and then it came out and stopped out for like a 25-cent hit. Since then, all it's done is ho-hum, go another $4 up. There's a chance that some of this late rally on that last little volume spike had to do with that TikTok news, and then there was an extra push on DJT because of that.
TikTok news?
Yeah, there was.
Here we go.
The bill is speeding through Congress or something like that, and DJT had a massive volume spike and went $2. I think it was just that. Meta, Snapchat also went as well.
There it is, $3. We just get filled there on NVIDIA. We are short at 854.50. We just take that 851 as described right there. All right, here we come. So now I wish we would have waited for 850, but we still got a piece on, and this name is starting to move lower, and we're starting to stack it up right now. So good day so far. I do have a stop on Google. I know Google's coming next, so why don't we... Okay, so I'm long Google. I'll talk about the story in a minute, but I just want to tell you I'm getting out if we break this 50 period, this 50 level, which is the 200 period, and that could happen very soon. I sound like a Dara. I'm talking so fast. Over to the desk. See, they're not even ready.
Or
Ram's panicking.
she just gets a coffee. She's like just back, trying to chill. All right. The rundown this afternoon brought to you by our friends at Pandimensional. Pandimensional research and strategizing in the stock market doesn't have to be difficult. With your personalized AI investing co-pilot from Pandimensional, you can easily discover stocks and effortlessly test and execute your strategy ideas. Get quick and digestible stock market insights with Pandimensional's AI chatbot and backtest and forward test strategies with Pandimensional's AI simulator, all in a beginner-friendly platform. Try it now for free. Go check out the link on screen right now, guys. Scan that QR code. Let's talk about Google. I mean, nothing in the way of excitement as far as price action today as well, but positive note here for analysts from Google today.
Well, it's up almost up 1%. It's below now, 0.88. But here was the look. A couple of analyst upgrades. Truist Securities maintaining its buy rating, bumping up the price from 158 to 170, saying that they expect Q1 results to come in slightly ahead of consensus with respect to cost containment. They like the year-over-year margins as well, so boosting that price target, Brenda.
Looking pretty good on the upward trend here, guys, for the daily chart anyways on Alphabet.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I can take this. We had Google right here listed on our sticky note as trade number 3 today, getting that long at 155.50. I mean, that's what we wrote down, so that's what we're going to do. So we have that long right here on Google. We can sort of expand this out. We hit it early, and we didn't hit it that often. That was the first trade there at 155.80. It breaks a little bit higher, and then we start to rock a little bit. So after that level hit, we got out. We got out actually at the high of the day there in and around 157. So that's a pretty good trade to get out there. That's about $1 and change. Then it came back, and we wound up getting out at that level of 156.50 or so break. So that's about $1 all in all. The high move up there is a 157 high break. Then it came back down to 154.80. This is where, you know, sitting there catching falling knives and all that kind of stuff is pretty tough. We waited for it to try to give us a base right there, and then we went long using this 154.50 as our out. So that's where we take the first piece out there, the first piece out there. Now we still have a third, and we're rocking right now on Google. Google, just an amazing stock. We wanted to go long. It's on the sticky note. So despite the day being pretty red out there, Google still remains up. And I'd hate to say it, but you know, we were looking at that name. It's just another one of those. I got stopped again by one of the traders behind and said, holy crap, how come every single day this is what's happening? And I just said, put in the work. Find the trades you like, stay in them, be confident with them, trust them, speak, you know, confidently, and be confident with your executions. You know, trust the system, trust the process, and that's my advice to you, and good luck. Yeah, so that's really worked out again today. Google, we'll put that one on the board for, you know, another decent trade.
So the thing about, like, I didn't trade Google, and Amazon, like, I only liked Amazon if it could break out at the top. So it didn't break the top. Great. You don't take the trade. I should have used this as the example for a wipeout bottom, by the way, for volume. I just didn't realize how big of a wipeout volume bottom was, and it was after I'd done the lesson of the day. This is actually almost better than what I was looking at for when you get big volume bottoms. That said, all that said, I'm a big apple fritter guy. Ram just talked about Tim Hortons, and what does that have to do with trading? You know what? It tastes the best when it's fresh, right? And so that's the same thing as when you have a trade, getting it at the right time. Like, you can like something to the long side, but just because I liked an Amazon long, if it couldn't break through resistance or set me up with some kind of long, you don't take it. Google was good at the open for the breakout trade, but then after that, it's like, well, okay, you have to wait till they put some fresh whatever's into the oven, and then you take the trade a little bit later on. You don't know exactly when that's going to happen. All you can do is wait for it. We're not gonna. We'll talk about UAL after, but then I want to make sure we talk about the Bitcoin at 60 because I actually learned something today, or at least kind of found something on BTC which might be useful. But let's go to the desk and mention UAL a bit.
Back to the downside right now. I mean, we're at day highs essentially right now for UAL. What a day it's been. Really never even dipped, never even tested the pre-market low, just straight out of the box right out of the gate this morning. To the upside we went, coming off a better than expected report.
Yeah, they took a $200 million hit here, Brendo, because of the Boeing cancellations, but that was already priced in. Look, you know, the 25% reduction that they had to take on the Boeing aircraft hurt a little bit, but overall, analysts say the results and the guide could bring at least some relief to what would be characterized as an oversold situation here for United Airlines. So Citi analyst Stephen Trent reiterating the buy rating and going for it.
Right at, we're almost there anyways, that last daily high, I guess closer to 49 for UAL, but huge day here, guys.
So, okay, so I'm gonna look. Like UAL's pulled back like 30 cents. It is at a level on the daily. So I suppose, like, if you were looking for a top, I mean, if you were looking for a top at any point today, good luck with that. You're probably having a rough day of it. Hey, everyone's been there before at some point. I'm glad I'm not trying to short this stock. But I guess you'd be looking at the daily and saying you're getting to that spot. Fair enough. But I didn't trade it, and here's what I'll do. There was some discussion. There's some guys in the back that actually traded this at the open, which I wasn't paying attention. And one of the things that was observed is the manner in which it broke out. And as you can see here, the first candle at 9:30 is a massive volume red candle. And that's because it was sitting here at 44.5. It broke 45 at the open, and then you see this hammer wick, essentially fail breaking 45, which is a pretty good looking short setup to fill in the gap to the downside, then immediately held the support where it had been in the pre-market at 44 even, holds on to 44 on the way back and bounces. So anybody shorting this thing on the fail break of 45 had to watch it hold 44 and then take out that 45 high. And once it did, it then held 45 on the bid. The shorts had been trapped. If they didn't get out when it broke there, then they were getting out wherever the heck they could for the rest of the day. So if you ever find yourself in a situation like this where it's clearly set up a popular reversal trade like that fail break at 45 even, and then suddenly those shares are trapped and it's trending to the upside, understand they got to unwind. And being on the other side of a popular trade, when it starts going against, that theoretical other side can be good. But I want to make a comment about Bitcoin here, and I'm going to use it because I was trading IBIT. So instead of using Bitcoin, I'll talk about 60,000 in the context of IBIT because it ran 60,000 3 times. I was long 3 times. 2 of them worked, and 1 of them was an abject failure, and the only difference between them was something I kind of saw when I was looking at my level 2. So anyways, Bitcoin, this is the first test of 60,000. It ran the stops, came back up, but it was a muted move. The second one, it ran, and then on the way back up, I punched here, and it wasn't random when I punched in, and then it made almost a VWAP. Second time, it ran 60,000. I grabbed the long. I did have a bad trigger. You should never move your stops unless you have a good reason to. I did at break even, and then you'll see it go higher. But all I did the second and third times I took it is instead of just standing in front of 60,000, I watched 60,000 break. Then I pulled up the BTC level 2, and I was sort of watching the spread here. Here I'm going to make sure. I want to make sure you can sort of see this properly. Highlight across, take that off. right? So then you see this book. You have all the different books which can lock markets. You can have a bid on Kraken, an offer on Binance that's underneath that bid. All that kind of nonsense can happen. And when I waited until it broke down 60,000, and then once all of the books that we have available, they were all simultaneously back above the bid at 60,000. So if Kraken and Binance were bidding above 60,000, that wasn't enough. I wanted every single one of the books that we display, which is 6 of them, once they were all in unison and bidding 60,000, I was just like, okay, I'm just trying this out. I'm just going to punch long Bitcoin when all the books are bidding above 60,000, figure that's the point, it's a failed break, and enter the trade. And so that was the moment I just kind of punched long and was like, oh, punch long, give it to the low. And I did it here, punch long, give it to the low. So I don't know if, and again, I was just trying this out, just to give you an idea of the fact that I was trying this out. Like I was doing this as a real trade, I was doing this as a test. So even though I won nicely twice and lost once, I'm flat on the stop because these were like tests, blindly doing it because I'm testing a strategy out. And so the next time I see a major level break on Bitcoin, I'm going to try it a third time, maybe for a little bit more. But I'm not going to consider it a failed break reversal until every single one of the independent books is back through the key price. So I hope that makes kind of sense because we talk about like a failed break there of, it was UAL at 45. Well, I mean, once it's printing above 45, it's just back above 45. Or it's back underneath 45, like that's it. Like it's a market where there's no crossing of the bids and asks of the different gateways. In Bitcoin, you can. They're all independent. So you wanted that confluence of all of the bids being back above 60,000. Oh, that's not my word, dude. Randy, I don't use school words like that. Like that's Obi, that's Adara, that's Sharif. I just like saying it now because it makes me seem smarter than I really am. I'm just keeping it real. Didn't you already have a coffee?
Yeah.
It's
all good. It's all good.
Because you got it from the fancy place.
Yeah, I got it from the fancy place. I was just out for a walk, and this is not even, what is he doing? This is not even hot. Okay, we just shorted Coinbase there. I know we're talking about UAL. It was a great trade. I mean, a huge move up 16%. We highlighted one thing for you. That was the Jets ETF. We talked about that when it was at 0 to start the day, and it was, I mean, let's see where it opened. Yeah, so rated way immediately. I mean, we talked about buying this thing. I was like, this hasn't even gone up yet. It should have some delta or some UAL love in there. It does straight up to the upside there, right off the open. So there it goes again. They're all about 10%. So you can look it up, Jets ETF.
Okay.
No,
I'm
not
looking it up now. You just
I think, I mean,
I'm not looking it up.
There's 4 of them that
tonight.
are.
You told
that
me you
are
said 10.
10%.
I'm not.
Yeah. No, that is what it is. All right, so Google. Okay, just a brand new position here. We did put on Coinbase. It's right here at the 50 period moving average on a 20-minute chart, and it's come back in. That's nice. I like that level, but we're also just in right here to a recent top of 215.50. So with some extreme volatility, and Neil just went over some Bitcoin stuff there, extreme volatility in Bitcoin. We broke below 60, now up to 62. Okay, here goes Coinbase. So I was only going to give this, I mean, I guess we got to give this a little bit more room than what I was going to do. I didn't expect it to come up to 216 right away.
50.
All right, let me just honor that 216. We'll get out if something happens there. But that was initially my level. But look at the spread, it's 50 cents. So as we come back in now, let's put some bids somewhere in case we get picked up because, hey man, we'll take a bid if we can get it. So we'll put a bid down there at 214 and change, see if that will fill us. Spread pretty dangerous here on Coinbase, and we almost got taken out. That really shot up there pretty quick. We started this short at 215, we just got another one at 215.50. My stop is 216. So that would be 80 cents. So if we can capture a little bit of profit on this first move down in and around that 80 cents, then we'll take that and then we'll work on it from there. But right now we are short. It's 50 cents in the money, but you got to get the bid for that. So let's see if it pushes. We're short here, Coinbase. Looks like it wants to work. So far, so good. Dollar in the money on Google here. That's holding out. We're going to wait for the 50 period or the 200 period, which is sloping down, which I don't like. And then Nvidia's $3 in the money, but we already took out 2/3. Sorry, more than that. About like 75% of our position on this move to 851. So that's what we're doing. We're chilling right now, waiting for Coinbase to do something and hopefully not take out the bid. And yeah, NASDAQ, it's only 230, man. Lots of stuff still to come.
Speaking of chilling, I guess we're done the rundown. Oh, I did get you. Wait a minute. Okay, the position board might be wrong here. Fabian position board's wrong. I got that United States. I didn't want to interrupt or anything, but like I got into position on U.S. Steel. It bounced off of VWAP. I said if it came back into that 40 VWAP in here after the Biden administration, or I should say the administration, once again reiterated that they want essentially U.S. Steel to stay in U.S. hands. Like, what am I even splitting hairs? That's pretty much what they said. So it flushed, even though that's not new news, it's still flushed on it anyways. It came into VWAP. I shorted 90s. Well, when it got back underneath 90, I went the first available short, which actually ended up being 78. I took some out in front of 50. It's now barcoding lower high. I'm going to bid in front of the quarter mark, and then look to see if it can take it back down to the lows. So it's a Nippon Steel, which is obviously, foreign buyer, and it's down 2%. But it's been under pressure before, and it's had support in this range right around 38. So I would suspect that it should catch a bid somewhere. I mean, it's not like U.S. Steel obviously is a good company, and there will be other suitors. But I'm just taking this short, giving it back into VWAP. Oh, Tesla just gave up the 157.
I just want to show people, I'm bidding 214.65. There was fills at 214.65, but not me. Look at this, 214.65, Edge X right there at 214. I'm bidding, like I saw it come down, I thought I was going to get filled. There it is right there, 214.65. I'm bidding at 24, okay, now it just broke through. But I just wanted to show you that that's the winning trade. That's not what I wanted to show you. I was just hoping to show you that sometimes the gateway, and this is 99 problems, you guys don't have them, we do, because we got to pick where our destination is, and some of you will, especially those of you that are with real trading, will also wonder like what gateways to use, what are gateways? But talk to your floor manager or trainer for those kind of questions. But at the end of the day, that's stuff that I used to look at. I used to like really read tape. Like Neil's mentioned that when rebate trading was good and when that kind of stuff was happening. I used to do that, just spread trade and make the market. And that's where like reading of the tape, you hear Obi talk about that all the time as well, how important that is. I don't think it's that important for a stock like Coinbase or any of these major cap names, but sometimes you'll see Neil in some positions, he'll talk about them, and sometimes like...
Oh, you know what I wanted to say?
I was trying to think of a name that we may trade, like a Neo, something that has, and I'll just show it to you just real quick here. As the market's coming down, we're now $4, by the way, with NVIDIA. But like Neo, you may want to know that if you're trying to go bid-ask here, which gateways are printing. So there's K is Edge X, N is New York, D are dark pools, so you have no idea. And here comes NVIDIA right now. We are starting to go lower here on NVIDIA. So let's bring the damn pain. Hey, since you guys have been here, look at this. NVIDIA, and then do we have this as well? Yes, we do. It is $1.20 now here on Coinbase and trying to go lower. So far so good here, but that was just a little brief talk. There you go.
No, so very quickly, I was actually going to point this one out because, so anyways, here's the statistic. I had this conversation with Brankles, and I was saying, like, I trade on the side, like buyouts and stuff, sometimes a lot, sometimes a little, but in 19 and a half years, I have not gone a single month where I haven't at least taken fills every single month or traded at least a little bit. And oddly enough, this will be the first time where back-to-back months I'll probably be red on buyouts. A lot of it has to do with this move, and then this wasn't as bad as the fat finger, which, not a fat finger, but it was like a nice, like a black swan event. And it's hard to describe because imagine I was in a position where the only reason I lost was me being flattened. Like the stock didn't actually trade against me, but me being flattened caused the entire move. And it sucks because the actual trading was in the money, but the spread opened up, the system read that I was out an X amount of dollars, the system flattened me even though it didn't trade anywhere near that price until the flattened key went. So that happened, but then this move happened and I made an adjustment. So TCN, solid deal, spiked down, recovered. It did a similar thing yesterday. And so I came in today sort of thinking, well, if this is what's been burning the last couple of weeks, I'm going to take a shot and wait to see if something stupid happens on one of these stocks. And lo and behold, the stock being bought for $63 in cash, when I sat down this morning, it's literally closing on Friday for $63 in cash, and somebody decided that they wanted to be buying above the price. I don't know why, but I was like, yeah, whatever. Instead of actually sitting there and just bidding an offering, hoping for a 5-cent range, I was like, I'll take a shot, just sort of shorting it off those highs. And because I was looking for it, but I was only looking for it because it had lost for me the other day in the other direction. And then I was looking for these spike moves, and maybe they happen, maybe they don't. U.S. Steel is not that type of situation because U.S. Steel is not a firm deal that is, like 99.9% going to happen. Remember ATVI? That would trade well underneath the deal price because it's not for sure that you're going to get that move. And as U.S. Steel comes back up, if it gets into VWAP again, I'll go for the reload. Just have to wait for it to happen. We're just in that. Pelotons from the morning, you guys probably saw it. I'm bidding in front of $3. Intel VWAP retracement, it's rolling back into the downside as the market is slowly seeming like it wants to get back into some of the lows, although it's not the same acceleration to the downside as before. But anytime you reject underneath previous support, the trend is unbroken down, so that's an unbroken trend down. I think you still look for the short to pop situations. Probably not going to get Apple at VWAP. I'm going to make the assumption there. I'm going to cancel Apple because I guess if it goes to VWAP now, I probably have to make a decision on that because you've made a lower high and the key level looks like 169.
I mean, I don't know what else to do here. We are now $6 in the money on NVIDIA. What? I mean, we just do real trading. $6 in the money now on NVIDIA. $2 now in the money on Coinbase. 80 cents in the money now on Google. I appreciate the talk there about wanting to know more and wanting to hear me teach about all that stuff. Potentially, we'll do that at some point. All right, Google, Coin, Amazon, AMD. All right, you want to just talk about maybe finding some outs? So Google's pulled back in. We already know we're going to be out of this in a second here. This is flipping us out right now. I mean, sure, we called the short on this market. Google's going to be an awesome stat today. Well printed, well taken. And we're going to get out of this pretty soon at 155.50. We just put on Coinbase, man. And thank you to John in the chat. It means a lot that you're recognizing. But there it comes down into that downside as well here for Coinbase. So hopefully that works out. NVIDIA still $6 and trying to go lower. I mean, we said we want to talk about some outs here. I'm not, like we've already talked about this. We're here to make money. You know, we're doing it. Okay, what should we do? 848. So we've bounced off this 848 level a couple times. You guys just want to do that? All right. I'm just going to do it. 847. Look, I'm going to be happy. We're stacking this up, man. By the way, no market recap show. We're filming the podcast today. Sorry about that, but I only have so much stuff to do. All right, $5. We'll wait. We'll go to 847.50 coming through. I'm sorry, Fibonacci Princess, about that. That is my fault. That we do not have a market recap show. Tammy was really excited to come through, so I owe her one. We'll see about getting her back next week. So shout out to Tammy, and thank you for your understanding. That's my bad. All right, Google, NVIDIA right now, Coinbase. They're all rocking. For Coinbase, why don't just get out if it breaks this back up to the upside, 214.50, okay? Because, you know, what we're trying to do now is just capture every single move. If it's there, we obviously are doing that, and it's been working out. So let's just stick with the guns, stick with what we're doing now, and try to just keep on, you know, following the rules and making the trades. Do you see what just happened there? Google came all the way in and did not break that 50 level. So I said there was one thing that we needed to work on. And that was, instead of maybe this being my out, that could have been a reload area. All right, so that's the one thing that I, for sure, need to do better on. There goes Coinbase. So all in all, Coinbase comes out there. We'll take just $1.27, $1.17 on the last piece. So yeah, it's not as good as it should have been. It does go down into that bottom right there, but honestly, I mean, like I said, we've made trades that have done better than that. So we'll wait to see if that goes. Even if NVIDIA, we only have 25% of this trade left. It just did wick to the bottom there, close to where we were. That's 848. I'm at 847.60. So if we fall into 847.60, we'll take that fill. That got to 848.28. So we were about 70 cents, let's just say, obviously with the spread involved there, away from getting that fill. So I don't know, it's coming back upside. Kind of want to leave it alone. The only thing I might do now is relook at what is my PL2 is AMD short. That was at $4.
Well, first off, Bitcoin. I looked over and Sean has 61.6 on his thing.
Yeah.
It's the Bitcoin spot, and at the same time, IBIT's holding 35 even. Like it's a consolidation top, so it's really. There you go. Like it's consolidating right in here above VWAP. That corresponds with 61.5. So it actually looks technically like a good, really good out on coin if coin's going to follow it. But I wanted to make one last point about that IBIT idea. And yes, it was just a theory. But like, okay, well, why wouldn't you like paper trade a theory, right? Like don't actually put a trade on. Just observe what happens, and then if you see it work, then put on. The reason why you have to execute for this is because otherwise, when I'm looking at the chart of IBIT, like how do I know magically unless I'm observing and taking the fill at that moment when all the books are above 60,000, the piece of data that you need is, oh, what price could you have actually gotten if you were to actually punch in? Maybe that's a big momentum spot where liquidity dries up and you don't get a good entry point. So you have to be able to judge when the thing happens, what fill could I get? There was a strategy we used to do in Europe that required you to actually take the fills in the moment to be able to judge it. You couldn't just paper trade, look at what I could get. It's like, well, in these 5 minutes, what fills are you really able to achieve when you're trying to get into position in that general sense? Anyways, back into U.S. steel. The NASDAQ is looking strong. I wanted to go over to, where's Apple? I was just saying it's not going to get to VWAP. It's right in here. 169 is come pushing in pretty closely here. So we might get a chance to short this one off of 69 if it curls, or maybe we do get a shot at VWAP. That's always a possibility. I don't mind that. We like that old VWAP retrace. Intel, do I want to reload Intel at VWAP? Yeah, now we're starting to really ramp. So we got another out there, 35.60 on Intel. It's trying to get right back up to that double top at VWAP. That's 81s. I would look for, I don't even know if I want to refill with the NASDAQ now breaking out. Maybe it should just be a look for long situation. I thought Rivian would have broken the top. Wow. Okay, it's like it's at the top, it just hasn't broken. That might come in. It might break this 9 any second now.
Okay, so it's kind of it's a funny story because I'm not making money or losing money right now because I have one long and one short. Like Google has lost its damn mind right now. So like it is just off to the races. That would have been crazy embarrassing to have gotten stopped out there, which I was a couple pennies away. And that's what I mean. That can easily happen at any time. And it almost did right there, and we should have reloaded it. So Google is off to the races now. It is $1.50 in the money. But since that's been happening, we got out of Coinbase, which was a blessing there because it just kept on going back up to the upside. So we are out of that one.
Sticky.
But what's also happened here is NVIDIA has come back up. So here comes NVIDIA. We get that reload up top there. Let me put something in for about $1. We just took 855s right there. It's starting to break. I think we have stickies now because I thought I was in the money there. And I don't know. So this spread right here is 80 cents. We do have a stuck order right there.
It just improved when I refreshed.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like it's improving. Yeah, good call. So 855 right there. Looks like we're on there. I got to get rid of this. Let's bid a little bit lower. My stop on this one, guys, 856. So we'll see if we could take $1, lose $1. Let me just refresh as Neil mentioned there, and then see what winds up happening with NVIDIA. So yeah, a little risky here. The market is really rallying. We've done well by holding on to Google, but NVIDIA is not working out. We had that bottom take. We got greedy there when it was done at 848, but we reloaded it. So let's see if we can take $1 now or lose $1 back to the upside. This will still be, here it comes, this will still be my number one stock. This is not a monster position by any stretch of the imagination. And there it is. So there's the fill out. Obviously, we get a great out there. That's an L for $1. So we'll slap a fail on that one. Thought there was a chance for it to continue to head to the downside there. We missed that, but again, not everyone's going to be able to trade the way we do, so that's why I do find it very important that I tell everybody that we are out of 75% there, and we said that, so this is kind of like dirt off our shoulder, but it's still a nice move back there to the upside, and by the way, right now, awesome. This is working out for us, and it is Google. Google right now is really, really on one. Starting to go back up to the upside. Looks like we'll be able to hopefully ring the register up top at day's high near 157 on Google.
Yeah, and for me, I just got U.S. Steel, which might follow the market, might not. See, it's still not showing U.S. Steel positions. Is it just U.S. Steel that it's not showing? Okay, whatever.
I'm only in Google, and that is
Yeah, well, I mean,
right.
it's correct in that I'm not in Intel anymore. I'll double check. There must be something going on with that stock. But Intel broke that top. I just got a reload in U.S. Steel. Rivian also broke the highs.
You know why? I think, wasn't it rebate trading before?
No, I don't know if it ever was. It might have been. I'll double check that. So Rivian just took out the $9 level, but it's right back. Did it even go? I mean, there's a print at 01s, and I got 01, so it was over. But just as I was going over Intel and U.S. Steel, it kind of ticked above and came back underneath.
Wow.
You had the double top was technically at 97, so if it cannot get or hold above there, I will simply get out of it. But it is a strong move to the upside now. Maybe we are going to get VWAP on Apple. It's getting close. I mean, we're actually still 30 cents away, but I think we're getting pretty darn close to this VWAP retracement over in Apple. Nothing specific has happened, but technically speaking, remember that overnight resistance level that we hadn't been able to get past? Well, we're there now. So put up or shut up time for the overall market, I would tend to think. Tesla took out 178. 158, I should say, not 178. If it took out 178, then we all have some celebrating to do for anyone that's a shareholder. But it took out the 158 level. It is strong. I don't wonder if it's not stairs to the upside, meaning next available dip or consolidation, look for an entry in a Tesla. I don't want to chase anything that doesn't have room to run. And if we thought the big level was 160 on Tesla, or if we still think that, I kind of still think that, it's got pre-overnight highs, it's got 160, and it's got a couple of bucks until it gets there. So if it's going to continue to run, I think we have a bit of a chance there. Microsoft at VWAP. Yeah, I mean, Apple was the one
We're short the market.
I like Apple better than Microsoft for the retracement short. I know it's at VWAP, but just because the stock's at VWAP doesn't mean I want it. I'd rather Apple.
All right, quick little out here. We are short the market. I hope you guys heard me say that. Let's see what happens here with the TQs. Maybe we get to the downside here, or maybe we do not. But for right now, the answer is hell to the yes. Oh my, there it is, a nice move to the downside right there. As we talked about this market getting to 17.8, and guess what just happened? The market got to 17.8. So we will short that bad boy right there. Nice little trade for us, instantly putting TQQ on the map right there. Triple levered, man. We're just going to play. If you're going to play, you might as well play hard. Let's take the TQQs there and go triple. So there it is. It's a nice push down on that market. We waited, man. You want to talk about a thief in the night? I mean, come on. The very first trade we made, boom, right there. Nicely done. Right back in to VWAP again. So, oh, wow. Okay. That just went into the 70s there. Let's put another bid at 73. That bid right there be 57, 58. That would be pretty sweet if we could get that. It's having the ability, I guess, to go back and forth, switch up your game plan and just really be able to make that adjustment kind of on the fly, right? I mean, instead of being stubborn about Coinbase, we get out, look what happens. It goes right back to our level that we could have shorted again, but we took the profits and then gives us that opportunity to reshort it, which we do not. But it does give us that opportunity. All right, man, we're having a nice day. Move down in for these TQQs. It's right at VWAP, considering getting more out here. We are out of half already. So we will probably just fire bullets at it now. But there it was right there into the day's high. We shorted it once, twice, pulls back into VWAP. We get we get about 40% out at VWAP. There's the 75 fill for that. Now we have 40% left with only bids, no more bids. We'll put one down into here around 50 or so, but that's it. We did it again. There we go. Nice trade, I think, on TQs. So now we'll see where we go. We said we put a bid in the 50s, so let's do that and try to take some more profit right there. I hope you guys. Sean is a psychic. Sean is bringing the heat. Good call, good call, good call. I don't know, Neil, but we've had some pretty good calls around here.
Yeah, definitely some good calls. I mean, obviously, when the market gets to that level, you got to decide where you want to express it. Now, I said I was looking for a short at VWAP on Apple, and it was pointed out to me Microsoft. Now, Microsoft would have worked. You know, you look back, and hindsight's going to be 2020. VWAP retracement trade, Microsoft works in here. But you know what? Apple was the one. I haven't traded Microsoft in at least a week and a half. Apple I've probably traded and looked at all day, every day for the last week and a half. And the last couple times we shorted the VWAP, it worked, right? So obviously you stay where your bread is buttered. And if I'd been trading Microsoft well this week, I probably put that trade on. Instead, I'm like, no, let's try to get Apple in here. Apple didn't quite make the press, so I just didn't get the fill. And that's, it's going to happen sometime. But you gotta, you have to be on the stock or, the price area, or you can be trading ETF market. It doesn't really matter what you're trading. It's just whatever it is, it's got to be consistent. So I don't want to be jumping from, today I'm liking Apple and Amazon, then tomorrow it's like Microsoft. If Apple is the one that you've had the better reads on, especially with these afternoon VWAP retracement style trades where you're going against the move, I think you got to stick to it, whatever it might be. Kyle W. is a $1 win in a $30 stock, the same as a $1 win in a $175 stock. Here, let me just read it for you. Why aren't market worked in percentages versus dollars? So the distinction between, obviously, $1 win in a $30 stock is better than a $1 win in a $175 stock. But when you're evaluating your own strategies, is it scalable is the answer to that question. So there are $1 stocks where they are not scalable to the point that taking a 10% move is as good as taking a 10% move on something else, because the other stock has more volume. So the fact that you got $10 on a $10, like a 10% move on a $10 stock, is a little bit better. So the distinction to me always comes down to liquidity, right? If liquidity is relatively even, then yes, the percentage move is going to be better because you'll just make more money percent of capital that you put per dollar of capital you put in. Like the math is the math. What's up, Fabian?
Yeah, we're going to have to go over to the desk right now, but look what's happening on the TQs. I mean, if you're doing this there, that's a percent in the money. We don't deal with that. My account is quite large, so we can take 1,000 shares of the TQs, 1,000 shares of the triple Qs, 1,000 shares of NVIDIA, 10,000 shares of NVIDIA. Over to the desk. What's up, Brendo?
Get as much as 50-to-1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rate and offers $0 commission trading. Using a Forex account at IG for a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, 200 period. I mean, I don't know, again, I appreciate that psychic comment, but yeah, we just waited for the market. And as what Neil said there, you have to know what you're doing. And I mean, we went right over there. I saw the market pop up, and to me, that was a VWAP trade. So, I mean, it was really pick your poison anywhere for that. We do look at Google. I mean, even right now, Google as well. I mean, that ticked out there into a decent level. I should have potentially got out. I mean, look where that one went to, 156.60. I mean, this has just been a real fun trade. Look what just happened in NVIDIA as well. I mean, you want to talk about having a big day. We have some trades that are like this. And that's what's just going to happen. But you know what? Thing is, we get stopped out there, and instead of crying about it, go over, put on some big boy pants, and make a trade. And that's what we did. We went right over to the market and said, hey, if we're going to start reading charts and have this ability to do that, it's pretty good to do it on something like this. TQs were down 1% or something like that on that move. It's now down 2.85%. This is a monster move down right now. This is down about $1 here. So we're starting to go right now. It's been a really good day right there. Yeah, Mr. Westermeyer, that is correct math. I really like that. And yeah, who else in there? What's up to everybody else? I don't have that cash in my wallet. No.
There's a point about trading here versus.
Yeah, we have prop trading.
Prop trading, most retail traders can't really think about this, but the way it works for prop trading is your daily loss limit as a risk factor is more important than the amount of buying power you have, right? Because you're 99.9% more likely to run into your daily loss limit as a measure for you not being in a trade anymore than running out of buying power, because leverage is different when you have a firm behind you that is flat at the end of the day. So therefore, it's easier to get buying power, relatively speaking. You're not holding overnight. There's no overnight holding costs or overnight holding gap risk. So therefore, it's more about your daily, at a prop floor, day trade, it's about your daily loss limit as opposed to your BP. You can get lots of buying power, and then
Well-
your loss limit. No, but relative, it is performance based.
Right.
But on a day-to-day basis, you're far more concerned about your daily loss
Oh
limit
yeah,
than your
I don't
buying
even
power.
consider the amount of
No one ever worries about their buying power and trading flow to a certain extent.
and not when.
Except when you're starting out, right? So like again, at the end of the day, it is a little bit different, right? So different traders have different buying powers. You know,
Wow,
I'm
the
not gonna,
TQs is really
I'm
starting
not
to
out
go.
here like saying, oh, I got this buying power and that, because it doesn't
No,
really
it makes
matter.
no difference. That's what I was
at
trying
the
to
end of the day, your daily loss limit and staying within that is what matters. Because here, the downside of that is the system will flatten you if you get to your daily loss limit, right? So that's.
So hold
why
on,
you-
I'm not trying to flex to anybody. I'm just trying to tell people that this is what
Well, it's
this
different
is
from
what
retail, so I just want people to understand.
Oh yeah, they understand. So that's a good point. Thanks, Neil, for that one. Let's go over to Brendan.
Here anyways, but we got the note from Tesla earlier on the week, guys. Apparently, Rivian has begun a fresh round of layoffs.
That's weird. I was hearing two things out of Benzinga at the same time.
We should
And I was-
short Rivian.
I know. I was in Rivian with a stop. This
Layoffs might be
This
good.
is why you trade with stops, by the way. I was hearing. I must have had Benzinga on twice, but anyways, because I couldn't understand what he was saying. But I made sure I had a stop on it. But if they're doing cost cuts and Tesla tanked on cost cuts, and Rivian is not back to 10, so it's still underneath. I do feel like if it's a failed breakout, usually I'd have an instant reverse on that. But there's no. Like, it just came out. I said my stop was going to be underneath 95. We got 95s, I think, on the fill exactly. Executed price, yeah, 95s. So we're able to grab that. I still think this is going to be probably a reversal short. But on that news, I wanted to calm down a little bit. Remember, Tesla dropped on cost cutting because of what it meant admitting demand problems, right? Like, it was more along the lines of, hey, I know it's good to cut costs, but if you're admitting that you have demand issues, then that's a problem. So Rivian underneath 9, underneath VWAP, first available pop. I think it looks like a short. We have free locates on this one. Pretty sure anyways. Yeah, let me just double check. Yeah, we have free locates on Rivian. Some of them we have to pay for, but this one's free. Like Nikola, we'd have to pay for locates on, but not Rivian.
No. Appreciate you, Henry Chung, Chef Joe, everybody that is there in the chat. Okay. So we are, oh man, I was still going to get out of this if we come up, but I'm going to put now an offer back up to the upside there on Google. I am like honestly about to throw up about this NVIDIA trade. Wow. NVIDIA is still PL1, you know, by far. It's like double, it's double my next P&L, which is AMD. And like just to have had that would have been pretty nice. But whatever, I was bidding here anyways, so I was bidding something out at in and around 852, and then we would have still had a piece. You guys know how we trade. But we are putting right now, TQ, sorry, I almost said IBIT there. It did make this move all the way to the bottom down to 54 and change. So I'm gonna put another bid right there at 54.16s, see if we can get a flush. I mean, I'm just putting it there because that's where this is. I try to make trading as simple as possible. It's just working out right now. That's just what's happening. All right, so better safe than sorry with stop orders. That is correct out there.
Well, I just think
NVIDIA's making me sick. Tesla.
I don't think you can trade multiple. If you're in one symbol and only looking at one level two, I can understand not trading with any stops. But if you're even looking at more than one thing, why wouldn't you have a stop order out there? Because
No, I don't know. I think it's ridiculous not to have stop
yeah,
orders.
the opportunity, like think about it. Like it's not about the times that you get stopped out and it goes in your favor. It's about what if it runs a stop and then that's the moment it accelerates. Like I'm going to use the example, like regardless of what happens in US Steel, maybe it breaks VWAP and it breaks here and I get out and I lose. But if you were trading this to the long side without a stop, then what? You know what I mean? Like, okay, fine. If you traded this with a stop, maybe you had it at 40 and the news happened and you get out of a 430 short, or long, sorry, check that because the short would have won. You get out of a 430 long risking, losing 30 cents, maybe a little bit of slippage. Or you don't have a stop and maybe the system flattens you. If you're a prop trader, it certainly probably would if it's down at 39, or you finally notice that it's happened and you panic punch out 70 cents later and there goes your account. It's much more important to not lose your account than to win every single trade, at least in my estimation. But again, I don't trade without stop orders. In rare circumstances, if I'm just staring at something and I have I'll literally sometimes have my finger on the trigger. If I see X happen, I'm crossing and punching out. And if it's the only thing I'm looking at, that's fair. But for the most part, I think that's, again, to each their own. I think stop orders are
Why,
important.
is someone actually saying that stop orders aren't important?
No, it's just, like, I know I saw it in the chat, and it's like, and there's always a discussion about it when it comes through. And if you're swing trading, maybe you have a different relationship with with stops there because you want to see something happen.
Swing trading.
For some swing traders will need to see, okay, it has to close above X on a weekly or something. So you don't want to have like a hard stop order that can just trigger intraday. You're like, no, I need to see what happens at the end of the week. And if it opens underneath X price on Monday, then I would have a stop trigger. And then you set your stops over the weekend or something like that. But anyways.
Okay. Yeah, join Brett. Well, actually, we're doing the podcast today, but we will be up on the podcast on Saturday. That should be a lot of fun. And by the way, we'll go a little bit of diamond hands, but we only have that 10% left. There it is on the TQs. So here you go. For those of you that were talking about percentage points, this is right now about almost 2% on the TQs. So like if you're trading NVIDIA, 2% on a $900 stock, you know, I mean, this is what we're talking about. That'd be like $18 flush, right? So you can't like just, no, $2 flush? No, $18 would be right. Okay, so, and as you can see here with NVIDIA, you know, look at this flush. So there you go, man. It's $12 straight to the downside there on NVIDIA that we should have as well. But hey, you know what we just wound up doing? We put TQQ number 3 on one trade again. And it's funny because I talked to the guys in the back again, and I'm just telling more and more stories, and they're like, what's the secret? I'm like, find trades, believe in them, and take them. That's it. We have this twice there. Worked, boom. You know where my stop is on this? 55, I mean, it's in right now, 55.21. So right now it's a 5-to-1, and that would be not the first. We did get stopped out, of course, of Coinbase, and you can see where that is. Come on, man. I mean, still a nice profitable trade, but yeah, that one we did get stopped out of that. So ho hum on Coinbase. Thanks for that one. And then we'll wait to see what happens. Now, I can't believe that's at 211. So crazy. Google will probably get stopped out. I'm debating this 156, putting in order there. I'm sitting a little bit higher in case this market does rally, and by a little bit higher, I'm talking about all the way up. So we're going to see if we can get that printing at some point. Tesla is going to be a really interesting trade. That 158 was really cash there. We had hit this a couple times. And again, Tesla is going to be another top stock. Hit the long. Only one trade that we wound up losing on. That's when it broke that last bid that we took right there, 154.25. Then we let it base out. And then as you can see, the rest is history. But that went all the way back into its past highs for the day. So that would have been that woulda, coulda, shoulda been a good short. So that's Tesla, and something that I'm looking at again if we do get going back up into 158. Still possible, an hour left.
ARM's SSR today.
Yikes.
11%. I actually am of the theory that ASML would be down more if it didn't close in Europe because of what's happening to ARM. I think because they closed in Europe, things aren't as bad as it could be. But this is obviously... The ARM's overvalued. They're going to have to report, and then we'll see what happens with the numbers. But this could be the start of what everyone was expecting to happen a month ago after the IPO lockup expired. And that's sort of the problem. And I said this for myself because this is probably the first day, or at least one of the first days since it's been consolidating here, that I didn't at least pull it up and decide whether or not I wanted to have a stop order on a 120 break. Obviously, I didn't have it today. I would have gotten a fill. And the one day you don't do it is the day that it comes in. Remember Rivian at 10. How many times did we look at it and it didn't break, and then when it did, it was great? Well, how many times did I look at ARM and the 120 break, and then the day it happens, the day you're looking left and it goes right? So may that be a warning to everybody. The thing about consistency is it's going to sound lame, but you have to be consistent. Like if you want a flat bottom break at a key price level, you can't look for it 8 times out of 10. You've got to look for it 10 times out of 10. Because if you're just not doing it, then that one big trade is the one you're going to end up missing. And it's just not worth it, right? You don't want to miss out on A-plus setups. And if you think flat bottom breaks are an A-plus setup for you, then you want to make sure you're taking every single one of them. That said, market coming back down. I did reload, not quite at VWAP, but basically at the 80 level and the lower high on US Steel. It's not really accelerating the same way. Oh, thank you to Darwin for pointing out why I was hearing double on Benzinga. Because they have multiple feeds, and sometimes they might be saying the same thing. I didn't realize that was the case. But anyways, shout out to you, Darwin. I love Ben. It's great to have Benzinga up, especially if you're trading something which might have moves with the news. And again, if you have us up, you don't have to worry about that because we'll get things to you live, as demonstrated with Boeing the other day, with US Steel today, and a wealth of other news. And also when nothing is happening. If a move happens and there isn't news, we're going to be able to let you guys know that too. You saw that at 10:30 today, as a matter of fact.
I'm just looking through some information for tonight. Yeah, gold being sold at Costco. That's pretty cool. They're selling those things out like crazy at Costco. Okay, I want to look at Costco here. Let me check out what gold's doing.
I was about to point out, you said Costco, and it made me think of retail and then Lululemon.
Yeah.
One of the few things that is strong today.
Oh, good. Retail names?
Yeah, well, I think this is because Adidas.
Ooh, Nike. Yeah.
Adidas reported well, so that helps Nike and Lululemon to an extent. LVMH reported well, which helps high-end retail, which is Lulu's not really high-end, but it's somewhat enough adjacent. So two related names. It's up on sympathy when the market's weak. Maybe this is the start of a turn, but I'm dollar cost averaging anyway, so I was probably going to be buying it in 3 months, regardless of the price that it's at, because time in the market instead of timing the market for some things.
Oh, Google just came out. So there it is. We are out of that one right now. As it just came out, all good. Once we get out of this TQQ trade, once we do, right now it is $1 in the money, and once we get out of this one, then we will have pretty much no LFT, which means we will be at our highest spot we've been at all day. And again, today we'll have a couple losers, man. We have a cup of coffee there on Amazon. That's a losing trade there. iBit's a losing trade there. And my bad, that's where it ends. So what's up with Adara?
Keep an eye on RCAT. This is Red Cat up 30% in the day and seeing lots of increased volume here as we are about an hour away from close. Not seeing any particular news on this one, but it is worth noting they are defense-related names. This could be a defense-related play. Not a significantly small float, about 50 million shares, so could be defense-related and some social media interest as well for RCAT.
RCAT. Yeah, that was like a dollar breaker the other day. Wow. Okay. I'm watching the volume here. 2 cents. We were talking about this before. 2 cent spread on this stock, right? So think about that. $1 stock with a 2 cent spread. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a lot. When Apple is $100 and something stock with a 1 cent spread, you get the idea of why that makes it a little bit of a difference. But I'm not seeing a ton of fall through. There's something about First Solar and Biden, but that stock isn't moving either. Going back over to Lululemon, I only wanted to mention this. I didn't point out, I know it's strong today, but I didn't pull up the daily chart, which would be unfair to any discussion about Lululemon and why being up 1.6% is, yes, a good start, but obviously nothing impressive when you look at the overall trajectory of the stock. I didn't want to give the wrong impression about Lululemon being some ridiculous move to the upside when it's essentially the first 2-day rally of any significance in the last month for Lululemon. Just in U.S. Steel, we're not going to see that Apple, I'm assuming VWAP retrace. We'll have to look for another entry into this. The market still looks weak. It's power hour. I don't really see anything that I like to the long side to try and catch some bids. Even Bitcoin failed that support that it was just at. So that's no longer looking strong. Tesla was kind of strong. Tesla maybe at VWAP. That's above VWAP. There's not a lot of things above VWAP right now. This looks pretty solid. Did Google get back to VWAP?
Yeah, I got out of Google, but I'm into Tesla right now, so I'll buy some Tesla here. We are long it. It's just at 80s. Well, we'll see where it goes. If we can get something up there like 157 and change, all we're trying to do, we keep saying the same thing over and over again, but we've been doing pretty good here. So here comes Tesla back in. Now, this is a starter position, so let's work through it right now. I don't have any more bids yet. I was thinking about 156. We had that playback to VWAP for Google, which unfortunately we got stopped out of, but that's okay. There's VWAP, there's the 200 period. So when you're looking at Tesla right now, we're at the 200 period now. Tesla's been strong today. It's only up, down 0.23, but against the market, it's been strong. We know it has the pedigree to go to the upside. So this is why Tesla, I choose you. I think there is a good opportunity for Tesla to keep going. I do like the Google trade as well to go back up to the upside. I'm a little exhausted with that. I'm going to watch out for Google. I'm going to watch out for Tesla. I do want to get some more down in and around here, 156.20, something like that if we're able to. This is just a starter position. So, if it goes up and it goes $2, $3 in the money and goes all the way up here, $1 in the money, then we'd be pretty pleased with it. But all in all, let's just take this, see where we go with it. It's Tesla. We're going to start this right now. Again, heading into power hour. The market is below VWAP. We're below everything. We're below the 50 period. All we're trying to do is catch some wind back up to the upside, and I'm going to choose Tesla to do that damage. So I'm going to put an offer right now at 157. We're not going red on this name, so let's not get too carried away here. Like 157.15, something like that. If we can get up to the 50 period moving average, that's good enough for me. So we'll see about that. We'll take another fill, maybe as close to VWAP as we can, and then use something like maybe this as our out. No, that's too low. Okay, Tesla does have a little ways to go here. All right, let's be patient with it, but I'm going to try the long on this name and see if we can get a decent spot on with that. As we just get, I mean, look at this. We shorted the market 2% ago. We shorted the market. If you're trading with me, you're now in the money 125 handles.
Another one.
I mean, what? I mean, we could trade. I mean, we trade everything here. But there's another futures trade right there. So again, I didn't learn futures from anybody, didn't do anything. Just reading charts and making plays and taking names.
But you know what? I'll say this. I don't know that anybody learns trading from somebody else. And I know we sit here giving ideas and what we're looking at.
I mean, that's literally what everybody does, I feel like. Everyone says, I have a mentor.
No, but that's not what a mentor, that's literally not what a mentor is. To me, like what a mentor helps you process your ideas, helps you guide you on your journey. A mentor doesn't say, do this, and it will work.
No, that would be the worst way to learn how to trade.
Yeah. There's a guy called my trading mentor, and you know what? He sat me down and was at the bar, was at the Croc Rock. Fun times, by the way. This was years ago. I don't even know if it's still around. And what he basically told me was how much of the journey and the grind was, because I was hanging out with Sean and a couple of the traders on a Friday when presumably the floor had made a bunch of money.
Who is your trading mentor?
No, it was Saj at the time. And it was
Saj?
Yeah, and essentially what happened, it was for one evening. And everyone was spending money at the bar and talking about how great everything was, and I was like into it. I already wanted to do it at that point. And he just pulled me aside and he said, hey, look, you're getting a bit of a rose-colored glasses feel because everybody just had a good day. He goes, this is a grind. This is how many people didn't succeed.
Right.
And from there, I was just like, and that was it. Like I never actually talked specific trading strategies with him that I used. We literally trade, like nothing I ever traded had anything to do with stuff that he traded. But it was that kind of a reality check that he used to give me. And we had some other things in common. We both like science fiction and whatnot. But it was that. Like, that's what a mentor gives you. They don't tell you what to do. They give you a better thought process to your trades. That's what I kind of hope we're getting. Right? Like, you can, like, coaching is, that's maybe a better word to put it in there. Like, you can have.
So I've never had any coaching.
Well, that's, I mean,
that would be better.
Yeah, like, however you want it. It doesn't really matter.
No, but I didn't say no one, and no one's telling anybody how to trade. I mean, obviously, you don't take the same trades I do.
Well, yeah.
I don't take the same trades you do.
Thing.
It's just, what I'm saying is I think the best way to actually learn how to trade is by sitting there and doing it for yourself, right? I mean, that's why 98% of traders fail. It's because they basically listen to other people. And I just really think that that's the wrong methodology, right? Is to go ahead, learn off of other people, fine, but at the same time, if you're not comfortable trading and you're unable to make money, give it a go, give it a try. But there's so many people, even people that have been watching this, that are like, oh my God, I've lost so much money. Now we're here to learn. And I think that's the one thing that I can hopefully try to tell everybody.
I'm going to respond to Cling Daddy for something.
Yeah, you can.
Saying
and then we would also notice that, around here, when we have traders coming through these doors, we talk about the success rate being 10 to 20%. That's not the greatest success rate for like a prop floor, let alone people that are spending their own money, right? And I think that level is probably even pretty high. So stay in your grind, and like Neil was mentioning before, there's going to be months where people make zero money, for sure. And you have to be able to be mentally tough to withstand those kind of months as well.
Tough and agile.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to go almost 13 years with no negative months. We've continued to elevate our trading game, even as we're live here trading with you guys on the show. One thing that I was really nervous about was giving up the edge and giving up all of this when we went over to the show. But I'm actually gotten better as a trader and continue to hopefully motivate, educate, and teach with all of you. Shout out to Chill Vibes and all that. We should probably change topics.
Nah, it's not a big deal. It's just everyone's going like back and forth. The thing about any discussion on something important is you should have like different perspectives, but it's not even something we disagreed on. It's basically just semantics and diving in. And I wanted to just quickly come back to the IBIT trade for this reason. And again, this was something where if you don't execute on a strategy like that, like you can't really know what's happening, because my indicator was something that was happening either on the tape or on the level 2, right? So when thing X or thing Y happens on the tape or the level 2, you got to put the execution on so that you know what you would get, because then I can't judge the trade. I can simply say this is right around when everybody was back bidding above 60,000, and I could try to draw a line in the chart and then see how it would have worked. Or I can make an execution and then know what price you get at that moment, and know what price I get at that moment, and then be able to judge the trade. And I can set a stop for when the reverse happens, and then all of a sudden you know whether that strategy works. And again, it was just an idea for that one. And that's a trade that I'll pull on at least a couple more times if we get it. Will we get 60,000 on Bitcoin? I have no idea. But I do know if I didn't try it when I was looking at the 60,000 level, when was I gonna get another chance to test that trade or test that idea? So you almost have to do it, because otherwise I'm wasting the opportunity. And if we see 70,000 or 50,000 or 55,000 or something like that, then I'll have an idea that I can put on there. And it's just about idea development and trading. We're getting a bit of a crest here in US steel. So it's finding some support and it's on a higher low. I've already taken another leg out here at 60. And just because it's slowing down, usually I would try to hold it down to like 40s and 50s, but it's telling me that it's showing some support, so I got some out there in front of 39.50. Let's go to Adair at the desk.
Interesting update here. Keep an eye on Boeing. Semaphore reporting here that the U.S. Department of Transportation watchdog is now watching over the FAA in its audit of Boeing. So I guess making sure that the FAA does not get Boeing get off too easily. They want to make sure that everything is taken care of there. So now the overall overseeing of Boeing by the FAA also being overseen by the Department of Transportation. Basically, more people looking into Boeing here, guys.
Yeah, Boeing actually it bounced through VWAP, but you know what? The market came down, and now it's responding by just holding it again. So it would be a good thing if Boeing started to become immune to negative news. Right? Like I actually said this the other day, that what am I looking for an excuse to go long in Boeing? And I'm talking about like long term, not really day trading it, because you couldn't day trade it that way. So what I'm looking for is either a run of no bad news, and then they report on Wednesday, I think. Then a run of no bad news in the market, and then a positive report, and then it can start going. But the other way to play it is, do they start going up when there's bad news? Because if a stock stops responding negatively to bad news, that can also signal a turn. It's like, well, nobody cares anymore. They just kind of think the bottom might be in and take your shot and run. But it is worth watching. There was some chatter about Palantir. I saw some people in the chat excited about. I did that thing where. Oh no! What the? I'm an old head, man. Sometimes if I type in 4 letters, I automatically go to NASDAQ, and if I type in 3 letters, I automatically go to New York. Palantir, I guess it spiked through VWAP on the news, and now it's just back underneath. Yeah, you know what? The Palantir looks more like it's breaking down on the daily still underneath that recent low. I'm not really seeing a trade on Palantir. I thought maybe you guys were talking about it on strength as well, but unfortunately nothing going there.
All right. I can answer this. What's up, Chill Vibes? Do you think today was hard for traders? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and one of them is Adara positive traders today on the floor. So yeah, a little bit tough for sure, and the losses outweigh the gains. So yeah, it was a tough day, I would say, overall. But again, I just think if everybody stays with what they're doing, and again, it is going to be a little bit different because everybody's strategies are different. So just, yeah, to answer your question, I think it was a tough day, apparently. So that was that. Okay, we were at 15 on Tesla. Okay, we talked about this trade. So we're trying to make this 40 cents. It stopped at 14s. We went to go get a coffee, and yeah, it stopped there. But we'll get it now. So there it is right now. If we do a little bit of a face slapper there, as we do another one there for everybody on Tesla, we'll see how far that one can go up. And then let's just get this out if we break above the 50 period. 54.22. I mean, honestly, let's just do it like it is. 54.23. We'll put a stop order in there. We'll get out if we do that. And that's what we're doing right now, man. We're showing you guys our trades, our executions, our ins, our outs. That is that. So, yeah, no problem. Chill vibes. All right, so that's that. TQ starting to come down. So we just did take off some risk there. I'm hoping Tesla can go up. But you guys asked us a question about, like, how did we, you know, how do you pick your stocks? How do you do this? How do you do that? Like, I basically have stuck with, and we're going to go one, I mean, like I said, we know this doesn't matter, but we will have 2 negative names and 6 positive names. So we'll go 6 and 2 today. And it's just a matter of just scanning through. Like, we didn't trade the TQs, but when the market made this kind of a move, and again, this just comes with experience, right? That's it, right? We talk about that. That was a big move. There was really nothing happening. So when that went up to VWAP, to me, that's an absolute no-brainer trade. So that one, we saw that. It's similar, like we just said. Neil brought it up. Microsoft, I think, went exactly to VWAP.
Right to VWAP.
Right, and so like these are no-brainer trades if you're on the stock. But you got to be on the stock.
Well, that's the thing. You pick the stock, yeah.
No, you just got to be, yeah. You got to know what you're looking for. You know, we thought we knew what we were looking for here with NVIDIA until we got stopped out. But I feel like that's the right trade. You know, Coinbase, I mean, this is the right trade. You know, so the next time I see coin running and or the market running or Bitcoin, I will head over to Coinbase and try to make this trade. So, okay, so now Tesla, after making, we got it at 10s there, not 15. So after making 30 cents, we now go red 14 cents on this trade as it pulls right back down again. So I'm wondering if sitting on hands might be the best thing to do right now. So
I'm only laughing because someone was trash talking the coffee.
This?
It's our coffee. We have like I actually don't remember how expensive the espresso machine is.
$12,005.
There you go.
I don't forget numbers.
I knew it was 5 figures, but
you don't forget numbers on this side.
it was 5 figures. But at the end of the day, no, like
No, this is almond milk. That's why it's a little bit dark.
yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, like, I drink my coffee black. I know you use the almond milk in there, which is actually pretty
I
healthy.
just need
for
some
you.
juice. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I mean, man. We'll go 6 and 2 today. I got like 3 hours of sleep. Like, you know, absolutely a nightmare. All right, so we'll see what happens here. And then tonight we're at the Hockey Hall of Fame. That should be a lot of fun. We're doing a charity event there. So me and a couple of the guys will head there. That should be pretty good. Yeah, and then we'll get home. We'll have a good night. And then tomorrow night we do some more stuff. And then Friday, hopefully into the weekend, nice calm weekend, get these taxes all finished.
Calm weekend.
It won't be. We have tonight is a tryout, tomorrow's a tryout. We have my son has his team. He has an all-star game on Saturday, followed by a team dinner at Wild Wings. So that should be fun.
I haven't been to Wild Wings in a hot minute.
But that's me going out. Like I just go out with all the parents and stuff. It's just
Sometimes that's fun.
Yeah.
Because like at that time the kids are more occupied when they're all together, and then you get to talk to adults. Which when you have kids, you realize your percentage of, we get to talk to you guys, but the actual percentage of talking to live adults versus kids is very skewed. So a couple of things happened. I did take some out of US Steel at 39.6. I said there was buying in there for support, so instead of waiting for it to get down into 40s and 50s, I would take some out at 60. Well, was it right? Probably not, but it ends up getting that 50 fill anyways. Now we're starting to flush. I'm going to bid in front of 39. So US Steel, the news came out, which was not new, that the administration is critical of it going into foreign hands. Wait for it to pop back up into VWAP. Remember Boeing did the same thing, I want to say 2 weeks ago? Probably 2 weeks ago. Boeing did a similar thing where it flushed, it came back into VWAP, and then it came back down. How many times have we seen that setup? Right, like news hits, you don't get the first move, you try to make that second move if you can. But there was a question, Hertz Scrambler asking what you thought about Baba. That's the second Alibaba story. All I will say, my personal opinion, because we were asked first about it, like both of us, and you can say yours. I'm kind of, at this point, I want Baba to break out, not try to guess the bottom. And I look at this, like every single time it gets above the 50 period, I get excited about it, and it doesn't break $78. So if this closes above $78 on the weekly and takes out the 200 period moving average, to me that'll be a momentum break. And then, I already own some of this stock, but I'm not adding to it. Like this time, I'm not adding to the BOBA position unless it shows me a trend reversal. Break 78, close above the 78 level, break the 200 period moving average, show me that you're actually reversing the trend instead of trying to catch a falling knife. I still think it's a good value, but what the heck, they don't care what I think apparently. Well, not they, like the market doesn't care what I think about Alibaba or what anybody thinks. Let it turn into a long and then go long. Because right now, I mean, the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent, right? That's usually that's used to describe short selling, but how true has that been of Alibaba trying to catch bottoms, right? Like, I remember hearing about
bottoms
that.
is so dangerous.
Well, I remember we were talking about Alibaba, and look, I tried Alibaba at 2 years ago at 150 and lost, and then the second time I think at a 125 that stopped out at 90 something or whatever.
I think if you were ever going long on Alibaba, pretty much in the history of the stock, unless you caught it during that COVID bump.
But all I did differently this time, I put in 20%, and I refused to add to it till it shows me a trend reversal.
Yeah,
So like that's, I'm just adjusting the
it's at 68.
adjusting the strategy. ARM now down 12%, continue to make lows. Nasty, 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 this stock. Yeah, I'm not picking a bottom on this one either. It ain't gonna happen because their earnings are gonna tell either it's ridiculously overvalued, 1,600 is the price to earnings, I believe, something like that.
Yeah, ARM is dangerous because of that exact reason. We don't actually know where it's going to stop once it gets going. So, all right, Tesla, this is hopefully not a company we need to worry about going to bankrupt or anything, but we are near levels that you bears out there may be salivating for, because if we break a psychological level of 150, the NASDAQ, isn't even really down that much. We've pulled back, I think, about 6% now. I'm going to have to double check that as, the numbers keep changing, it seems like, all the time. But there it is right now. Tesla, ooh, yeah, that's right. Our charts don't split adjust. There's that 150 level. So if you lose that, I almost feel like everybody that was buying, and it's me included, in here and around the 170s, thing is, we always were like, oh, okay, we have that bottom here at 150. So it was always like, okay, breathe easy, there's a bottom here. But then when that bottom breaks, then I think you're looking at 130, 120 before that ship is righted. And those robo-taxis might be pretty nice, but they're not like necessarily on the horizon per se. I was just bidding, I'm bidding 21s. Okay, I thought I was bidding 31s. We're bidding 21s, 156.21. Remember we said that we would want to get something in there. Right now we are underwater on this trade because we got out of half for 35 cents or whatever it was, and now we are out 45 cents. So we are now out on this trade, but looking to buy some more somewhere in here. That bottom was 10, so we're just going to buy 20s. So let's see if it comes in for us on this one. That, of course, is Tesla. So, and on Tesla note, the one stock that I didn't get to today was actually XPEV, because we were looking, but it didn't. So it got as low as 720. So I was waiting at 710. We talked about that earlier. And then I was waiting for a break of this basic high. I wrote down 770 on the sticky note, but we would have taken this 760. It's just, we talked about this on the first show. It just never broke it. So we didn't get that opportunity to go long on XPeng. Looks like it wants to work. It's up 4.5% on news with Volkswagen. So there's news on that. There's news with Adara.
Keep an eye on SNAP here. We initially had that move up for Snap Inc. off of the story that the TikTok bill will be fast-tracked. Now we're getting a new story here from Axios saying that the position or the provision has been revised by the House here to make a longer time frame for the sale or divestment of TikTok from ByteDance. Basically, giving more time for ByteDance to divest TikTok also makes it more likely that the bill will pass. So, interesting note here from Axios suggesting it could be more likely for the TikTok bill to pass. Keep an eye on that with regards to Snap.
Yeah, I think that's the best one to go to. Google could catch some headwinds there with Instagram stories, and then
Google, Meta, Snap
with Instagram.
Those are the three. I think whenever those headlines hit, Snap moves, but Google probably provides you with a little bit more protection that it's going to hold up. I'm not going to force trades, right? Like at the end of the day, U.S. Steel set up for me, so we took it. Rivian set up, and then the news dropped. It was actually, I don't know that news is going to happen. There we go. Hit enter a few times, and eventually it works. I don't know that news is going to happen, but we had 2 breakouts on Rivian. One was good. The second one, news dropped literally as I was in it. It was actually in the midst of consolidating, and then it broke to the downside. If I had a crystal ball, I probably would have reversed that trade, but I don't have a crystal ball. So all I can do is get out of the trade when it doesn't work. Otherwise, I'm holding it to what? And then the other thing we put on was US Steel, like I said, and that one's working to the downside. Look, burgers, they're not going to sell TikTok. I think we all know that. It's divest. That's all anyone's ever said, right? Like I don't think that's actually the case. I don't think anyone said they're going to sell TikTok, right?
I mean, I'm over all this TikTok stuff. I mean, China bans U.S. technology. I don't see the problem with us banning TikTok at all. So, I mean, and at least if you're not going to ban it, I don't mind the idea, because banning it doesn't make much sense. It's literally the same as everything else. It's just we don't want all of the accounts and all the tracking and all the data going to the Chinese government, which is what's happening right now. So if you guys like that, that's cool. But for me, I'd rather see that divested. So yeah. All right, Emily, you mentioned for Neil put on a trade. I mean, we just got filled there at that bottom. We gave everybody 156.20. I just took it out there at 45 for a piece. We now do have a piece of this on. We're looking for a breakthrough 156. So hopefully that doesn't wind up happening. So we'll just keep on taking this and starting to add to, you know, what's going on here with Tesla. So hopefully this will come back in. It just shows my new position there because it does first in, first out stuff. So that's the one thing that like our software doesn't do. It doesn't show you like the average price after all is said and done. So right now we're going to wait to see what happens here with Tesla. We did buy that dip against VWAP, and then oopsies. I'd be pretty happy. Like if we can get something out at 50, first of all, that would be good, as we've bounced around there a little bit. Here it comes back in. And then, you know, anything at the 50 period is 157. I mean, that would be quite a big trade if we're able to do that. So I'm not sure that's going to come through. And then also at the 200 period for 70. So those are some quick targets. Realistically, we could probably, you know, like just this one trade right here makes the day. So if you have, you know, these kind of trades and these kind of abilities to put on big bangers, then, you know, like I said, that's kind of the thing that's changed for me, having the ability to do this, making the right calls. Sometimes you get stopped out. Holy crap. And sometimes you don't. Wow, NVIDIA. Absolute monster trade on the, look at all these shorts. Boom, 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 boom. Like if you're trading options, man, you are cleaning the hell up. I wish, I got to change it. It says gates of hell, and I keep thinking that, and I push it. But if we had options, yeah, that's, NVIDIA's going there right now. Oh man, now I really am getting upset because, yeah, if we did have options, man, we could probably be killing this because you wouldn't just scalp it out like that. There it is. Nice move to the downside. Let's see what happens here as NVIDIA is really giving it up, man. We had AMD. You guys want to talk about having the ability. Neil just said about Rivian switching it up. I mean, we were going long AMD until we found that hit at 160, and then we took our last piece out down there at 156.60, so that's 350 worth as well. Now you're making new lows right there, and this is why it's so important to trade your style and do your thing, because despite the market making this big move, we're sitting here and Tesla's trying to get going back up to the upside. So let's see if it can try to hold this. Yeah, we wrote down on here that we actually like the Tesla long in and around 155, 156. So we're into that right now. Let's see if the market will participate with this and hold some of these levels.
Exactly. And again, fine strong stocks go long, fine short stocks or weak stocks go short. And for the whole like put positions out, there's one position. I had a couple of things, but like I said, Rivian, bad news came out. I don't know whether it would have worked if that news didn't drop. Maybe it still wouldn't have worked on the long anyway.
What was that news?
No, it was just that they're going to do cost cutting like Tesla.
Oh, yeah.
And look, Apple and the Mag 7 go up when they're cost cutting because what Meta did, right? So Meta did extreme cost cutting measures and ramped so much that now every time a Mag 7 name says it, it should be taken as good news because that's what happened. But EV names, it's like basically you're admitting demand's a problem and you're admitting the bad things because Tesla went down when they did it, so Rivian goes down. And it lost, but I'm not going to force a trade. I'm not going to go back on the bid. The only thing I reloaded was US Steel because it was moving. And again, you risk 10 to 15 cents. It's already down at this 39.30 and can just hold on to it to see if it flushes. If something happens in Peloton, I'll let you guys know. That's a different story. I'm still waiting for Peloton to break $3. I've been shorting it in the teens and tens, into 3 even. It just doesn't seem to want to break it. It was TSM I wanted to get to because tomorrow night, you actually get, not to say anything negative about the earnings, obviously UAL was a monster. If you traded UAL long on earnings today, you were a big winner. But the big earnings this week are TSM and Netflix. And TSM, we talk about like flat bottoms. If they have an ASML type of day, just have a look at the support at the 135. ASML was down 8% today. And I'm not saying TSM is going to have a bad number, but if they do, there is some serious potential downside. And I don't think the chip names are going to do very well. Again, look at today when you had one shoe drop with ASML. I think the same thing's going to happen with TSM. If they have a red day, I think you're going to look for some shorts. And I was really only looking for shorts for the most part on the chip names. Although AMD, I could have done a heck of a lot better by getting in a third time. Because I was shorting pops and I didn't short a breakdown. And the best trade was a flat bottom break. Again, how many times we said that today? Flat bottom breaks in a trending down market are good. Same way breakouts are good in the bull market, flat bottom breaks are what you're looking for, especially big ones, because it was good shorting the pop, but the second this took out the week's low, it was just a different acceleration on AMD. I'm glad you got it, because, well, the NVIDIA 850 I wasn't sitting here for, so.
Yeah, you might have lost on that one. That only went $2.
I actually think I would have lost on it.
That was, no, not just you and specifically. Like,
I think I would have lost on it.
Yeah, like depends. Well, I was able to win, but we had to reload it on that. It was not, that was a very tough break, but I do agree, man. I mean, top breaks, bottom breaks, especially, but you need a trending market, and we definitely have that right now. And I mean, that's a big one. I have some sort of a, it's not bad news, it's only for me. Tesla did not break 156.50 there. So I don't know what it was doing at all. It spiked up to 60. I was at 65. Sitting there watching it, thinking it was going to go. And then it just kept on bouncing its head off 50. So I'm going to put an order here at 50. Hopefully we can get a piece out. Tesla's not looking super strong here. It just failed off that top. So, I mean, look, I have an order to get out. So right now we're 15 cents in the money. I mean, that's not something to be super pleased with here on Tesla. But again, it is a stack up moment. We're doing that right now. Every single profit we take puts us at the highest spot. We're not making up for losses. We're not doing anything. It's been a good day. It's only 337 right now. We still have the short in the TQQs, and we do have a dare on the desk.
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. This really used platform to use, and you can actually get real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every single day, and you can check what's moving in the moment using the platform. All you have to do is check out the link in the description, and you can get 20% off. So thank you to Trade Ideas. We also do have a story here as well with regards to Tesla TSLA. So according to this WARN notice, which is basically notification with regards to mass layoffs, we did know Tesla was having these layoffs, but now there's a WARN notice saying that Tesla is set to lay off 285 workers effective as of July 15th. I'm not seeing anything as for location, but WARN notice seems to be affecting California, so this could be related there. If I find anything else, I will let you guys know, but this WARN notice in effect for TSLA, guys.
The chill vibes, because Neil and I went back and forth about learning and figuring all that out. You see? So chill vibes goes, you know, at me, because I'm talking Tesla. Tesla was holding good, though, like a beast today. And then my response is, that's why we're in. So, I mean, that is the reason. So you are exactly, I mean, you could be the Padawan, I don't know, but that is exactly why we're into Tesla. We talked about that. We had seen that. It had the moves. When the market wanted to go, we liked Tesla. We thought Tesla was holding pretty good in here. We kept on getting little by little into here. Obviously, as this market tanks, I mean, the best play would have been that NVIDIA trade that we had, or AMD, or Intel, or, yeah, you're not in Intel anymore, or Intel, or anything like that to the short, because some of these names really are giving it up. But that is exactly why, Mr. Vibes, why we're in this. Because
Mr. Good Vibes?
Mr. Good Vibes.
You know who that is? It's Dr. Good Vibes. Never mind.
Yeah.
It was Dr. Good Vibes.
But what is that from still?
That's from Cops.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The cartoon.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I feel like I know that from somewhere.
No, it was Cops.
But here we go. So remember, I still have a stop of Tesla
Dr. Bad Vibes.
breaking through 156, a little bit lower than that, like 155.75. We've gotten a piece out there. It could be bad. The market's coming back down. We much prefer the shorts. We're still holding this. Just hearing that there's sites in Buffalo, unfortunately. Shout out to our friends down in Buffalo. They're going to be losing their jobs at whatever Tesla. They don't have a plant in upstate New York, do they? But anyways, here we go. Tesla starting to make the moves down. I don't know if there's more job cuts, but I am
This
hearing.
sounds like.
There it is. Tesla to lay off. Is that what? Okay, Darrow's at the desk, or is that Brenda over there?
No,
That's a Darrow. My bad. I just saw. I didn't know where she was. But here's Tesla right here. 285 workers. Layoffs expected. If we can come to the screen, and then we'll go to Adair. I just want to bring this story because a lot of people are probably trading this. Layoffs expected mid-July. So July 15th. This is coming from Reuters. So this probably does change all of our decisions here for Tesla. So watch out. That's a new story right here. Tesla's breaking lower. Unfortunately, we said this already. They got hit on that layoff news at the beginning of the week. Looks like more news happening now, but the market is also getting crushed. So we'll still stay in this. Our net is fluctuating, but we do have this cover at least with the TQ. So, all right, without any further ado, it's Adair at the screen.
Yeah, with regards to that Tesla story, just quickly as well, I wasn't able to see if that was a specific separate layoff, but I know it was in effect through this warn notice, which is a notification required for mass layoffs. So keep that in mind. I will, when I go back, see if there's any more updates to that story from when I initially saw it. But right now, we're going to take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making larger moves that maybe we didn't discuss earlier, including here Uber to the downside about 3%. Basically, some reports that senators are looking for information on delivery companies' junk fees, so the fees that are hidden until it's time to purchase. UBER to the downside on that. We also have Abbott Laboratories down about 3% after its earnings. They beat across the board, but they did forecast on the lower, their range here on the lower side of the consensus for Q2 2024 projections for EPS. Last but not least here, we have GEV. So this is GE Vernova. This is a little while after we had that split for GE. Now we're getting some initiation of price targets for GE Vernova. Both of these pretty bullish ratings here with outperform ratings from both Exane BNP Paribas and Raymond James. So this one actually to the upside, guys.
Oh man, we should have got more in on Tesla down there, but we did get something in. Our last fill down there was 156 flat. We just took some out at 15 there because that was our average price. Now our average price is 07s. So I'm just kind of laughing. There is a seller here, 20,000 shares. So this is what that, well, I should have done that. I should drop it down like this. So there is a seller here for 20,000 shares. Oh, where'd they go? Oh, they're gone now. Okay, so maybe there is room to go up right now. This is called level 2. So as you see more data down here, you can search to see if there's any big orders. So I don't see any big orders. All of these numbers that, yes, sir, let's go. All of these numbers that you see on I was watching the time and sales there. All the numbers that you see here are 100 lots. So when you see this, that's 100, 400, 400, 200. So that's just even lot shares, and then there's a lot of trading, of course, in the dark book. And here we go, man. Let's just face slap it out a little bit. Let's go back up to the upside. Maybe the market wants to rally into the close. It's 345. We're here. We're ready to go. We do have our stop, though. 54. I'm doing this stop now. 54.13 as we change. So we'll go down 10 cents. We're getting close to the TQs. 54.16. That'll be our out. And when we talk about stop orders, here's a perfect example. I can watch this stock and trade it, but that's my stop. Part of having a stop in is also understanding that it helps me not change my mind. So if it comes out, and I'm like, okay, that just came out. And by the way, Tesla right now is rocking. I'm going to take an offer. Boom, right there. Okay, so we get that offer out there on Tesla in the 30s. There it goes. All right. Hey, what's up to a million? Everybody else? Oh, oops, sorry, that's the wrong stock. We just took an out right there on Tesla. So, you know, and this is what we mean about different things, right? Like I'll see something, it doesn't mean Neil hops into it, and vice versa. So when I talked about this trade, I liked it, I put it on. Now we're starting to get more out of Tesla, and it's starting to ramp up again. So I just appreciate everybody looking, watching, and I mean, I hope that everybody individually found trades. I mean, there's 7,000 names.
Like maybe you just took.
Remember how much we used to trade a firm? We haven't even looked at.
Don't talk to me about a firm this week.
Oh,
Firm
really?
had a really great short opportunity. I mean, it always has a great short opportunity. I'll show that in a quick second. Two things. One, Bob, I answered you in the chat. I'm not going to make Sean repeat the first in, first out thing with our trading. So your prices, it's first fill in, first fill out. WISA, WISA is halted to the upside at $9. TAP is $9. Maybe you had this for a breakout trade. This is not an unreasonable strategy, I suppose. Stock that was a low float runner holds a breakout price. Like it pulls back in, but it holds above the previous close, and that top there is 650. Consolidates, higher low at 7. Maybe you like it 7 to there, or you like a breakout at 8 into a halt. When it opens back up, if it can hold VWAP, I think it has a chance at a second leg, but very key that it can hold VWAP. And there was something else I was going to get to. It wasn't TSM earnings. We already talked about that. Now I've lost my train of thought when I was answering that Bob thing. It'll come to me in a second.
Well, what about, well, you're in X?
It wasn't, no, I've talked about X. Peloton, I said if it moves, I'll go over it. No, it was Affirm. Yeah, we were just talking about Affirm. No, the reason I was frustrated with Affirm is because we keep talking about following the trend, and look at the trend on this stock and how cleanly this is to the downside ever since it's sort of rejecting these levels. And the lower high at 48. Underneath the 50 period, well, it broke recent support this week. So the most recent support level at 32, that broke. Didn't have that trade. Then the next day, it did that first failure. It was like a free money, just short the 30 break. And as long as you're someone that takes profit on a break trade, which I am, then you would have won on that trade. And then today, I don't know if you would have, maybe you would have shorted the pop on it, but it was more how clean the 30 break was. But I want to shout out to the community, who I know a couple of people captured that trade. A, because you probably hear us talk about shorting, and you noticed the trend, and then you were at least paying attention when it broke the 30 level yesterday. A lot of things were fantastic in the morning yesterday. This was just another opportunity that you could add out there. It's 346, so I'm going to tighten up the stops. One of them I already did, and I'm going to tighten up the stop again on US Steel. I think you can get to 39. I've canceled my 39 bid. Instead of having it back to 60, I'm going to stop it out underneath above 40. So I don't use trailing stops. I actually set manual stop orders. I don't say if it retraces 15 cents, I'm going to get out. I look at a key level, generally speaking, when I'm going to trail, and then just say if it breaks that consolidation up, that's going to be my hard stop. So that's what I'm doing in US Steel. We'll see about the imbalances. I did check to see if there was anything individually, and other than BAC, 3 million to bid, they reported this week. Enbridge is always there. Nothing stood out of the early look. So we'll have to wait to see 350 if anything jumps off the page. Mm-hmm. And NYSE is pumping again.
Man. I also want to say something about what it takes to become a trader, just because, like, you need to be in front of your screens, like, literally every day. That's another thing. Like, don't take any time off if you're going to be a trader. Like, treat this as, what you want to do. So that's another thing that's really helped. Okay, so the TQs goes up, we get out, so good. Tesla's not moving, so not good. I mean, not much is happening here with Tesla. It's just kind of hanging out right now. We'll see what happens if it does go back up to the upside. There's the out on the TQs. I mean, we don't have that very bottom, but this is going to be another good trade. So my number one trade today is NVIDIA, P&L wise. Number two actually is AMD. We've already talked about that. Then Google, then TQs, then Tesla position pending. So some good trades there today. Where we lost was IBIT. I literally have the low of the day in the whole cryptocurrency market. 33.99. That's the low of the day on IBIT. That's me. That's my fill right there. So again, battle back. Like, I only traded 8 names. One of them I have the absolute worst tick whatsoever. This is my number one red name today. We have 2 red names. We have this, and then we have Amazon. So after that, man, I mean, that's bad. And then we shorted. We actually made some decent money short there. And then we shorted again. Shorted a small piece there. Then we got serious with it up at VWAP. Just chug that water there. As we say, shout out to everybody. We tried it again at VWAP. So shout out to Hydration Nation. Shout out to Shakib if you're here. That didn't work. So I'm going to probably lose on that maybe 8 times out of 10 because it came into a decent level. I thought there was some support there. We let it get a little carried away. That's IBIT and its downside. Tesla's starting to go up. Like I said, the minute I get out of this, let's put an order at 50 right now, and then we'll get out of that if it comes up to 50. Literally 50 exactly. WISA is now back open. It opens up at 9.50. Again, congratulations to anybody that plays these names. It was a good one. $7 held pretty much all day. I mean, we did break to 675, but I would assume that if you're trading this, you're probably holding out for that. Nice move there for WeSaw. 950, good move. Let's see if
held
Tesla can
VWAP.
get going.
Yeah,
Oh shoot, imbalances just dropped.
They just dropped their TLT.
Wow, we're getting
3.8
late.
million. Enbridge, here's about Enbridge. Apple, 988,000 to the buy side.
Yeah, screw you, Enbridge.
JBLU, when is that ever closing? Intel, sell side, 700,000. Micron, 650,000. Looks like Apple's the big one at 1 million shares. Obviously, notional value, that's way more than, Intel's a $30 stock, so Intel needs to be millions. Marvell's a sell of 500,000. There's Tesla's 500,000 to sell. That's not it's not a lot, but Tesla doesn't always show up on the imbalance locator at all.
Usually sell?
Yeah. But it's only 500,000 shares.
That's a
Apple's
lot.
the big one, but then that's only 1 million. We've seen, when Apple moves, sorry, I was still on WISA there. Apologies. Apple, it kind of moved, but not really. See, that didn't really do anything to Apple. 1 million buy imbalance, Apple popped 25 cents. That's not nothing, but it's not a big deal. And it doesn't mean, look, at the end of the day, we talk about the imbalances because it's information, and some days it matters and some days it doesn't. And you just want to be prepared the day that it does matter to take opportunities when they do lie. I think I took one maybe a month or so ago. And you just take the shot when it's there. Nothing happening. So US Steel, I'm not going to tighten the stop. I think I've already done it. But I am going to get back on the bid to the 39. So I had 2 trades. Obviously, US Steel we took a couple times.
Nice.
Rivian, unfortunately, it might have lost anyways because the market came back into the lows, but the news did drop. We traded with a stop order, not to harp on it, but if I don't use a stop order on Rivian, then that is my worst stock of the day. And, oh, by the way, I actually, before that on Bitcoin, I had the low on iBit because I stopped out the long on the previous move to 30,000 or 60,000. I actually had this long into here, and I had that stop out as we are going to go to Adara before the close.
So more context on that Tesla warn notice with regards to the cut of 285 jobs at the Buffalo plant. That's actually 14% of the Buffalo plant workforce. So just recontextualizing that warn notice, 285 jobs, but 14% of the Buffalo plant seeing layoffs effective July 15th for TSLA.
I'm like, what's the best way to put it?
Here we go.
I'm not in, obviously we live here, but I'm a Buffalo fan.
Sir.
I love it down there. So I'm going to hope that everyone is well. Obviously, you wish that in every single sense, but don't worry because the Bills are going to make a move on draft day to get the receiver we need, and the rumor has it that they're already going to trade up to Pittsburgh's pick and then grab the guy we need.
Good.
So apparently,
I hope
that's
they get neighbors.
if the right guy's there, the rumor is that it's a done deal if the right guy's there. I actually think it's his teammate, Thomas. If Thomas falls to 20, Buffalo trades up.
20. Oh, yeah, neighbor's not going there.
Neighbor's the top. The Bills don't have enough ammunition to trade into
okay.
the top 10.
Okay.
It's not this year. Oh, I just got trailed out of US Steel, so I don't know, I'm on that page, so I'll hit that one. I don't know, the cool ones are on my other page. So it's like 39.25. US administration, again, talking negatively about the US Steel Nippon trade. It popped into VWAP. Just when we see this set up on news, just going to take it till it stops working. It worked fantastically with Boeing a couple weeks ago. It worked again here with US Steel. Peloton, one of these days, Peloton is going to flush through $3. And I just want to be there when it happens. The last couple of days has been shorting pops into here and shorting VWAP, looking for the $3 break, which is not coming. So I'm in the money. At best, I was in the money like 4 or 5 cents, and I should just get on the bid because it's the end of the day.
All right. So we just have a little small piece here. You know what? Let's just change this to a 156 break so we will lose absolutely nothing here at the end of the day. That's that. We are having, again, another pretty decent day. I want to thank everybody for watching. The plays are here. They're here every day. We have Tesla, we have Intel, we have Google longs, we have the NVIDIA flush on here. Everything's been working out really well. And again, just keep coming back, keep sitting in the stocks that you like, trade the names that you like. It's now 355. Tesla could motor on here on these imbalances, especially if they flip the other way. So I have a stop. There it is right there. It's a
that's
sell.
not the page. No.
Oh, no. How do you cancel that?
I don't know. Can I hit it again and it cancels? There you go.
I just hit the bang button.
I was lining up.
It's okay. It's okay. I got this.
It was the second you finished speaking.
I'm kind of like a producer a little bit. You know
I was going to say.
Except for forgetting that we don't have a recap show.
Well, that's what I was going to get to.
Here goes Tesla.
Today, the podcast is being taped instead of usually it's on Friday, so no recap show today. But you know what? I think a lot of the recap happened in the afternoon because we're able to go the wins, the losses, all that good stuff. And if you enjoyed what you saw today, if you liked the show,
take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. There's lots of bangs. Yeah, see that for some reason I think that needs to be rendered again because it gets choppy.
yeah.
That one.
Okay, so I'm not using that one again. We'll hit some of them. We'll hit some of the other ones. I wanted to use it.
Yeah. That's
I'm
a
always
good
using
one.
the Mr. T one.
I mean, the best one is the Sharif one, but I mean, he's not here, but we normally it's in his contract. We have to play it a certain amount of times.
I like using it when he's here, but why not?
Yeah,
Like, subscribe, and share it. The show that takes you into the heart of the market.
No, that one's choppy too. What the heck?
yeah, there's some up with those. So we won't hit those again, but
Chill vibes, yes. Netflix earnings tomorrow after the bell. TSM earnings tomorrow after the bell. I believe, I don't know if we have it. Do we have the earnings board? I know for sure one name.
I think we do. Didn't we have it? We had it earlier, didn't we?
Can we do earnings?
Or was that yesterday that I was like, "Where's the earnings board?"
There we go.
Oh yeah, we did not have it earlier.
So I remember, I'm old enough to remember when we used to consider Alcoa the first in the earnings. But tomorrow, wait a minute. Yeah, so it's like April 27th to 28th.
Yeah, LVS.
Where is it? There was something aftermarket today. Now I'm staring at them.
Maybe it was LVS.
Okay, maybe it was LVS. Okay, no, it must have been Las Vegas Sands. And then we're going to get, obviously, tomorrow, you've got Alaska Airlines. Maybe that matters. Nokia. Sometimes that's a thing. DR Horton, that could matter. Obviously, TSMC is what everybody cares about.
Oh no, we're missing one. Do we have? Oh no, CSX is there. Okay, that's the biggest one, 67 billion. I was just looking on here. If you come over, this is another tool that we can use as well. We produce our own earnings, but I look at this earnings board. So it's Kinder Morgan tonight. There's Las Vegas Sands as well. So yeah, so a couple names and then Alcoa as well. So yeah, it should be good. Alcoa would be nice to see. We talked about, I mean, you were trading X today, US Steel. So there could be something there
give it to you.
as well. X is going to give it to you. And Tesla is getting it given to them as well. As this market starts to head down, we continue to have Apple sell off. We continue to see, I didn't even look at Marvell in just a minute, but that's still going down. I remember, wasn't this $80 or $90? Wait a second.
That was the earnings move when I was in Paris, right?
Wow. March? No. Yeah, a month ago. Nice move up there to $85 now down to $66.
Oh, God, it was.
If you don't think these chip names are going for a dive, I have a couple magic beans to sell you. All right, so there's JP Morgan as
that's
well.
a Head and Shoulders.
180 on JP Morgan looking to go lower as well. Still heading lower. Oh man. I'm glad that we were able to raise some capital. You never ever raise enough for these moments. But again, stay, as we say, not just stay in your grind for trading, but stay in your grind for your disciplined investing as well. Because, although the market's down 1% today, if you're dollar cost averaging and thinking about that, this is actually a great time to pick up some shares. I'm not going to do that today, but as this market continues to fall down, we'll probably talk about that on the podcast. Look for some levels. We're getting close. Check out some different ETFs, right? If you are getting nervous about, hey, which bank do I buy? The XLF is also near its 50-period moving average as well on the downside. I like XLI. Industrials, we've talked about XLV for healthcare. I think it's prudent, honestly. See, here's the XLF. I know I'm just going to just wax a little bit here. I think the diamonds as well. Talk about a little bit, where is DIA? There it is. Talk about some names that have been beat up lately. These guys have almost all of them, man. I mean, you don't have to love it for Boeing or for Intel or for UNH. I mean, some of the names that have been in the diamonds have gotten absolutely crushed. So I think that if you do like some of those names, which I do, I like Boeing, UNH, and Intel. It's just hard to sit in there and catch a falling knife.
Where's the 200 on?
So right there, the 200 is probably way lower. It's probably down here, 360. Yeah, there. Okay, good. I was gonna say 364. Looks like that's right where it is, right there on the DIA. So I asked Brendan last podcast which one, diamonds or Qs. I think he said, or spies. I don't remember which one it was. It might have been Qs.
Didn't you say both? One of you said both.
I'm not sure. I said why not both. At the end,
that's what it was. He said something and you said why not both. That's
yeah. So I just think that, I mean, picking your poison. I own too much NASDAQ. So.
We have 20 seconds to go. By the way, I'm completely convinced that that's a skill. When you look at that and like your eyeballs, without even thinking about it, you're just like, 200 is probably at about 360, like you said. And now we dropped the countdown.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure it was going to work.
No, I honestly believe that's a skill because it's like your brain
you and I
watching
looked
a
at
bunch.
so many charts.
Exactly. So in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. I just wanted to finish the thought. If you
Yeah,
get
if
that
nowhere to go.
screen time and you look at the charts, eventually, like little things like, oh, my view op's not working, it's probably right about here. That's not because you magically are Rain Man or anything like that. If you don't know the movie, I'm old. It's not because of that. It's because you've been staring at screens for your entire life. And then that's why you can intuitively just say it's probably right around there.
Isn't that's Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman, isn't it?
Hell
Dustin
yeah.
Yeah, Rain
Dustin
Man's a
Hoffman.
good one.
Very good movie.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, some of these names are getting closer to 200 period moving average. Palantir closes near $21. I mean, we're not going to have a market recap show, but I mean, just real quick here, let's just look at, something that we do talk about on the recap show all of the time, and that is this board here. Apple, 0.6, bad. NVIDIA, I mean, get ready for 800, man. Sharpen your pencils for that. AMD down 5% today. That's nasty. Intel down only 1.5%. This is what I mean about buying the diamonds, okay? Like, look, 5, 3, 1. At some point, Meta down 1, Google up. We like the Google long. Oracle down 1, Netflix getting ready for earnings down 1, Amazon down 1. But look at some of the names that work today. Walmart pretty flat, Costco pretty flat. We talked about some of the retail sectors, some of the banks working out as well. This is
That's another point. That's Abbott Labs.
Abbott Labs.
Another point to ETFs. Abbott Labs smoked on earnings down 3%. The rest of the group held up really well today.
Yeah, AbbVie, Eli Lilly even, J&J, Merck, Procter. So even though we're down 1%, what I'm trying to show you here is that, primarily this little spot that says electronic technology, I feel like they need a better name for that, but these names, along with technology services, really today, helped the NASDAQ get down. And what were we down at the end of the day? 1.29. That was funny that yesterday we had red or green. And it basically, when I was on the desk, it was 0.1. I don't know what we settled on. Was it red?
I saw 0.0.